Banaza was an Isekaid hero who got thrown out like trash for actually being a weakling. However, when he accidentally discovers that his true powers were just hidden, he transforms into a certified Riz god, making the kingdom's hottest baddies throw themselves at him. It all started one day when Banaza got sucked into some weird magic and was transported to another world. There, he was greeted by the High Priest, who welcomes him as the amazing hero who will defeat the Demon Lord. However, when a furry maid brought a magic crystal to check his abilities, she screamed in shock because Banaza's stats were basically normal human level. Just then, right beside him, another summoned hero appears, a blonde-haired schmuck with absurdly high stats and everything, and everyone immediately crowds around him like ants finding sugar. King Clyrode quickly claims the blonde guy as the real hero and ignores Banaza completely. When Banaza asks to go home, the king says the portal has already closed, so as compensation, he gives Banaza some gold and tells him to live freely in the northern forest. 20 days later, Banaza arrives at the forest, and before leaving, the driver warns him that the forest is cursed by the Demon Lord, and a demon army is hiding inside. After the driver leaves, he checks the bag of supplies from the king, pulls out the sword, and right on cue, 3 slimes attack him. With some struggle, Banaza slays them, but the sword breaks instantly. Then, an information assistant appears, saying that his level increases to 2, increasing his stats from low to infinite. Banaza has no clue what that means, but then he is informed by the assistant that he has unlocked a massive addition of magic skills, including an assistant skill, which informs him that the bag from the king has been cursed. There, Banaza realizes the king clearly sends him there to be hunted, but one of his skills helps him disperse the curse from his bag, giving him a chance to live a bit longer. Then he enters the forest, and the assistant warns that the whole area is contaminated by a demon aura and needs purification. Banaza agrees, and in 1 second, the entire Delavesa Woods is purified. As a result, his level shoots all the way to 367. Back at the castle, Princess Elizabeth argues with her father, calling him heartless for abandoning Banaza in the cursed forest. Then a priest rushes in, reporting that a massive holy purification spell has just been detected, and King Clyrode assumes it comes from the blonde hero, but the priest informs him that the blonde hero is nowhere near the holy spell. Since the forest is now safe, Banaza remembers that the king doesn't want him near the city, so he uses a transformation spell. First, he tries turning into a woman, and is honestly tempted to crack himself, but he remembers that he doesn't want this video to get demonetized, so he turns into a handsome Eichmann instead. Then, the assistant teleports him to the nearest city, and Banaza briefly tries teleporting back to his original world, but it fails, so he accepts his fate and decides to find work. At the Adventurers Guild, he registers under a fake name so the king won't recognize him, and he chooses Fleo. Then he notices a girl asking for an escort to the Delavesa Woods, and no one accepts because everyone knows how dangerous that place is, but being a smooth-brained bozo, Fleo accepts and says that he can teleport them there instantly. The whole guild thinks he's a fraud, and that's when a night baddie named Balarosa shoves a sword in his face and accuses him of being a scammer or a human trafficker. Then the rest of her group arrives: Belano the Witch, Bilary the Archer, and Blossom the Fighter. To clear his name from being dubbed the next Diddy, Fleo invites them to come along. They take him into an alley, and Fleo teleports everyone directly to the Delavesa Woods, stunning the team of baddies. Belano asks if he's a high priest, and Balarosa drops to her knees and apologizes. Meanwhile, the wolf girl is disturbed that the forest is no longer cursed, and Fleo wants to tell the truth. Suddenly, Balarosa points her sword at the girl and reveals that she's actually a demon who disguises herself to lure hunters into the cursed forest. Exposed, the girl drops the act, her face twisting into a creepy smile, and transforms into her true form: a demon wolf named Fenris, who is one of the 4 generals of the Demon Lord. Her aura alone forces everyone to their knees, except for Fleo. Fenris then attacks immediately, but Fleo dodges the strike, teleports the girls back to the city for safety, and finally turns back to face the demon. Then this clueless merchant, who still has no idea that he's more broken than Gojo and Saitama combined, faces his first real foe. Fleo dodges Fenris' attack with speed magic, blocks her with a stone wall, and counters with wind magic. Fenris is still fast enough to circle behind him for another strike, but Fleo uses gravity magic and pins her down. Knowing that he has to end this, his assistant keeps offering a slave spell to control her, but since Fleo hates slavery, he refuses to use it. Fenris keeps struggling, but every attempt fails under the gravity spell, and she runs out of strength and surrenders. Seeing that, Fleo releases her, and Fenris is shocked, being one of the 4 generals of the Demon Lord, feared by humans everywhere, yet this random man spares her after winning. Fleo simply says he doesn't want to fight someone who has already given up, and Fenris is surprised to hear a human say that, and she transforms back into her human form. Seeing her plots, Fleo panics, turns around, and gives her his cloak to cover herself. Suddenly, she collapses, so he heals her and stays by her side until she wakes up. That confuses Fenris, seeing that a human strong enough to defeat her has no interest in ending, enslaving, or selling her. So she swears to never harm humans again and offers her life to Fleo, declaring him her master. Fleo immediately rejects that, and even with Fenris using puppy eyes, begging, and basically doing everything possible to convince him, he still says no. Only when she threatens to prick her neck with her claw does Fleo finally give in and let her follow him. After that, Fleo tells her the truth about being summoned from another world, and even shows her his real face. He doesn't want her following him, but Fenris refuses, revealing that her clan always follows the one they respect, leaving Fleo no choice but to let her stay. Meanwhile, back at the castle, the king confronts the blonde hero after losing to the demons, and the blonde hero complains to King Clyrode that the army he was given is weak and useless, claiming that's why they lost to the demon forces. The king asks one of the guards about the hero's performance, and the guard reveals the truth that Blondie was a total wuss who stood at the back of the troops during the fight. When the battle started, he was the first one to run, and when everything went wrong, he blamed everyone else for it. On the other hand, Blondie has his own problems, where his level has never increased since the day he arrived. Even though his stats look powerful, he still can't stand against the strongest demons. While he's stressing out, a maid named Suya comes to tag along with him, and the two head out so he can relieve some of that stress.
Yeah, boy.
The next day, Fleo and Fenris return to the city. Fleo wants to find a quest and rent a room, so he asks Fenris to stop calling him Master. At that exact moment, a street vendor assumes they're a couple, and Fleo thinks that's a good cover story, knowing that traveling as husband and wife would make things easier. Fenris instantly loves the idea, so at the guild, Fleo registers her under the fake name Rice. She even gets a matching necklace with Fleo's guild mark, and to her wolf tribe, that basically counts as a marriage symbol. Then, an urgent quest appears, where a group of wild psycho bears attack nearby, and the reward is increased tenfold. Nobody wants to accept it, but Fenris does, and Fleo follows along as her escort. At the site, they find the same group from before, Balarosa, Bilano, Bilary, and Blossom, being attacked by the bears. Fleo saves them again with lightning magic, while Fenris crushes another bear with ease, and everyone is surprised to see Fleo saving them again. Balarosa then asks about the woman standing beside him, and Fleo introduces her as his travel companion, but that label sends Fenris' feelings straight into the abyss. She looks so disappointed that when another bear tries to attack her from behind, she simply gives it one deadly glare, and the bear instantly surrenders at her feet. But rather than killing it, Fenris decides they should keep it as a pet, shocking the knights by how casually she decides that. They discuss the bear like they're deciding whether to adopt a stray cat, and just because he can, Fleo transforms the bear into a harmless monster rabbit and names it Sieb. Later, Balarosa thanks Fleo and asks him to train her group. She explains that the blonde hero lost his troops during battle and now refuses to fight again unless stronger soldiers support him. So the king has also ordered everyone to become stronger. Fleo doesn't even know how to use most of his own magic, so he isn't sure he can teach anyone. But while he's thinking, Fenris is already glaring at the girls for getting too close to him. So Fleo uses that chance and properly introduces Fenris as his wife, saying he just wants a peaceful life. The moment she hears the word wife, Fenris instantly softens and proudly declares that, as his wife, she fully supports her husband, helping those in need. She makes sure to emphasize the wife part several times in front of the girls, and Fleo has already lost, so he accepts and lets them stay to train with him. Meanwhile, in the demon world, a scout named Eminence reports to the demon lord that the Delavessa woods have been purified, and the hidden demon forces there are gone. But she reveals that the magic doesn't come from the Clyrode kingdom, and it comes from someone else. Hearing that, the demon lord is intrigued, knowing a man single-handedly wipes out his hidden forces, and now he wants that man, no matter what it takes. The next morning, Fleo wakes up and finds Fenris watching over him. He's startled, but Fenris just chuckles and reminds him about last night, where Fenris tried offering herself to Fleo, but that man said no and, like a true Chad, said that he wanted to take things the right way. Fenris ended up thinking mating with humans is way more complicated than she expected. Then, Fleo wanted to sleep outside instead, but Fenris warned him that Balarosa and the others are nearby, so with no better option, Fleo accepted his fate and stayed. That morning, Fenris insists on helping him change clothes and nearly takes off his shirt when Balarosa suddenly opens the door. Flustered, she runs off, but it only makes their fake marriage look more believable. Later, everyone trains in the field. Balarosa tries fighting a wild boar, but she talks too much and gets charged first. Blossom jumps in but gets scared, then Bilano casts a shield, and Bilary fires an arrow. It all fails, and the boar ends up winning the match. Later, Fleo shows them the house he bought with the reward money from the bear quest and says that the girls can stay there and keep training with him. At lunch, Fenris tries serving them raw wild boar meat, and she thinks that's fine because fresh meat tastes great to her. But the others are human, so Fleo and Balarosa take over and cook for the whole house. Turns out Balarosa is better at cooking than sword fighting. She explains that coming from a broke noble family, she's used to handling the kitchen. Everyone loves the meal, but Fenris doesn't, thinking that eating vegetables is for weak creatures. Then Fleo mentions he's the one who made the salad, so out of pure pride, Fenris forces herself to try, which to her surprise tastes delicious. Then she tastes the meat Balarosa prepares, and when her palate awakens due to how delicious the cooked meat meat is. Fenris takes that loss personally, so when they go to the city later to sell the boar, Fenris excuses herself, only to secretly find a cooking class. Meanwhile, Fleo gets called by the guildmaster and he explains to Fleo that the king himself offers him a position as the hero's right-hand man, and if he accepts, he'll be made a noble knight. However, Fleo refuses, saying that he has no reason to fight the demons, especially now that he just wants a quiet life with Fenris. When he leaves the guild, he finds Fenris looking completely beaten up. As hours ago, the cooking class beat her harder than any battle. She couldn't hold a tomato properly, messed up with the flour, and didn't have enough patience for the stove. But even so, she still doesn't give up. That night, Blondie learns about Fleo from Suya and agrees that recruiting Fleo would be useful. As in his mind, having another servant isn't a bad thing. A month passes, and the king keeps sending guards to persuade Fleo, but his answer never changes. Back at the house, the girls keep training. Where Blossom farms with Seeb, Bilary is still too chicken to hunt a monster duck, and Fleo makes a magic ring for Bolano to stabilize her power. Bolano tries moving the ring toward her ring finger after Fleo leaves, but Fenris sees it and gives her a glare that says that she will die if she tries stealing her hubby. Then there's Balarosa, who she screams for Fleo's help while fighting a monster, but Fenris steps in instead and scolds her for acting like a weakling to appeal to her husband. That's when she notices Uliminas hiding in the bushes. Later at lunch, everyone enjoys Fenris' dramatically improved cooking, and she proudly serves curry she learned to make in cooking class. The teacher tells her the secret ingredient is love, so naturally she makes it specifically for Fleo and he likes it. Meanwhile, Uliminas is spying on them and can't understand why someone as strong as Fenris is living like a housewife, but Fenris catches her spying and drags her inside. They serve her tea, and Uliminas explains she's scouting the area and has no idea Fenris is living there. Fenris then proudly announces that she's married to Fleo, which only confuses Uliminas even more, seeing that the once bravest woman warrior of the demon army has folded to a mere human. She then mentions the Delaveza woods, saying the forest has been cleared of all demons, and Fleo is surprised himself, never expecting his purification spell to work that thoroughly. Uliminas is shocked, and immediately asks Fenris if she knows that Fleo is the one who eliminated her brother, Fangaril, along with his troops, who were hiding in those woods. Fleo is shaken hearing he caused the death of Fenris's brother, but Fenris says she already knows, claiming that she also knows her brother's pride would never want her pity for his loss. Fenris then says she has already chosen Fleo and that will never change. Just then, they catch the other girls eavesdropping on the truth of Fenris being a demon, and Balarosa apologizes while Belano straight up faints. Realizing that Fenris is now an enemy, Uliminas challenges Fleo to a spar, wanting to eliminate him and Fenris together, and Fleo accepts. During the spar, Uliminas launches attacks from above and below at the same time, but Fleo casually breaks both with one finger and traps her with a binding spell, to which she surrenders instantly. The next day, Fleo tells the girls the truth about Fenris being a demon, and he says they can report it to the king if they want, but they refuse after how Fleo and Fenris have already helped them too much. Suddenly, Uliminas returns with a dragon army and offers them a truce if they join the demon lord. While the others are frightened, Fleo is genuinely excited because he has never seen a real dragon before. Uliminas gets annoyed and orders the attack, but Fleo blasts the dragons out of the sky like he's swatting flies, and the survivors immediately run away, leaving Uliminas behind. Seeing that, Blossom asks if she can throw her mattock at one just to earn the title of Dragon Slayer, and Fleo encourages her to do it. When she does so, Fleo boosts her throw and it pierces a dragon's neck, which gives Blossom the title of a Dragon Slayer. The other girls rush over, asking for the same help, but the dragons are already too far away. Unbeknownst to them, the Demon Lord watches everything from afar with interest. The next day, Fleo puts a magic barrier around the house, and Ferris says that if Uliminas ever comes back again, she will make cat stew out of her. Then she asks why Fleo lets Uliminas go after the second attack, and in his head, Fleo feels guilty when he found out that he caused the death of Ferris's brother, but he doesn't say it out loud. Back with the girls, Blossom still can't believe she earns the title of Dragon Slayer. As for Balarosa, she wanders off alone, crying because she also wants some heroic title of her own, so her noble family can return to its nobility and be respected. Just then, a dark elf approaches her and asks if she knows his old friend who lives near the cliffs. Balarosa asks whether he means Fleo or his wife, and when the man says he's looking for Fleo's wife, Balarosa immediately points her sword at him and accuses him of being one of the Demon Lord's soldiers. The man surrenders right away and says he only comes to check on Fenris, but since Balarosa is already acting like a guard dog, he decides to leave. Before he leaves, Balarosa asks his name, and the Dark Elf says that it's Gozaru. Right after that, Fleo and Fenris rush over to check on her, and that's when they reveal the truth that the Dark Elf isn't just some random visitor, but that he's the Demon Lord himself, disguised under the name Gozaru, with his real name being Gaul. But then the next day, Gaul casually shows up at Fleo's house, and Fleo and Fenris welcome him like he's some distant uncle dropping by for tea. Balarosa comes in to ask about laundry, but she sees Gaul inside the house and nearly loses her soul. Then she's invited to sit down and drink tea with him, and she goes completely blank the moment she sits next to the Demon Lord. Fenris doesn't care about her mental state and bluntly asks Gaul if he comes for revenge, but since everyone is being direct, Gaul just asks Fleo if he wants to join the demon army. Fleo turns him down immediately, and Gaul asks why, confused seeing that Fleo rejected both him and King Clyrode. Fleo answers that he isn't from this world, so he doesn't understand what the war is even for. Hearing that, Gaul explains that 500 years ago, the first demon lord came from another world, and he sided with the demon race, who are oppressed by humans. With that, the demons accepted him, the humans rejected him, and war began. Now, 12 generations later, Gaul says he has no interest in ruling the world, but he just doesn't want demons to be oppressed by humans again, so he asks Fleo to support him. However, Fleo refuses again. And even when Gaul releases enough aura to feel like Haoshoku Haki from that pirate anime, Fleo stays completely casual. Gaul laughs and respects his persistence, so he leaves peacefully, but not because he gives up, because he simply finds someone interesting. Only then does everyone notice that Balarosa has already mentally shut down, and the next day she wakes up around noon, still exhausted from surviving Gaul's aura farming. But when she goes to the dining room, she finds Gaul casually eating mozzarella with Fleo and Fenris. Her brain short-circuits and she immediately leaves the room. For the next few days, Gaul keeps visiting, and Balarosa tries sneaking outside to avoid him. But he's always there, casually asking if they can talk, and the more she avoids him, the more interested Gaul becomes. Suddenly, one of King Clyrode's scouts sees this and reports everything to the king. The report says a strange demon keeps visiting Fleo's house and often flies back toward demon territory. King Clyrode immediately assumes Fleo sides with the demon lord and decides to send troops after him. Princess Elizabeth stops him, saying that there's no proof Fleo joins the demons, and if the king attacks him now, Fleo might actually choose their side out of anger, so she wants to talk to Fleo peacefully instead. Before that can happen, the blonde hero barges into the throne room and demands troops for himself, claiming that he'll make Fleo kneel. Meanwhile, at the demon castle, Gaul prepares to visit Fleo again, and Uliminis asks how long he plans to keep doing this, worried that humans will notice. Gaul says Fleo is more reasonable than the human king, and no matter how long it takes, he'll win his support. Back at Fleo's home, he talks with Fenris about their future, and Fleo wants to start a business to support their life. Fenris says he can just accept the king's offer and get rich instantly. But Fleo says it isn't that simple. He states that because he has overwhelming power, he has to use it carefully, and Fenris admits that's exactly the part of him she likes. Right then, Bilary runs in crying, saying there are troops outside led by the useless pleb, the blonde hero. He demands that Fleo either become his right-hand man or get punished as a demon spy, but Fleo just smiles and says he isn't choosing any side. Balarosa and the girls try to defend him, but Blondie calls them traitors too and tells them to leave if they side with Fleo. Seeing this, Fleo has had enough and makes his decision, realizing that if he wants a peaceful life, he'll just move somewhere else. Fenris agrees instantly, and Balarosa and the others ask to come along too, having no intention to follow someone as worthless as the blonde hero. Then, Fleo teleports them, and the entire house and the land around it. At that exact moment, Gaul arrives, and when he realizes Fleo is leaving because of the humans, that makes him furious. He decides that if humans want war that badly, then he's ready to bring it straight to their doorstep. So he calls all his army to attack the human kingdom. Meanwhile, Fleo moves his home to a secluded forest near a small town called Haotao, west of the capital. The girls are relieved, seeing that no king's troops and no demon lord can find them there. On the other side of that peaceful life, Gaul sends his demons to attack the town near his territory. His troops reach the north gate, and the barrier protecting the city is already close to breaking. King Clyrode demands to know where Blondie is, but the guards report that he's hiding in the south tower. The high priest then tells the king to gather all high-level mages and prepare the purification spell, having no other choice. Outside the walls, Gaul already expects that move, so before the spell can begin, he calls back all his troops and retreats from human territory. Back in the castle, King Clyrode joins the other mages and leads the purification ritual himself, and once activated, the sky lights up once again. Meanwhile, Fleo has just returned home from the market, still trying to find buyers for his shield and armor business. Blossom says she wants to start selling their crops in town, and Bilary wants to open a stable to rent horses. While those two already have business plans, Balarosa and Bolano have no idea how to make money, but Fleo tells them not to worry and just focus on training. Back at the castle, all the mages who cast the purification spell collapse, including the king, but because of it, the barrier will last 3 months. With the king gone, Princess Elizabeth takes over as ruler of Clyrode, and her first order is to strip Blondie of his hero title and throw him out of the castle. Within minutes, the poopy blonde bozo gets dumped outside like trash, and the guards ignore all his pathetic threats. That night, Fleo lies in bed thinking about how different things would be if Fenris had never come into his life, realizing that he has no idea what he would have become by now without her. The next day, Balarosa and the girls give Fleo and Fenris a day off from chores, and the two are ordered to go on a date. Fenris immediately drags Fleo into town, having alone time like a normal couple would. And while walking through the market, Fleo says he wants to buy her a gift for everything she's done for him. Fenris gets so excited she practically bounces from stall to stall, and eventually they stop at a jewelry shop, and Fleo picks out a blue gemstone pin for her. That night, Fenris won't stop staring at the pin, and the girls are happy for her while also being half jealous of it. And even when everyone goes to sleep, Fenris still clings to Fleo's side like she's superglued to him. The next day, Blondie turns out to still be inside the castle, and together with Suya, he sneaks around the treasure room. He's looking for some kind of artifact or weapon that can help him defeat the Demon Lord and regain his title, and then he hears a woman's voice from behind a hidden wall. The voice tells him that if he pulls the sacred sword from the stone, she'll grant his wishes. And because his ego is bigger than his brain and Willy, he does exactly that. The moment he pulls the sword out, a genie named Heya appears, and Suya is terrified, but only Blondie can hear Heya. As the one who frees her, Heya promises to grant him 3 wishes, and the moment he hears that, a wicked smile spreads across his face. Later, Princess Elizabeth meets with the Oracle Ashura to ask what the kingdom should do next. But before they can talk, black cuffs suddenly appear around Elizabeth's neck and around the necks of everyone in the throne room. Elizabeth recognizes them instantly, and she immediately orders the guards to search the treasure room. Ashura explains that those are sacrificial collars, the price paid by anyone involved when someone makes a wish to the genie, and once the wish is fulfilled, their heads are taken as payment. Elizabeth reveals that long ago one of Clyrode's former kings used the genie to win against the Demon Lord, but half the kingdom died as the price. After that, they barely managed to seal the genie away, and now some idiot releases the genie and makes a wish, giving them time only until the genie fulfills it. Then, the princess asks Ashura to look for the answer, and Ashura says that it lies in the one they once called the right hero, which they all guess to be Fleo. This time, Elizabeth decides she'll personally go west and ask for his help. Meanwhile, back at Fleo's place, he's finally making progress in selling his dragon scale shield to a shopkeeper, and the man is amazed by its quality. He agrees to buy it and start a business deal with Fleo as long as he keeps producing items at that level. Outside the shop, Fenris and Balarosa watch him happily, and Balarosa says Fenris is lucky to have someone like Fleo and quietly wishes she could find someone like him too. But before she can say more, Fenris glares at her with the intensity of a territorial wolf. Balarosa immediately corrects herself, saying she only wants a man like Fleo, not Fleo himself, and Fenris instantly suggests that Balarosa already has a candidate in Gaul. Balarosa nearly short-circuits on the spot, knowing that the Demon Lord is interested in her. Then, the 3 of them return home, and everything is peaceful until a warning suddenly appears, saying that Heya has found Fleo, after Blondie's first wish of wanting Fleo's head. Heya attacks without warning, and Fleo's protection magic activates instantly, but Fenris moves even faster. She throws herself in front of him and takes the hit directly. A deep wound tears across her chest, and Fleo catches her before she hits the ground, but her body turns cold almost instantly. Heya doesn't stop there, and she keeps launching one explosion after another, while Fleo's barrier barely holds them back. Balarosa screams for him to use his healing magic, and he tries, but even his strongest healing spell can't bring Fenris back. And while Heya keeps attacking, Fleo just stands there, holding Fenris in his arms. In that moment, something has changed, and when Balarosa looks at his face, she freezes, seeing that for the first time, Fleo's gentleness is gone. Fleo's mind replayed every promise Fenris had made to stay by his side, as in this strange world, she was the first one who truly chose him. And now in front of him, Fenris was lying cold and covered in blood, which is something he could never forgive. Without hesitation, Fleo rewinds time to the moment before Fenris is injured, and Heya tries to hide her surprise behind that smug smile of hers, but Fleo doesn't care. He rushes in and punches her so hard she flies across the street, drawing blood from the genie. Heya tries to speak, acting like the proud genie she is, but Fleo kicks her in the gut before she can finish. Desperate, Heya casts powerful spells at him, but Fleo breaks through all of them. He then grabs her by the head and slams her into a wall. When Heya tries to check his abilities, she finally sees it, that his power is infinite. At that point, she realizes she is completely doomed. Behind them, Fenris wakes up as if nothing happened, and when she sees Fleo fighting so mercilessly for her sake, part of her is happy. But then she remembers his words of hating violence, hating war, and never wanting enemies. Yet for her, he becomes someone else entirely. When Fleo is about to snap Heya's neck, Fenris stops him, holding him back from becoming the very thing he hates, and begs him to return to the compassionate man she knows. Seeing Fenris alive and crying finally brings him back to himself. Fleo lets Heya go immediately and pulls Fenris into his arms, grateful that she's alive. At the same time, Princess Elizabeth has just arrived near Hauptau. The sacrificial necklace around her neck vanishes, along with the ones on everyone else because the wish failed. Back at the castle, Blondie and Suya are still trapped in the treasure room, surrounded by guards, but with the defeat of the genie, another figure emerges. It takes over Tsuya's body, and she introduces herself as Damalinus, the former Dark Lord. She then turns Blondie into a chimera monster as her pet to help her break out of the castle, and she makes it her goal to hunt down the royal bloodline that seals her away. Back in Hautau, Fleo still heals Heya after everything she does, and when Heya wakes up, she immediately immediately scrambles into the corner, begging for mercy. Balarosa asks what Fleo plans to do with her, and Fleo hasn't decided yet. After gaining Heia's power, he can see fragments of her memories, and he learns that Blondie is the one who releases her from the seal inside the castle. Because of that, Fleo doesn't want her anywhere near the kingdom again, not wanting the same disaster to happen twice. But Fenris, being a wolf at heart, has her own idea. She wants to recruit Heia into their group, knowing that it will strengthen their pack, and Fleo already understands how Fenris' mind works, so he asks if she's serious after how Heia nearly took her life. Fenris admits she's angry, but she also admits Heia is strong, and she likes having strong members in her pack. So Fleo offers Heia his hand, and if she accepts, she has to promise never to take another life again. At that moment, Heia sees something she has never known before, a human who is genuinely kind, so she accepts his mercy and promises to serve Fleo however she can. After that, they still face the wrecked town because of the battle, and Fleo wants to use the time spell again to undo all the damage, but Heia stops him. She explains that her magic always requires a sacrifice, and also reveals the truth that because Philo's power is infinite, he can absorb any magic cast on him and make it his own. With that, Fleo finally understands how ridiculous his own power really is. So instead of rewinding time, he uses a restoration spell and repairs the entire town. Later, back at their house, the girls are stunned to see that Fleo brings home yet another strange creature, this time a literal genie. Blossom scolds him, saying a genie is not some stray cat he can just pick up and bring home, while Bilary immediately starts crying when she sees Balarosa safe. But she quickly calms down, saying that if Fleo says it's okay, then it must be okay. That night, Fleo sits alone, still thinking about the rage he feels when fighting Heia. Balarosa finds him in the living room and asks what's wrong, and Fleo admits that he still doesn't know what to do with all the power he has. Balarosa says she understands, especially after everything she believes about good and evil has already been turned upside down, with the truth being nothing like the stories she grows up hearing. But thanks to Fleo and Fenris, she can finally see past those lies. Later in their room, Fleo finds Fenris sitting quietly, and she drags him onto the bed and asks the question she has been holding back. Now that he has Heia's magic, he can return to his old world, so she asks if he would leave her behind. In that moment, he pulls her into a hug and tells her he will never go back, knowing how his old world is too cruel for someone like her. And for the first time, Fleo properly asks Fenris to be his wife, a real one, because after what happens, he can't stand the thought of losing her. Fenris smiles and says that ever since the day they met, she has already seen their relationship is real and she always wants to be his wife. Suddenly, right in the middle of their romantic moment, Heia pops up, ruining the moment. Fenris nearly attacks her on the spot, while the other girls listening outside the room listen in, thinking Fleo's nighttime activity is getting crazy. A few days later, the group enjoys a huge meal thanks to Fenris, though she gives extra credit to the newest addition among the baby mamas, Heia, who prides herself on cooking the meal without magic, even though she could have used it. Hearing that, everyone starts getting nervous because they feel useless if they do not contribute as well, and Fleo gets embarrassed whenever Heia talks about him, as if he is a chosen hero. Later, the girls split up to handle different chores. Some work in the fields, some tame the horses, and some practice what Fleo has taught them. Meanwhile, Belano quietly thinks about her father and brother, who were both great mages, and promises herself that she will not waste all the effort Fleo puts into teaching her. Suddenly, Blossom screams outside the house, and Belano and Bilary rush over. They are shocked to see a giant magic beast destroying Blossom's crops. Nobody can stop it until Belano uses her knocking spell on the beast, calming it down instantly. Right after that, Balarosa shows up and explains that the beast came because of her. She wants to slay it because it has already hurt people before, but Bilary stops her. Instead, Bilary uses her horse-taming skills to calm the beast completely and turn it into her pet. Everyone finally relaxes, and Blossom thanks them for saving her crops. Seeing all the land around them, Bilary wonders if it can be bought, secretly planning something. Meanwhile, Fleo and Fenris walk around town looking exactly like newlyweds. The two are happy spending time together, and they keep blushing because everything still feels new to them. Fleo later visits an armorer to upgrade some gear, and Fenris cannot help but get rizzed up by how cool her husband looks. At the same time, Elizabeth rushes through town searching for Fleo, carrying terrible news. Suddenly, dark clouds cover the entire town, and a giant monster appears from the sky, sending everyone into panic. They discover that the monster is being controlled by a witch searching for Elizabeth as if she has a personal grudge against her. Fleo and Fenris immediately head toward the monster, but Heia suddenly appears before them after sensing waves of evil. She explains that the monster is actually a transformed human, and the witch controlling it is the Grand Magus of Midnight, Damelinus, a witch who exposed herself to black magic and became one of the strongest witches alive. Long ago, Damelinus ruled over the magical kingdom of Clyrode as the strongest witch alive, but a hero defeated and sealed her inside the pedestal connected to the sword Heia was trapped in. When Heya was released, Damalinas was revived. Heya admits that it is partially her fault because using the sword's power released her. Out of responsibility, she asks Fleo for permission to defeat the witch. Fleo allows Heya to eliminate Damalinas, but only after the civilians are safely evacuated. With that, he and Fenris quickly move through town, rescuing people and getting them to safety. Meanwhile, Damalinas corners Elizabeth and easily wipes out most of her guards, leaving her with only one guard who looks so scared he might drop a log the size of his forearm. Damalinas prepares to turn them both into jelly, but right before she attacks, a magical shield suddenly appears around them. Once the shield fades away, Damalinas is shocked to see Heya standing there protecting Elizabeth. Damalinas orders Heya to move aside, but Heya refuses because Fleo ordered her to protect the town. Furious, Damalinas attacks with everything she has, but none of her spells can scratch Heya or Elizabeth. It becomes obvious that Heya is far stronger than her. Realizing this, Damalinas powers up the monster even further, making it grow into a massive giant that terrifies the entire kingdom. The monster becomes so huge that everyone feels like they are watching Attack on Titan in real life.
This is my favorite one so far. Nice job, team.
And Elizabeth fears for the fate of the city. However, it suddenly shrinks back down. It turns out that Fleo casts a spell that instantly reduces the giant monster into a tiny figurine. Damalinas is completely stunned because she never imagined a human could do something like that. With the monster gone, Heya immediately casts another spell on Damalinas and turns her into a pill. She casually swallows it, forcing Damalinas to live inside her forever. After defeating her, Heya releases two people trapped inside the monster, Tsuya and the blonde hero. Once everything calms down, Princess Elizabeth formally introduces herself to Fleo after finally meeting him and apologizes for dragging him into the situation. She explains that the blonde hero has been kicked out and that the reason they came was to find Fleo. Now that she has found him, Elizabeth asks Fleo to come to the castle so the kingdom can recognize him as the hero who saved the town. However, Fleo politely refuses. He says he is not interested in fame or titles because all he wants is a peaceful life with his wife, Fenris. Later, Fleo and Fenris return home and are welcomed back by everyone. The group tells Fleo that they want to expand the farm because it could become a profitable business, with Beelery and Blossom especially wanting a larger field so they can raise more magic horse beasts and grow more vegetables. Fleo loves seeing everyone so motivated, so he shows them the price of buying a bigger field. The cost completely shocks them, and they instantly think their dream is impossible. Fleo says he is willing to pay for it himself as long as they do it properly. However, the girls want to be fair to him, so he asks for only 30% of their profits, and they agree. The next day, they all start working on the land, and Fleo quickly comes up with a plan to plant crops that are difficult to obtain in the area using his magic. Blossom likes the idea but feels uncomfortable relying entirely on magic. Then Heya volunteers to use her magic instead of Fleo's, and Blossom still feels unsure about using magic for farming, deeming it immoral. Meanwhile, Belano gets excited and wants to see Heya's magic in action. When they ask her why, she reveals that she has decided to become a teacher at Haotao College of Magic. She thanks Fleo for teaching her so many useful spells because he helped her realize that magic can improve everyday life instead of only being used for battle. After hearing Belano support the idea so passionately, Fleo plays the middleman and suggests that they let Heya use magic on only one section of the farm. Blossom agrees. In the end, everyone is happy, and Fleo is glad to see that everyone has found something they want to do with their lives. He then expresses how he wants to open his own shop in town someday, and Fenris immediately supports his dream. She says that she will invite all of her demon friends to support the shop because she wants to do everything she can for her husband. Fleo is deeply moved by her words. He then reveals that he made her a gift in the form of a wedding ring. He gently places it on her finger as they exchange vows, making the two of them even happier as newlyweds. Somewhere else, Balarosa suddenly wakes up inside a church while wearing a black wedding dress. Right in front of her, a dark army warrior named Uliminas bows respectfully like she were their new queen. Then, she notices a man slowly walking toward her, and it turns out to be the Dark One himself, Gol. After talking with him for a bit, Balarosa realizes the church is actually prepared for their wedding. Gol already arranged everything, including hundreds of Dark Army soldiers bowing before her, completely stunning her. Just as Gol is about to make his vows and kiss her, Balarosa suddenly opens her eyes and realizes it was only a dream. She instantly blushes, realizing she might actually be falling for Gol. Later, Balarosa and Fenris spend time baking cupcakes for everyone at home. While they work, Fenris notices Balarosa acting strangely, almost like she is hiding feelings for someone. Balarosa admits that she has been having weird dreams lately, and Fenris immediately figures out that she is in love, making Balarosa panic. Fenris keeps cornering her for answers until someone casually guesses that the person is Gol, which makes Balarosa blush even harder. Then Blossom brings up how Gol used to visit their house all the time just to see Balarosa, although Balarosa keeps convincing herself he only came because of Fleo. The topic embarrasses her even more, but Fenris actually sees it as something positive. If Balarosa really marries Gol, then just like Fleo and Fenris, they could break the barrier between humans and demons too. After hearing all this romance talk, Fenris starts sharing the story of how she fell in love with Fleo. She explains that part of the reason she loves him so much is because of how innocent and naive he is. She also talks about how kind and genuine he always is, even if he can be clueless sometimes. Suddenly, Fleo walks in and accidentally hears everything Fenris says about him, making her instantly shy. Right after that, Fleo's alarm spell suddenly activates, warning everyone that demons are approaching the barrier. Hiya senses them too, making the whole group worry about the town's safety. Fleo immediately tells everyone to get ready and protect the area. Meanwhile, Elizabeth attends a meeting with the council about the road gold coins Fleo gave her to help rebuild the town. The coins remind her of the mysterious man named Banaza, because apparently he was the only person known to possess those coins before. The council starts worrying that Banaza and Fleo might actually be the same person. Realizing this, Elizabeth feels terrible because they accidentally banished him in the past, and now she desperately wants to apologize. Suddenly, a guard rushes into the meeting and reveals that the golden-haired hero and his friend escaped from prison. Hearing this, Elizabeth quickly sends soldiers after them and gets frustrated with herself for ever trusting the so-called hero in the first place. Out in the forest, the golden-haired hero and his friend hide from the guards while celebrating their escape. The hero is especially happy because he stole some gold on the way out, believing it is only fair since he is supposed to be a hero anyway. While checking their loot, he discovers a treasure chest containing a legendary shovel. At first, the shovel does not seem important, but the moment nearby guards hear them talking, the two panic and quickly dig a hole using the shovel to hide underground. The guards arrive moments later but find nobody there, completely unaware that the two idiots are hiding inside a freshly dug hole while wondering how they are supposed to climb back out. Somewhere else, Gol grows furious because his forces still cannot locate Fleo. Luminous nervously worries that Gol is forgetting the Dark Army's original goal. She wants revenge on everyone who ever looked down on them, but Gol is more concerned about Fleo interfering. He reveals that Fleo possesses purification powers, making him practically unbeatable against the Dark Army. Because of that, Gol's real mission is not to destroy Fleo and his friends, but to recruit them instead, especially because he wants to see Balarosa again. Unbeknownst to them, a girl with glasses overhears the entire conversation and quickly reports everything to Gol's brother, Uigard. Uigard becomes furious after learning that Gol has gone soft and is trying to recruit humans instead of wiping them out. With that, Uigard decides he will take the throne for himself. A few days later, Fleo and Fenris walk through town shopping for groceries. During their trip, they discover that Holdy is shutting down her shop because she no longer has suppliers. Fleo and Fenris feel bad for her, but they still notice that the town itself is slowly improving, with many new stores opening up everywhere. Later, Fleo and Fenris decide to grab lunch together, but Balarosa suddenly stops them and offers to treat them instead. Fleo happily accepts, but just as they are about to head to the restaurant, Hiya suddenly appears with an urgent warning. A dangerous demon is approaching town and causing chaos. Hiya instantly creates a magical shield around Fleo, but then Fleo notices someone calmly walking toward them. To everyone's surprise, it is Gol himself. Instead of panicking, Fleo gets happy to see him again. During the meal, Gol keeps teasing Balarosa, making her incredibly nervous. Eventually, Balarosa completely loses it after realizing Gol only became friendly with Fleo because he wants to recruit him into the Dark Army. She starts yelling at him so passionately that they almost sound like a married couple arguing. Gol stays completely calm and tells them that humans are not really different from demons. Hiya explains that humans cannot properly control Melicium, which actually makes them even more dangerous. After that awkward conversation, Gol decides to leave since the mood is completely ruined, leaving everyone emotionally exhausted. While walking home afterward, Fleo quietly realizes that humans and demons were probably never meant to live together peacefully. The thought scares him because he worries that someday he could lose Fenris because of those differences. Overcome with emotion, Fleo suddenly hugs Fenris tightly from behind, showing just how much he truly loves her. The next morning, Fenris prepares another amazing meal for the family. This time, she makes hamburgers using a recipe her cooking teacher taught her. Fenris talks about how kind her teacher was and explains that she shared the recipe after hearing how Fenris got married. According to her teacher, it is the perfect meal for families and children, like telling Fleo that she is ready for kids. While everyone eats, someone suddenly arrives outside the house. Fleo goes to check and is shocked to see Elizabeth standing there. Elizabeth explains that she came to apologize for everything that happened back when Fleo was known as Beneza, instantly making the mood serious. The family serves Elizabeth tea while she asks to speak privately with Fleo alone. However, Fleo refuses to leave Fenris out of the conversation and insists she stay too. Elizabeth understands and begins apologizing for how badly the kingdom treated him in the past. Then she reveals a magical map showing the locations of the Clyrode army, something that is apparently top secret. Elizabeth explains that the purification around the kingdom is slowly fading away, meaning the Dark Army will soon begin invading. She says she does not need Fleo to join the military. She only wants him to protect the town because countless lives are at stake. Hearing this makes Fenris upset because she realizes Elizabeth is relying on Fleo too much. Elizabeth admits that she is using Fleo's strength to help take the throne away from the current king, but she believes it is necessary because the king is selfish and does not care about his people at all. In the end, she tells Fleo that she fully trusts him and hopes he will accept her request. Elsewhere, adventurers continue searching for the wanted blonde-haired hero and his companion, Tsuya. Ironically, the pair are hiding in plain sight the entire time, somehow making their terrible hiding strategy actually work. The blonde hero and Tsuya finally manage to crawl out of the giant hole they dug earlier after getting trapped underground. The hero gives Tsuya some bread because she is starving, and her grateful reaction ends up making him blush a little. But just as they prepare to leave, Tsuya suddenly screams at the top of her lungs. A second later, the hero starts screaming too because both of them get caught in a giant spider web created by Fufun, who is apparently searching for new recruits. Later that night, Fleo struggles to sleep, so Fenris quietly visits his room to comfort him. She asks him what he truly thinks about Elizabeth's request, and Fleo admits that he hates fighting more than anything. His real dream is to create a world where human children and demon children can live together peacefully without war. Hearing that, Fenris hugs him tightly and tells him to choose whatever path feels right because she promises she will always stand beside him no matter what happens. The next day, chaos breaks out across town when demons suddenly invade the area. A little girl picking fruit notices a group of demons rushing toward her, but Fleo and Fenris arrive just in time and protect her with a magical barrier. Fenris is still upset that Fleo accepted Elizabeth's request, but Fleo believes there is no other way to build a better future. While they talk inside the barrier, the demons outside become furious because the couple looks completely calm in front of them. Fleo casually tells the demons that he could wipe them out with a snap of his fingers like Thanos.
How?
But what he really wants is for them to peacefully return home instead. The demons laugh at him for being just a human, and Fenris instantly gets angry. Suddenly, a giant Cyclops appears and targets Fenris specifically because he sees her as a traitor to demonkind. The moment Fenris sees him, she remembers how he once harmed her family. Furious, she decides to show everyone that neither she nor Fleo can be pushed around. Fleo gives her permission to fight, and Fenris immediately charges out of the barrier to battle the Cyclops herself. She tears into him with powerful bites while warning him that she is still holding back. The Cyclops only laughs and demands more, so Fenris unleashes several powerful spells that slam him into the ground and leave him completely helpless. The other demons instantly panic after seeing how strong she really is. Fenris finally gets her revenge against the Cyclops and proves that she is far stronger than any of them expected. Still, the remaining demons refuse to back down and rush toward her all at once. Before they can even touch Fenris, Fleo casually stops them with magic and restrains them using glowing magical strings. He even heals the Cyclops afterward, giving them all one final chance to retreat peacefully. Terrified, the demons immediately accept. Fleo teleports them away from town. Right after the battle, several townspeople rush over to thank Fleo and Fenris for saving everyone. Fleo humbly tells them they should really thank the princess instead, and he even comforts the little girl who almost got hurt earlier, reminding everyone what a true hero actually looks like. Meanwhile, Elizabeth receives reports that a mysterious adventurer protected the town from the demons. She instantly realizes the adventurer is Fleo and becomes determined to repay him somehow for everything he has done. Elsewhere, Gol discovers that Uygard has been making moves behind his back and may have already stolen the throne. Gol quickly heads out to confront him, unaware that Uygard is preparing a ritual for the evil god by offering up the blonde-haired hero and Tsuya as sacrifices. With this offering, Uygard believes he will finally gain enough power to crush Gol once and for all. A few days later, Gol and Uliminus head to Fleo's house to ask for a favor. Gol wants to stay there for a while, which instantly makes Fenris laugh. Gol then explains the situation and asks Fleo to listen carefully. A few days earlier, Ugardi challenged him to a duel for the throne. Uliminus cannot believe the Infernal Four are doing nothing about it, so she begs them to support Gol because she believes he is a great leader. But the Infernal Four think Gol has gone soft, and they want him to prove he is still worthy of ruling the Dark Army. When Gol and Uliminus enter the throne room, they are greeted by Fufun and Uygard. Uliminus gets furious after seeing Uygard already sitting on the throne like it belongs to him. She immediately attacks with powerful strikes, but none of them even scratch him, showing just how overwhelming he is. Uliminus gets knocked down, but before falling, she launches one final attack. Sadly, Fufun blocks it and protects Uygard. Just when Uliminus is about to be finished off, Gol finally appears and orders Grendel to take her away at once. Uygard gets excited that Gol finally shows himself, almost like this whole thing was a trap to lure him out. Gol realizes Uygard and the others are angry because they think he has not been taking his role seriously enough. After seeing everyone side with Uygard, Gol powers up and gets ready to fight, making Uygard even more excited. But right before the battle starts, Gol suddenly calms down and casually hands over the Dark Ring, the symbol of the throne. He admits he no longer feels needed in the Dark Army and gives up the throne without hesitation. Uygard becomes furious at how casually Gol throws everything away. Gol then kicks him straight out of the throne room with a brutal flying kick before leaving the castle behind for good. Because of that, the golden-haired hero and Tsuya finally get a chance to escape from the Dark Army. After hearing the whole story, Fleo gladly agrees to let Gol and Uliminis stay at the house, though he still wants to discuss it with everyone else first. Right then, Balarosa walks in and is shocked to see Gol there. Fleo explains the situation, which somehow makes her blush. Soon, everyone gathers to hear Gol out. He explains that he has stepped down as the Dark One and simply wants a place to live in peace. Gol promises he will not bring danger to the house and says Fleo is the only human he truly trusts. He even wants to learn from him and live a normal life, maybe helping protect the town and doing honest work. Hearing that, Fleo accepts him without hesitation, and the others welcome him too. The only one still unsure is Balarosa. She does not want Gol living under the same roof as them, but Fenris starts acting cute to pressure her into agreeing. In the end, Balarosa gives in and accepts Gol into the family, meaning the strongest demon now lives in Fleo's house. Later, Gol walks around his new home and tries helping with chores, but everyone tells him to relax because he usually just causes more problems. Feeling a little down, he heads to the armor room and checks out the gear Fleo has made. Gol is genuinely impressed by the quality of the equipment, and the two end up laughing together like old friends. Watching this from the side, Uliminis starts to worry. She notices Gol looks far happier living among humans than he ever did as the Dark One, making her wonder if he really has gone soft. That night, everyone enjoys dinner together while laughing and having fun, except for Balarosa. She quietly stays away from the table, clearly lost in thought. Later, when everyone else is asleep, she sits outside alone and watches the stars in silence. Suddenly, Fleo and Fenris approach her and ask why she is still awake. They both notice she has been acting strange ever since Gol arrived. Balarosa finally admits the truth. She hates demons, especially Gol, because his actions caused suffering for countless people. She says she cannot feel comfortable living with someone she despises, but she stays because of Fleo. Hearing this, Fleo and Fenris gently explain that life has given them many chances and blessings, and people should be accepted for who they are. They tell her Gol is neither completely good nor completely evil. Fleo even admits Gol could secretly be gathering information on him, but he honestly does not care because he has nothing to hide in a loving home like theirs. He asks Balarosa to stay and at least give Gol a chance, reminding her that she is one of the reasons their family has become so happy. Hearing that finally makes her smile. The next morning, Balarosa confronts Gol and Uliminis directly. She warns them that she will always keep an eye on them, because she still believes they might be planning something. Instead of getting angry, they both laugh. Gol then walks up to her and offers a handshake, saying he looks forward to getting along with her. He likes her strong attitude and believes someone like her will be important for their future. Even so, Balarosa refuses to shake his hand because she still does not fully trust him yet. Gol simply lowers his hand and smiles warmly at her, which quietly encourages her little by little. By the end of the day, Balarosa heads out for another hunt. Elsewhere, the golden-haired hero and Tsuya finally escape from the Dark Army. After running for hours through demon territory, they desperately search for a way out. The golden-haired hero becomes excited about the future after stealing valuable jewelry from the throne room. He plans to sell it all and live a peaceful and happy life together with Tsuya. Days after Gol steps down from the throne, Uegard is already stressed out from being the new Dark One. The Dark Army keeps losing battles because the humans are setting traps everywhere. Furious over the situation, Uegard punches Fufun straight off the roof for failing to properly analyze the war. Seeing their constant losses, the Infernal Four begin doubting Uegard's leadership. They miss the careful strategies Gol used to make and the intelligence network Uliminis managed. For the first time, they start worrying that the Dark Army might actually lose the war. Still, Fufun comes up with a plan to raise morale, a relaxing group trip to the hot springs. Elsewhere, Fleo and Fenris learn they have won a grand prize vacation to a famous hot spring resort. Fenris gets excited because she thinks it will basically be a honeymoon with Fleo. Sadly, her excitement immediately dies when she realizes the whole family is invited too, ruining her romantic fantasy. In the end, Gol and the others join the trip and get excited about it. Since it is the demon's first real vacation, they are completely confused about what they are supposed to wear and how hot spring trips even work. Fenris then learns there are 7 different springs at the resort, each with its own special effect. One of them is said to boost fertility, instantly making her imagine having babies with Fleo. Soon, the group arrives at the inn and gets warmly welcomed by the owner. Everyone receives their own yukata, but Fenris barely pays attention and immediately asks where the fertility spring is located. After learning it is called the Yanagi Spring, she gets even more excited. While everyone changes clothes, Blossom accidentally bumps into a familiar person in the hallway. She cannot recognize them, but it is actually Fufun and Uesgarda disguised in human form. Fufun explains that the hot spring trip is meant to improve the Dark Army's morale. Uegard, however, cannot stand getting bumped into by a human and almost loses his temper on the spot. Thankfully, Fufun calms him down and reminds him they are supposed to relax during this trip. The others quickly agree before things get ugly. After Uegardi leaves, Gol, Uliminis, and Fenris realize their enemies are staying under the same roof as them. Uliminis warns that things could turn bad if they run into each other. Fenris immediately threatens Gol not to start any trouble because she refuses to let anyone ruin her vacation with Fleo. Eventually, the family gets shown to their rooms. Fleo and Fenris get their own private room, while Gol ends up staying with the girls, which instantly worries everyone. At the same time, each person secretly has their own plans for the trip. Balarosa especially seems to have something in mind involving Gol, though she refuses to tell anyone. Meanwhile, Heiya becomes curious about romance after seeing Fleo and Fenris acting close before. Wanting to understand relationships better, she visits her psychic world where Damelinus is trapped. Heiya casually admits she once saw Fleo and Fenris together and has been curious ever since. Damelinus immediately gets nervous after realizing Heiya is acting strangely excited. Heiya even reveals that as a djinn, she can change forms however she wants, completely terrifying Damelinus. Panicking, Damelinus kicks Heiya out of the psychic world entirely. Heiya is left confused and frustrated because she still does not understand relationships at all. Later, Fenris drags Fleo straight to the Yanagi Spring because she cannot wait to spend time with him. She keeps teasing him about having children together, making Fleo completely embarrassed. The two then relax in the hot spring while talking from opposite sides. During their conversation, Fleo admits they still have not had a proper honeymoon yet. Fenris sadly reveals she thought this trip would finally be that special moment for them. Wanting to make her happy, Fleo promises they will go on a real honeymoon someday. Fenris gets incredibly excited and once again starts talking about babies, sending Fleo into full panic mode. Elsewhere, Bilary visits another hot spring hoping to find companionship because she feels lonely. Just as she is about to enter, Heiya suddenly appears because she is still researching romance herself. Bilary gets embarrassed immediately, but Heiya acts completely normal about it. Before the mood can get awkward, Heiya drags Bilary into the hot spring with her. Later on, Blossom, Balarosa, and the others head outside the inn to buy snacks. During the trip, Blossom notices Balarosa keeps staring at Gol when she thinks nobody is looking. Realizing what is happening, Blossom starts teasing her and loudly calls Gol over on purpose. Gol casually compliments Balarosa's outfit, instantly making her blush. At the same time, the Dark Army officials relax in their room while eating human food. Ugard stuffs himself with food while loudly complaining about how disgusting it tastes. Trying to lighten the mood, Fufun starts a small party, and soon everyone is dancing, drinking, and playing games like regular humans. For once, the Dark Army actually seems happy. Unfortunately, one of them accidentally drops a demon gem during the fun, creating a huge problem. Meanwhile, the golden-haired hero and Suya are also staying at the hot spring resort. They plan to sell a rare demon gem they stole and live peacefully afterward. But the moment the hero pulls the gem out, it suddenly starts vibrating and absorbing demonic energy from the area. The hero suddenly collapses in pain, while Suya desperately tries to comfort him. Then his body begins transforming into a giant monster right in front of everyone. Back at the inn, Balarosa confronts Ulaminas, who is already drunk. Balarosa teases her by saying she clearly has feelings for Gol because of how childish she acts around him. Ulaminas instantly gets furious and denies everything. Suddenly, a giant demon monster bursts through the area and starts destroying the inn like a rampaging beast. Everyone panics as debris flies everywhere, but Fleo quickly creates a massive barrier to protect the guests from getting hurt. Balarosa and the others quickly realize demons are also staying at the inn. Ulaminas then reveals Uigard and the Dark Army officials are there too, making it obvious who caused the disaster. Balarosa immediately tries to help Fleo fight the monster, but Ulaminas stops her and says she would never survive against something that powerful. Still, Balarosa, Blossom, and Balano explain that Fleo is always forced to clean up problems caused by both humans and demons. Feeling sorry for him, they decide they want to help however they can. Hearing that makes Gol smile proudly. Afterward, Gol decides to join the fight as well because he is furious that Uigard ruined their vacation. Before acting, he asks Ulaminas for her opinion, which shocks her so much that she blushes instantly. Gol then teleports everyone to the roof, where Fenris is already waiting, and they immediately spot the giant monster causing chaos. At the same time, the Dark Army officials notice Gol standing there and become excited to see him again. Everyone except Uigard. He plans to use the monster as the perfect setup for his long-awaited battle against Gol. While Uigard and Gol continue their intense battle, Balarosa rushes to tell Fleo what is happening. Fleo learns that Uigard is the one who summoned the monster, but he also believes Gol is not fighting on Ugard's side, which leaves Balarosa worried about what could happen next. Meanwhile, Uigard throws everything he has at Gol during their fight. Uigard fights with full rage and power, while Gol stays calm and barely even takes the battle seriously. Gol keeps defending himself with ease, completely controlling the pace of the fight. Since Uigard is fully focused on Gol, Fenris gets the chance to save the golden-haired hero and Suya from the monster. Without hesitation, she punches the golden-haired hero so hard that it instantly shuts the monster down and stops its rampage. Now left alone, Uigard realizes he has to defeat Gol himself. Desperate, he powers up and unleashes his demon form. Even then, none of his attacks can truly hurt Gol, who is still far stronger than him. Eventually, Gol gets tired of the fight and decides to end it by using a secret spell researched by humans, a spell that removes all of a person's militium. The spell instantly shuts Uigard down and returns him to normal. Uigard is completely stunned after realizing he has become almost like a regular human now that his militium is gone. Suddenly, the innkeeper appears and reveals the terrifying power of her own. She activates an emergency spell that instantly binds the Dark Army members like sacrifices before teleporting them far away to an unknown location. In that moment, she proves she might actually be the strongest person there. Thankfully, everyone survives the disaster, including the golden-haired hero and Suya. Just to make sure things are completely safe, Fenris slaps the golden-haired hero at lightning speed one more time to remove any remaining Melicium from his body. In almost no time at all, Fleo restores the entire building to normal, amazing everyone around him. Soon, the guests and workers all start helping each other return the inn to peace again. As thanks for saving everyone, the innkeeper gives Fleo and his family unlimited access to the hot springs. Fenris finally relaxes after hearing that, because now she can actually enjoy her vacation properly. Later that night, the girls gather together at the Yanagi Spring. Balarosa and Uliminas surprisingly begin getting along despite their differences. At the same time, Heiya still keeps Damalinas on top of her head, while teasing her nonstop for being embarrassed about having two genders. Meanwhile, Blossom and Bolano ask Bilary how her day went, only for Heiya to suddenly reveal that she and Bilary spent intimate time together earlier. The entire hot spring instantly goes silent in shock. On the men's side, Fleo and Gol quietly relax while listening to the girls laughing in the distance. Fleo smiles after seeing everyone finally getting along and says he is looking forward to their future together. Gol then admits he never expected to enjoy a peaceful hot spring trip with someone like Fleo. He reveals he has been interested in Fleo ever since they first met, because Fleo genuinely wants balance between humans and demons. That goal alone amazes him. Fleo admits that it is exactly what he wants to. He says he is grateful for all the friends he has made along the way, but he still hopes to build an even better future. Hearing those words, Gol stands up and offers Fleo a handshake, promising to support him as a true friend from now on. Fleo smiles, stands up as well, and shakes his hand. Afterward, the entire family enjoys dinner together while laughing and having fun. During the meal, Balarosa quietly thanks Gol for everything, making both of them blush from embarrassment. At the same time, the innkeeper gives Fenris a special pastry said to boost fertility even more, making her way too excited. Soon, everyone spends the rest of the night drinking, eating, and dancing together before finally heading to bed. Much later that night, Fenris finds Fleo outside watching the stars alone. With everyone asleep, the two finally get a quiet moment together. Fleo gently asks Fenris how she truly feels about humans now. At first, Fenris feels confused by the question, but after thinking about Fleo and even Balarosa, she admits she has grown fond of humans. She still believes demons are naturally stronger, but she no longer wants humans to suffer either. Hearing that makes Fleo smile warmly. Fleo admits he cannot fully choose one side over the other, but he still wants to protect towns and reduce as many casualties as possible. To do that, he says he wants Fenris by his side because she is the person who helps him understand both humans and demons equally. Fenris becomes deeply moved after hearing that, and happily tells him she is glad he chose her first. The emotional moment quickly turns romantic as Fenris hugs him tightly. Fleo gently lays her down and gives her a deep and loving kiss under the night sky. The next morning, the family prepares to head home. The girls quickly notice Fenris seems way happier and more energetic than before. Then Heiya casually blurts out that the two definitely spent the night together, instantly making everyone embarrassed. Still, the trip eventually comes to an end. Fleo teleports everyone back home so they can return to their normal lives. A few days later, everyone settles back into their routines. Bolano starts working as a teacher, while Gol and Uliminas help Fleo create weapons and equipment. Later, Balarosa returns home from another hunt, and Gol immediately welcomes her back warmly, making Uliminas visibly jealous. Balarosa then reveals that the princess's inauguration ceremony is approaching, causing everyone to worry that the Dark Army might attack again. Gol tells them not to panic because Uigard will probably need time to recover before making another move, giving both the princess and Fleo a chance to enjoy some peace. Meanwhile, Elizabeth officially becomes the new queen of the kingdom of Clyrode. However, she becomes furious after learning her father escaped instead of facing punishment. Because of that, she declares him a wanted criminal, so he can finally answer for his actions. Elsewhere, the golden-haired hero and Suya are still wanted fugitives. Guards and adventurers continue searching everywhere for them. Later that evening, the family gathers for dinner after Fenris prepares another huge feast. But before she heads inside, Fleo stops her to share something important. Fleo reveals his dream of opening a shop where everyone in the family can sell the things they create together. Now that he has close friends, a peaceful home, and a dream for the future, Fleo finally feels like his life has become something worth looking forward to. Sid was a miserable loser who fought crime as a Temu vigilante until Truck-kun deleted him from life. Luckily, he gets reincarnated into a fantasy world as an overpowered prodigy. Now, he forms a secret society of elite warrior baddies to defend the world from evil, but will have to survive to all of them wanting a piece of him. It all started with a rich girl named Akane, whose butler wasn't answering his phone, so she was forced to walk home for the first time in years. However, on her way, she was abducted by some thugs, but she managed to steal a glimpse of Sid standing in the corner as she lost consciousness. She woke up in an abandoned building where the thugs revealed that they were waiting for her billionaire dad to send the money for her release. However, in that moment, Sid falls from the sky while dressed in a terrible-looking Batman cosplay he got from Temu. The thug leader tried to blow his virgin brains off, but Seed folded him in seconds, so the other thug decided to throw his firearm away and get into close combat with him, but Seed eventually got serious and started to brutally crushing him. Seed reduced the ex-military doofus to a bloody meat pile and released Akani in a very stylish manner, but he still wasn't satisfied because he felt that his struggles against the ex-military thug meant he still had a long way to go before achieving the power he had always dreamed of. Similar to how every kid dreamt of being a hero, Seed had Superman fantasies during his early years, but in his case, the passion for cartoon characters didn't die as he grew up, causing him to master every combat skill he could in order to get stronger while posing as a background character in the open. He kept training as hard as he could, but he eventually realized that it meant nothing, because combat training could never give him the overwhelming power that he craved, so he threw himself in front of Truck-kun so he could get reborn as a powerful Isekai main character. In the fantasy world, he now goes by the name Shadow as he wears some exquisite dark Assassin's Creed drip, and has a legion of baddies who are loyal to him, as well as some overpowered magic, which he's determined to use in becoming the kind of character that controls everything in the world behind the scenes called the Eminence in Shadow. The day he began building his Shadow Empire was the day he reincarnated as the son of Baron Kaganu, who was an aristocrat living out in the boonies. For generations, the family has created powerful swordsmen who enhance their physical abilities using magic, and while his sister Claire grew up as an overpowered sword user, Seed posed as a lackluster swordsman who couldn't lace his sister's boots. However, in reality, he had an insane talent for magic and spent his nights dicing up groups of thugs like Batman. One night, he ran into a weird-looking magic creature which emitted a strange magic power, so he experimented on it for months until it transformed into a beautiful girl who he called Alpha. Back then, Sid told Alpha about his goal to purge the world of the cult of Diablos, which was something he made up to give her a reason to live. Then he introduced himself as Shadow and recruited her to join his cause. She had no idea that he was making stuff up, so she agreed to follow him as a subordinate, and immediately came up with some grand ideas, which involved expanding their organization and getting some funding. Seed officially named his new organization Shadow Garden, and gave her the name Alpha because she was the first one he converted to his disciple. 3 years later, Seed was training with Claire and letting her flex on him, despite the fact that he could end her in a million different ways if he pleased. Afterwards, Claire left to prepare for her trip to a prestigious magic academy, but when it was time for her to leave, the entire family was stunned by the fact that she was nowhere to be found. Seed met up with one of his underlings named Beta, who revealed that Alpha and the rest of Shadow Garden were already making moves to find Claire, and informed him that the perpetrators were high-ranking members of the cult of Diablos. Through nothing but dumb luck, Seed managed to pinpoint the location of the enemy's hideout, so he ordered Beta to gather the rest of the squad for a rescue mission. Meanwhile, Claire and her abductor were having a rap battle, but she lost it and broke out of her chains when he threatened to harm her bro, so he took her out with a punch. Before long, Shadow Garden showed up and easily took out every cult of Diablos member in their path before Alpha squared off against the abductor. She overpowered him but refused to unalive him because she wanted to extract some information from him. He injected himself with a weird drug that made him go berserk and ran into another part of the dungeon where he saw Seed in his escape path. He charged at Seed hoping to land a brutal slash on him, but Seed literally schooled him while tearing him apart with brutal slashes. The abductor took even more of the drug that made him transform into a deformed version of the Hulk as he charged at Seed again. Seed blocked all his attacks before taking him out with one powerful magic sword slash. The next day, Claire returned home and set out for the royal capital. Shadow met up with the Alpha and the rest of Shadow Garden, who informed him that it was time for them to say goodbye to him. The next day, Seed was in a bus, and he thought about the words Alpha told him the previous night about how she and the girls needed to scatter in order to face off against the cult of Diablos, leaving him to fight a solitary battle on his own as the Eminence in Shadow. He arrived at the royal capital named Midgar, where he enrolled in the same prestigious magic academy that Claire did, and made friends with two of the biggest NPCs in school, named Skell and Poe. The three of them boarded a bus together where they reminded him of a little promise they made between themselves, where the person who scored the lowest in their test had to confess his love to the prettiest girl in school named Alexia and suffer a brutal rejection. Despite watching a student get coldly rejected by Alexia, Seed was excited to do the confession because he felt it was the perfect scenario for a mob character like himself. That evening, he mumbled words and shivered around like a drunk monkey as he confessed his love for Alexia, fully prepared to get rejected, but faced a massive shocker when she accepted him. It didn't take long before their unlikely relationship became the talk of the town at school, and things got even more crazy when Alexia came by to have lunch with him. He started to act like a filthy swine in order to get her to break up with him, but instead she offered to take a fencing class with him that afternoon. During the fencing class, Seed faced off against Alexia and noticed that she was fighting in a very plain manner that even his nerfed version could keep up with, and afterwards, she told him that she hated his sword style because it matches hers. Alexia had a bit of an argument with the fencing instructor named Zenon, which revealed that they were betrothed, and Seed realized that she only agreed to date him so she could get away from Bro. She admitted to it when she met up with Seed by the water fountain that evening and started teasing him over the fact that he asked her out because he lost a bet with his gooner buddies. She told him to continue acting as her boyfriend for the meantime, and he tried to refuse but folded like a dog the instant she brought out some money to bribe him. The two of them continued to play out their fake relationship in a flashy manner, and Seed slowly realized that this perfect princess was more of a rascal than anyone knew about. During an ice cream date, she revealed that she didn't like Zenon because he had no flaws, which made him sus to her, unlike Seed, who was a walking basket of imperfections. 2 weeks later, the two of them were in a carriage where Alexia told Seed about how she'd always wanted to be as good as her sister Iris, who was the most powerful swordswoman in the kingdom, but ended up being mid. When Seed said he liked her fencing style, Alexia said her sister said the same thing to her after she fumbled at a sword festival, which made her hate her sister's fencing style ever since. Seed tried rizzing her up, so she pointed her sword at him, but retreated when the bus driver came by and ended the relationship as she walked away. The next day, Seed and his friends are surrounded by some guards who informed him that Alexia was missing and arrested him because of the fact that he was the last person to see her. Alexia woke up in a prison where she noticed that she was being held by magic-suppressing chains and saw a deformed monster chained up in the room with her. When a weird doctor came by and extracted her blood, she asked for his intentions, so he mumbled some nonsense about how he was going to resurrect a demon with her royal blood. Meanwhile, the guards brutally tortured Seed while interrogating him, but he enjoyed every minute of it because it made him look very much like a background character. The creepy doctor suddenly went into a meltdown as he told Alexia about how his lab was destroyed by a bunch of people when he was excommunicated, and then he started beating up the monster in the corner. When she stopped him by reminding him to continue taking her blood, he force-fed her some terrible food he'd been keeping out in the room. At the same time, Zenon met up with Iris, who ordered them to release Seed based on the fact that he showed no signs of being connected to her abductors. She told him to maintain order at the academy before noticing that Claire was being held back by students while trying to save Seed. That evening, Seed was released from prison, and he resisted the urge to heal his wounds instantly because he wouldn't fit his mob character persona. He met up with Alpha in his room, who gave him some food before informing him that the cult who kidnapped Alexia was draining her blood, implying that she'd die if she wasn't saved soon. She asked if she should dispose of the two men who beat him up during his interrogation, but Seed told her to stand down because they were only doing their job. Later that evening, Seed decorated a room with a bunch of expensive items which he bought using all the money he's stolen from criminals, and met up with Beta, who told him that their forces were ready to begin their attack on the Diablo's cult hideouts. He gave her an envelope which provided some information before aura farming on his way out of the room. In an alleyway, some knights tried to frame Seed for Alexia's kidnapping, but Seed destroyed them in no time using his slime magic, and the rest of Shadow Garden began their attack on their enemies. Iris heard about all the commotion going on and decided to head out to the front lines to save her sister. Back at the prison, the weird doctor injected the deformed monster with a vial of Alexia's blood, which transformed it into an even more terrifying monster that immediately unalived him. Alexia was stunned when the monster broke her out of her chains, and it destroyed the entire building as it went on a rampage. On her way out, Alexia met Zenon, who informed her that he was the one who hired the doctor to kidnap her for his research so that he could become a high-ranking knight. She attacked him, but he easily blocked her attacks, so she charged up her swords with magical energy and attacked again. He used a tricky move to block her attack and knocked her into the puddle nearby and started bad-mouthing her, saying she'd only be a cheap knockoff of her sister. Just then, Seed made a dramatic entrance as he introduced himself as Shadow, the one who lurks in the shadows in order to hunt shadows. Zenon revealed that all the underlings which Shadow and his crew had crushed so far weren't real Cult of Diablos members, unlike he who was a core member of the faction. He charged at Shadow with full intent to cleave his head off, but Shadow easily dodged his attack and started trolling him. At the same time, the deformed monster walked through the city and crushed everything in its path until Iris made a dramatic entrance by slicing off one of its limbs. The monster healed itself easily, so Iris charged up her sword with magical energy and delivered several more attacks, which it ended up regenerating from. Iris decided to slice it up into tiny pieces so that it couldn't regenerate anymore, but while she was in the process of doing so, Alpha stopped her and said she was only making the monster suffer. Alpha felt pity for the monster as she made her sword glow with angelic light and landed a powerful slash that vaporized the monster's body, revealing a human body underneath. Iris tried to question her, but Alpha told her to stay out of Shadow Garden's way as she left. Meanwhile, Seed and Zenon were clashing swords, and Zenon decided to take things to the next level by powering up with a dark aura, but he was still no match for the Supreme Aura Farmer. They clashed even more intensely, and Alexia was impressed because Shadow's sword style was very reminiscent of the ordinary fencing style which she practiced. Shadow slashed Zenon in the chest and introduced himself once again in the most badass way possible, so Zenon decided to crank things up a notch by taking a whole bunch of power-up pills that transformed him into a strong beast. He started yapping about his new power level before charging at Shadow with so much intensity that it caused a shockwave, which pushed Alexia out of the area. Seed still parried his attack and used his face as a punching bag before calling him a worthless excuse of a villain. Seed covered up the entire area with glowing purple aura and narrated how he'd created a spell which harnessed the power of a nuclear explosion. Xenon tried to attack him again, but his sword shattered before it could make impact with Seed's body. Seed then charged up his sword with aura while casting an almighty nuclear magic attack named I Am Atomic, which caused a massive explosion that destroyed the area along with a huge portion of the city. Afterwards, Alexia picked up a sword and started practicing until Iris came by and tearfully reunited with her. The next day, Alexia met up with Seed and blushed as she asked him to continue playing the role of her boyfriend, but he declined her offer. A while later, the girls of Shadow Garden had a meeting where they glazed Shadow for the gigantic spell he cast the previous day, until Alpha asked for a status report. Beta revealed that another Shadow Garden member named Zeta had found one of their targets, while another member named Ida was moving forward with her personal research. Alpha brought up a letter which showed that a mysterious group had been doing mischievous acts in the city while calling themselves Shadow Garden, so Gamma said it was only a matter of time before they fought the culprits. Meanwhile, Iris met up with two guards named Glenn and Marco, who she tasked with being part of a new investigation team that would go after the cult of Diablos in Shadow Garden. She opened a box which revealed a weird artifact, which she said was their only clue and said they needed to find someone who could decipher it. Elsewhere, Seed ran into a clumsy girl and instantly rizzed her up when he tried to pick her from the ground. Sometime later, a man was attacked in an alley by a mysterious hooded maniac who kept saying, "We are Shadow Garden," over and over again. Elsewhere, Seed was having lunch with Skell and Poe, who invited him to join them on a trip to a place called Mitsuhoshi, where they could get chocolates to rizz up girls, and he agreed to join them on this virgin adventure. Meanwhile, Iris showed the artifact to the clumsy girl from earlier named Sherry and revealed that they confiscated it from one of the facilities of the cult of Diablos. She asked Sherry, who is known as the most brilliant mind in the kingdom, to decipher the artifact, and Sherry's dad, who was the assistant principal of their school, encouraged her to comply with the princess's request. Cherry agreed, so Iris decided to put Glenn and Marco in charge of taking care of her during her research, and Alexia requested to help with the investigation out of curiosity. Seed and his friends arrived at Mitsuhoshi, where a service girl offered to take Seed on a little tour. She took him to a building where Gamma and her underlings were gathered. Gamma revealed that the store was her doing, and Seed was really stunned by how smart she was despite her lack of physical ability, which made her trip all the time. Seed sat on the throne which they prepared for him and gave them a shower of bright purple mana as a reward for glazing him. He asked how well the store was profitable, so she revealed that they were doing well because they had franchises in the major cities in and outside of the kingdom, and were using a mail order system to expand their influence to more remote regions. She brought a huge pile of coins, which she said was 1 billion zeni she'd made from her business so far, and Seed was absolutely stunned by this. She told him about the assassin who was posing as a member of Shadow Garden, and assigned a new member of her unit named Nu to be his personal aide. After getting some chocolate with his friends, they tried to rush back to their dorm in time for curfew, but Seed sensed a battle going on in the area, so he made up a goofy story about having to take a dump, so they would ditch him. After they left, he got into shadow gear and watched as Alexia fought against the villain in a dark alley. When Alexia managed to disarm him, she was surrounded by some more hooded figures who started attacking her. Before long, they had her cornered, and Shadow saved her at the last minute before chasing after the hooded men. He chased them all the way to a roof where he destroyed a bunch of them, using his lethal slimes before leaving Nu to finish off the remaining fodders. Afterwards, Alexia informed Iris that the people causing havoc in the city weren't the real Shadow Garden, causing Iris to remember her brief encounter with Alpha. Alexia asked who the real enemy was between the cult of Diablos and Shadow Garden, and Iris replied that they both were because she didn't intend to allow anyone to wreak havoc in the city. A while later, Seed and Poe watched as Skell tried to rizz up an upperclassman using the chocolates only to get pummeled by her boyfriend. When Poe left to try his own luck, Seed ran into Shelly, who was trying to decode the artifact, and left her some chocolate. That evening, Shelly's dad showed up while she was eating the chocolate and gave her a bit of romantic advice, which made her thank him for adopting her. The next day, Seed met up with Nu, who was disguised as a regular student at his school, and she informed him that the man they faced the previous night was brainwashed, which was a shared trait of the cult of Diablos vanguard called the Third Children. She explained that this group operated by taking orphans with magical altitude and children of poor families and administering brainwashing drugs to them in order to convert them to cult members. She added that the cult has been doing this for many years and suspected that the cult's goal was to use the name of Shadow Garden to lure the real Shadow Garden out of hiding. Nu informed him that they recently confirmed the presence of a named first child in the royal capital named Rex, and explained that a first child referred to the one who had maintained his sense of self, despite being one of the brainwashed children. Seed replied by mumbling some nonsense about the upcoming sword festival, which his friends registered him for, but Nu translated it as some divine wisdom he was spewing, which she was yet to understand. During the sword festival, Claire easily obliterated her opponent, and the next match was between Seed and the student council president named Rose, who was the top swordsman at the academy. When the match began, Seed used some fake blood as well as top-tier acrobatic skills to pretend like he was clapped by Rose's first attack. Determined to embody the role of a mob character, Seed demanded to continue the fight so he could show off more of his NPC techniques, and he indeed got bodied about 100 more times. Rose saw his foolish facade as a display of warrior spirit, so she decided to use a supercharged attack on him, but the referee stopped it by declaring her the winner before the attack could land. Afterwards, Seed was all bandaged up as he walked through the school, and he met up with Shelly, who handed him some cookies before asking to be friends with him. When he agreed, Shelly cheerfully told her dad, who was named Lutheran, and Seed instantly recognized him as a master swordsman who was at one point a champion of the sword festival. Lutheran told Seed about the fact that Sherry was focused on a research about the mysterious artifact and begged Seed to be good to her since she had no real friends, but Seed was worried that getting close to such a cutie would ruin his mob character lifestyle. A while later, Alexia was having some tea in her room when Shelly came by to see her. Alexia asked why she came by, so Shelly brought up the fact that Alexia was in a relationship with Seed and asked if they were still dating. Alexia said that they'd broken up and revealed that they were only pretending to be a couple, which Sherry was very happy to hear. The next day, Seed was chilling with the boys in class when a mysterious armored cult member and his allies created a massive force field, which covered up the school. Seed tried to use his slime magic, but realized that magic wasn't working. Just then, some hooded figures showed up at the school and introduced themselves as Shadow Garden, before claiming that they were going to take over the school. Rose drew her sword in order to face them, but a mysterious artifact they were carrying erased the magic from her sword, which allowed the hooded assassin to shatter her sword. The hooded assassin tried to land the finishing blow on Rose, but Seed pushed her out of the way and got slashed instead. Rose was stunned by the sight of Seed laying in a pool of blood, and she mourned him while thanking him for sacrificing his life for her. The assassin took her as well as all the other students to the school auditorium, and after they left, Seed pounded his heart with magic energy until he reawakened. He used a background character technique he called 10-minute death heartbreak, where he used magic to control the flow of his blood so he could maintain regular blood flow to his brain, even when his heart stopped. The move was extremely dangerous because one wrong move would have sent him to the afterlife, but Seed was determined to keep up his mob character facade even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, Sherry was doing some research when Rex broke into her office to steal the artifact, but Glenn showed up just in time to stop him from harming her. He introduced himself to Rex before ordering Marco to fight Rex's accomplice, which gave Sherry a chance to escape with the artifact. Seed observed the situation of the school from above and realized that they'd gathered the hostages at the auditorium, wiped out the guards, and left the Night Order, unable to enter the fray because of the magic field. They also had some assassins around the school in case of any hidden students running around, and Seed slowly started sniping them off one by one using slime arrows while waiting for nightfall, where he could make his cool entrance as Shadow. Sherry ran desperately while trying to get the artifact to safety, and Seed secretly took out every assassin in her path. When she tripped on the stairs, he caught her, and they stayed in a deserted room where she found a book that gave them some answers about their current situation. The book revealed that the object that was blocking their magic was called the Eye of Avarice, and revealed that the item didn't affect the magic of the attackers because the artifact could be coded to remember the magic frequencies of certain people. She revealed that the artifact was capable of revealing all the magic power it had absorbed at once in one big blast, and presumed that the invaders planned to absorb the magic from the students gathered at the auditorium to blow up the school. He asked if there was a way to fight it, and she revealed that the artifact which they had previously was the control unit of the Eye of Avarice, which could stop it from releasing magical energy. She said she planned to head to the auditorium after defeating the artifact through some hidden tunnels and use the artifact to stop the Eye of Avarice. However, she realized that she'd left all the tools needed to fine-tune the artifact in her study, so Seed offered to go get them for her. Meanwhile, the mysterious armored knight told Rex to go retrieve the artifact from Sherry, and on his way, he ran into Seed, who took out all the guards surrounding him in the blink of an eye. Out of desperation, Rex cast a magical net, which was meant to be the ultimate defense. But Seed appeared behind him and kicked him around like a football before destroying him. Seed met up with Nu, who informed him that Shadow Garden had infiltrated the academy and were now awaiting his orders. Seed gathered up some random science equipment and told her that they were going to use these tools to fine-tune the Eye of Avarice before sunset. After hours of tinkering with the science gadgets at her study, Shelly finally managed to fine-tune the artifact, and Seed said some final words of motivation to her as she made her way to the auditorium using a secret tunnel. At the auditorium, the student council members tried to motivate Rose to make a move, but she said there was nothing they could do because the armored knight was emitting Goku levels of aura. Just then, the assassins started shooting up some students, and Shelly arrived at the auditorium, where she successfully neutralized the Eye of Avarice using her artifact, allowing Rose to take out one of the assassins. Rose announced that their magic had returned, so the students started fighting back against the assassins. She tried to go after the armored knight, but some assassins blocked her off, and it didn't take long before Seed made a dramatic entrance as Shadow. Seed risked Rose up by calling her a beautiful sword welder, and announced the arrival of the Shadow Garden as his underlings started squaring off against the assassins. Sherry searched desperately for her father but couldn't find him, and soon a fire broke out in the auditorium. It didn't take long before the flames covered the entire school, and Rose informed Iris that the group that saved them were named Shadow Garden, which was the same name that the assassins went by. Shelley ran through the fire as she desperately tried to search for her father, and the armored knight tried to burn up all her research before he was stopped by Seed, who identified him as the assistant principal Lutheran. Seed asked why Lutheran was doing all the evil stuff he was doing, and Lutheran replied by narrating how he used to be the top swordsman of their world, but eventually lost everything as he started looking for ways to cure his disease. During his travels, he ran into Sherry's mother, who was a top-tier researcher, and unalived her in order to take the Eye of Avarice from her, before taking Sherry in as his own daughter. The two of them drew swords, and it only took a split second for Lutheran to send Seed flying out of the window as a bloody mess. However, Lutheran didn't get a chance to power walk out the room before Seed re-emerged as Shadow and challenged him once again. Lutheran combined the artifact to the Eye of Avarice to transform himself into a being which he claimed had powers being human understanding, but Seed blocked every attack he tried to land before slashing him brutally. Lutheran tried to land a second wave of sword slashes, but Seed lectured him about how much of a low-budget Madara he was before tearing him apart. Sherry cried out when she saw her father lying on the floor as a bloody pile of trash, and Shadow left the area while thinking that it was better she didn't find out the truth about Lutheran. It didn't take long before Shadow was branded as the sworn enemy of the kingdom, who was wanted for many crimes including murder, but the ladies at Shadow Garden stayed determined to stand by him. The next day, Sherry met up with Seed and thanked him for his help before informing him that she'd be going to study abroad at a science school because she had no other reason to stay in the royal capital. After saying her goodbyes, Seed asked Sherry what she planned to do, but she replied that it was a secret before walking into her carriage. Given that the school was half destroyed, they decided to start summer break early, and most of the students traveled home apart from Seed, who decided to stay in the royal capital. He was chilling in the balcony of his dorm when he got a letter from Alpha, which said it was time for them to settle some old accounts in a city named Lindworm, which was known as the Sacred Land. Elsewhere, one of Seed's shadow girls named Epsilon used some slime magic to turn her washboard body into a full jiggly buffet, and she met up with Beta, who started trolling for having smaller melons than her. Nu interrupted their little bickering by informing them that Alpha sent them a message. Meanwhile, Iris and Alexia went to a mall where Alexia revealed that she was going to Lindworm, where she was planning to do some investigation into cases of corruption and missing orphans she'd been hearing about. Gamma walked into the room and introduced herself as Luna, the head of the mall, before treating them to some sweets. When Alexia revealed that she was going to Lindworm and needed some normal clothes to please a friend, Gamma suggested she got some sus clothes, which made Iris crash out. Iris insisted that Alexia went for some more decent clothes, but Alexia used some intense roleplay to pressure her sister into letting her get the others she wanted. At the same time, Rose went to the school hospital where she saw Seed lying on a hospital bed, covered in bandages like a mummy, and told him that she'd completely fallen for him. The two of them boarded a train to the Sacred Land, where she asked if he was going for the goddess's trial, and he replied that he was going for it because he felt that it was the reason Alpha summoned him there. Rose held his hands and started yapping for hours about how she wanted to get married to him, but Seed managed to slip out of her grasp and went to another part of the train, where looked at a piece of paper. Lindworm is a holy site where it's believed that the goddess condescended to alight upon the earth to grant power to 3 heroes. After 2 days of avoiding Rose's nightly advances at him, Seed finally arrived in Lindworm. Rose told him about a place called the Sanctuary, which was located within the steep mountains surrounding the Sacred Land, where it's believed that the left arm of the demon Diablos, which was cut off by a hero named Olivier years ago, was sealed away. Rose left Seed to go see her favorite mangaka named Natsume, and when Seed went through some of Natsume's works, he realized that they were just plagiarized stories from the real world. He thought the novelist would be a fellow reincarnated person like himself, but when he got to her stand, he saw that it was Beta who was using the stories he told her to make novels. She signed his novel with details of their mission, and when he checked it, he realized that it was written in an ancient text which he had no idea how to read. That evening, Alpha walked through the halls of a sacred building, where she saw the body of a man named Archbishop Drake, and wondered who unalived him, before some guards walked into the area. Meanwhile, Seed noticed an assassin making a move on a strange building, so he intercepted him before Epsilon showed up and ripped the assassin into pieces. She informed him that the target had been eliminated by the cult of Diablo's executioner, and while they managed to take out his henchman, the executioner managed to escape their grasp. They decided to move on to Plan B, and as Seed walked away, he realized that Epsilon was a very proud woman because of the amount of slime and used to power up her milk factories. Several days later, Seed went into a bath where he was having the time of his life in his birthday suit, and Alexia, who was just a few meters away from him, was about to lose her mind. He asked why she came to Lindworm, and she replied that it was because she was invited as a special guest for the goddess trial. When she asked back, Seed said he was invited by a friend for a fun event which was probably the trial as well. He asked what they did at the trial, so she explained that the goddess trial is a fighting ritual which took place annually on the one day of the year when the door to the sanctuary was opened. She revealed that ancient warriors awakened from the sanctuary to fight challengers, and also told him that he was too late because you could only join the trial if you applied in advance. She said the ancient warriors only answered the call of challengers they deemed worthy, which was why only 10 out of 100 that applied every year got to do battle. Alexia said she wouldn't be fighting because she was going to be investigating the death of the Archbishop and told him to join the Crimson Knights if he wanted to know more, but Seed instantly declined. When she made a joke about how tiny his trouser snake was, Seed proved her wrong by getting out of the pool to reveal his enormous Excalibur in its full glory, which made her jaw drop to the floor. On the day of the goddess trial, the Archbishop Jack narrated how the goddess Beatrix bestowed her powers upon the hero Olivier, which allows him to sever the left arm of the demon Diablos as part of the opening speech. Alexia was ticked off by the sight of the old doofus because he'd previously told her that she wasn't permitted to carry out her investigations, and also because Beta's massive airbags was making her feel jealous. When the trial began, a large magic circle enveloped the auditorium, which created a magic field that surrounded the area. Seed watched as several challengers failed miserably at getting an ancient warrior to face them, and he felt eager to show off his abilities as Shadow, but decided to watch from the sidelines like a regular background character. However, his plans suddenly went up in flames when he was announced as the next challenger, and everyone around was shocked that a student was being called up for such a massive event. He considered how horrible his options were and decided to appear on the battlefield as Shadow in order to confuse everyone. He introduced himself while farming as much aura as possible, and it didn't take long before an ancient warrior answered his call. Beta identified the ancient warrior who showed up as the Witch of Calamity named Aurora, who once reigned chaos and destruction in the world before using her exquisite melons to extract more information about the witch from Archbishop Jack. The fight started when Aurora fired a barrage of blood blasts at Seed, which he dodged while praising her technique. When she surrounded him with a stream of blood spikes, he noticed that she was lonely and decided to feed her by ending her in one brutal slash. He said he wished he would have fought her at full strength before flying off. Just then, the barrier surrounding the auditorium shattered as a strange red magic circle covered the area, and Alpha knew that the events that were unfolding were because of the fact that the sanctuary accepted Shadow's call. Seed went to a faraway rooftop and started gloating about his cool aura farming moment, until a mini version of the red magic circle appeared beside him. He tried to run away from it, but it kept following him, and he realized that it was connected to Aurora, so he decided to walk into the magic circle. Beta and the girls noticed that the magic circle was a giant door, and wondered if any ancient warriors were going to come out of it. When the door started to open, Archbishop Jack tried to suggest they leave the area, but their exit plans were halted when Shadow Garden members surrounded them. Alpha asked Alexia and Rose to behave themselves until the door closes again and told Epsilon to keep an eye on them, while she and the rest of the Shadow Girls went into the door. Epsilon sent her squad members to take Archbishop Jack into custody, but he pulled an Uno reverse as he summoned the executioner named Venom to attack them. Venom slashed away Epsilon's fake calcium cannons, but she wasted no time before reattaching them and sliding the executioner into pieces. Epsilon took Jack as well as the rest of the Shadow Girls into the magic door, and the two princesses couldn't stop themselves from jumping in as well. Now inside the sanctuary, the girls arrived at a secure area where the left arm of the demon Diablos was believed to be sealed after he was defeated by the hero Olivier. Alpha said they came to the sanctuary to find out the truths behind the cult of Diablos that were buried in the dark corners of history, and revealed that the hero Olivier was actually a woman who had the same face as her. She used her magic power to unlock the seals on the metal door, while revealing that the place they were in was a graveyard where many ancient memories were buried. The hero Olivier appeared beside her, and the two of them guided the rest of the team into the other dimension. At the same time, Seed met up with Aurora, who was tied up in some restraints, and freed her from her shackles. She suggested an alliance because they had the same goal of being free of that place, and revealed that they could achieve that by destroying the core, which was at the center of the sanctuary. She said they couldn't use any magic because they were close to the center of the sanctuary, and Seed agreed to protect her as they went into the next room. Alpha and her group arrived in a room which she said were the locked-up memories of the hero Olivier, and revealed that orphaned girls were experimented on in that room several years ago. Olivier was one of the few children who were compatible with the Diablo cells, which were demon cells implanted in children, and Jack started confessing that they needed to do it because they needed powers to fight against demons. Once Olivier matured and was given the power of the demon, she was given a quest which was believed to be vanquishing the demon, but actually turned out to be extracting new cells from Diablos. However, during the battle, the demon kept regenerating no matter how many parts they cut off, so a group of mages used an artifact to immobilize the demon, which allowed them to cut into the demon and gain cells which they used in creating the power-up drugs that the cult currently used. They went to another room where they saw the demon's arm in a vial, and Jack crashed out as Alpha revealed that the cult aimed to create a drug using these cells which would grant their members ageless immortality. The one who created this drug was none other than Jack, who named it the Beads of Diablos, and he'd used the drug to live for a ridiculous amount of time, only at the cost of his hair. Alpha revealed that the first flaw of the drug was that it took a long time for the effects to wear off, which was why he only took it once a year, and the second was that it can only be produced in very small amounts. Jack said they made about 12 a year, so Alpha pointed out that the 12 Knights of Rounds were high-ranking members of the cult, and revealed that Jack was the 11th Knight. Jack started to yap about the cult's goals, but his villain speech was interrupted when Delta stabbed him from behind. He respawned in a more powerful form and took Delta and Alpha to a white portion of the sanctuary where he multiplied himself as they prepared to attack him. Delta didn't hesitate to rip several of his doppelgangers to shreds, and when she tried to attack the main body, she realized that her magic was depleting. Jack explained that the closer they got to the center of the sanctuary, the more their powers depleted, unlike cult members who have a huge glow up in power when they get close to the core. Seed and Aurora walked into a portion of the sanctuary where they saw the aftermath of a war, and she took him to a spot where she saw a younger version of herself crying. She tried to unalive her younger self, but the dead soldiers on the battlefield reawakened as zombies and started attacking them. Epsilon and the rest of the girls encountered a zombie, but Epsilon refused to attack it and let it phase right through her before vanishing. She explained that the zombie was a memory that was only reacting to the Shadow Girls, who she referred to as possessed. Epsilon and her girls did some digging, and they realized that they would have been in the same situation which the zombie girls were in had Shadow not found them. Seed and Aurora destroyed a bunch of zombies together, but they worried that the battle could go on forever if they didn't get access to magic soon. Seed decided to take matters into his own hands by slaying the brat version of Aurora, and that took them to a room which had a sword planted on an altar which they realized was the center of the sanctuary. Meanwhile, Delta treated Jack's clones like beef jerky, and Jack was stunned that she still had a lot of magic energy despite the sanctuary nerf. When he created more clones, Delta activated her Bankai, which came in the form of a huge metal slab, which she used to crush all of them at once. Seed asked Aurora what they were meant to destroy, and she replied that it was a magic core which was on the other side of a locked door. Seed realized that he couldn't break the chains holding the door with the low-rent sword he was holding, so he tried to pull the sword that was planted on the ground, but it rejected him because the pathetic virgin was no King Arthur. Aurora read the text beside the sword, which revealed that it could only be pulled out by direct descendants, so he gave up trying to pull it out. Meanwhile, Delta was having a bloody feast with Jack's doppelgangers, and she ripped them apart so badly that they eventually got transported to another portion of the sanctuary. When Alpha approached Jack with full intention of cutting his head off, he desperately summoned the hero Olivier to protect him. Just then, Epsilon showed up and informed Alpha that they'd finished their research. They opened up a portal that led to the outside of the sanctuary, which they all walked through. And after they left, Jack saw notifications which informed him that Seed and Aurora were at the core, so he made his way there alongside Olivier. At the core, Seed and Aurora were having a chat when Jack showed up, and he wasted no time before ordering Olivier to battle them. Seed went into a sword battle with Olivier and got knocked around like a ping-pong ball by the hero. When Jack was about to order her to land the finishing blow, Aurora stopped them and told Seed that no human could ever beat Olivier in battle, implying that he should give up on trying to free her. Aurora said she would use her efforts to help him escape, and Jack nearly gaslighted her into working for him until Seed stopped them. Jack ordered Olivier to land the finishing blow on Seed, but when she pierced him with her sword, he smiled mischievously while saying he got her. Seed grabbed Olivier from behind and bit a huge chunk of her neck off in a barbaric manner, which made blood spill everywhere as she vanished. Jack asked how Seed managed to survive despite the brutal attacks by Olivier, so he explained that he protected his vitals during her strikes in order to stay alive. When he challenged Jack to a battle, Jack decided to reveal his trump card by releasing an entire army of Olivier's to attack Seed at once, but Seed said his time was up because he could now use magic attacks. Seed destroyed all the Olivier's that attacked him in a single slash, and explained that he was able to use magic in the center of the sanctuary because he tempered his magic until it was too solid to be absorbed by the sanctuary. Like a desperate fool, Jack ordered the rest of the Olivier's to attack Seed, and Seed easily held them off while telling Aurora that he planned to blast through everything in the room at once, rather than following the steps of pulling out the sword and unlocking the door. He covered the entire room in his glowing purple aura, and used a wide-range version of his I Am Atomic attack to destroy the entire sanctuary, while the Shadow Girls watched in awe of their master's power. Seed woke up in a forest where Aurora said some loving words to him, claiming that the time they spent together was her most precious memory, and gave him some instructions on what to do do if he finds the real version of her before vanishing. Alexia told Rose and Beta about how she felt powerless and asked them to form a team with her in order to find out the truth of the world, which they agreed to. Epsilon met up with Alpha and reported the situation with Beta and the princesses, before revealing that the Witch of Calamity Aurora had another name, which was the Demon Diablos. Meanwhile, Gamma was listening to a desperate realtor give his sales pitch until one of her underlings informed her that the liquid running through the streets was petroleum, which made her buy every property in the area. The Shadow Girls met up in their base and had some fun until Gamma reported to Alpha that the Royal Chancellor of the Oriana Kingdom named Perv was going to be visiting the royal capital of Midgar soon. Alexia filled Iris in on everything she learned during the whole Sanctuary incident, and Iris decided to win the upcoming Bush and Sword tournament, so her voice could be heard by the rulers of Oriana and Midgar. Alexia asked what would happen if the cult of Shadow Garden invaded the festival, and Iris replied that they had powerful artifacts that would assure their safety. After Alexia left, Iris got worried because she desperately needed to gain the favor of the Night Order to make up for the fact that her Crimson Knights lost their most powerful members shortly after being formed. She determined that she had to win the tournament no matter what, and then heard some noises which came from Rose's training on the outside. Rose tried to emulate the swordplay she saw from Seed and the Shadow Girls, and shockingly noticed some red veins growing in her chest. Some days later, Seed watched from above as everyone in town was getting excited for the upcoming Bushin Festival, and he cooked up a plan which was to conceal his eminent powers, enter the tournament while posing as a B-tier character, and end up blowing the minds of the judges and spectators. Seed met up with Gamma and told her about his plan to disguise himself for the Bushin Festival, so she brought some fashion supplies to help with his makeover. She recommended turning him into a lazy man named Mundane Man, who was a dark knight with no skill who was disowned by his family and ended up dying an unremarkable death. Seed absolutely loved the idea, so they transformed him into Mundane Man and completed the persona by altering his voice and his posture to complete the weak appearance. Elsewhere, a knight named Anna Rose, who was one of the Kingdom of Vigalta's 7 Blades, met up Seed and advised him not to enter the Bushin tournament because he looked like a dehydrated hobo, but Seed told her not to judge a book by its cover as he walked away. Then a sturdy knight named Quentin blocked his path and started bad-mouthing him until he claimed that he was stronger than him. This ticked Quentin off so much that he punched Seed and tried to force him into giving an apology. When he tried to land another punch, Seed considered all the different ways of ending the thug, but decided to let himself get pummeled because he wasn't willing to fight yet. Anna Rose stopped him and advised Seed to quit the tournament if he didn't want to suffer permanent damage. She offered to patch him, but was shocked to see that he wasn't injured despite being hit with several heavy blows. She introduced herself to him. That evening, Seed walked through town while thinking about how an encounter with one of the favorites, such as Iris and Rose during the tournament, would be complicated for him, and his brainstorming was interrupted when Rose showed up. Rose told him about how she, Alexia, and Beta had formed an alliance to make the world a better place, before revealing that she would soon meet with her father to be introduced to her fiancé, Perv. She told him about how she defied all expectations of her to be a Disney princess and chose the path of the sword instead, despite her father's criticisms because of a masked swordsman who saved her when she was younger. She worried that her selfishness could cause her to betray her people and asked Seed if he believed in her, so he replied that he did before giving her a hamburger to calm her down. The next day, Seed met up with Skell, who told him about the ways of gambling until they were interrupted by a flashy knight named Goldie who was undefeated. Goldie acted like a complete doofus while trying to analyze the next battle, which was between a brute named Gonzalez and Seed, who was in his Mundane Man form. He predicted that Gonzalez would make quick work of Seed, but that prediction flopped as Seed pulled a Saitama and took down Gonzalez with one punch. Goldie revealed to Skell, who he was coaching on gambling, that the next match was going to be between Mundane Man and himself, implying that he should place a bet on it. That evening, Seed was sleeping peacefully when Skell came knocking down his door to reveal that Rose had run off after stabbing her fiancé, and this left Seed speechless. Beta informed Alexia that Rose fled to the north of the royal capital, and that the Oriana Kingdom was planning to handle it as an internal matter, as they sent word to the Midgar Kingdom asking them not to interfere. Rose is an exchange student and not a foreign student, so it would make more sense to judge her using Midgar laws, but doing that would have an adverse effect on the relations between the two kingdoms. Beta said Rose would be surely given some harsh charges given the fact that Perv was second son of one of Oriana Kingdom's dukes. And Alexia was worried despite knowing a royal like Rose couldn't be sentenced to death. She said they needed to find Rose before the authorities did, and Beta warned her that doing so could cause a conflict between the two nations. Beta told her to think carefully before they made their next move, but this made Alexia crash out as she said they could never abandon her, and they agreed to do some individual investigations to find out her whereabouts. After Alexia left, one of Beta's underlings reported that Rose was in the underground ruins, so she asked her to continue, keeping tabs on her location. A while later, Seed walked through the hallway or the tournament grounds where he encountered a mysterious knight who said she was looking for an elf who she said was her late sister's daughter. When she pulled down her hoodie, Seed realized that she looked a lot like Alpha, but he lied that he didn't know anything. She tried to cut his head off, but Seed dodged the attack while making it look like a clumsy fall, so she picked him up and introduced herself as Beatrix. Meanwhile, Quentin met up with Anna Rose, who was watching the Bushin Festival matches, and asked about what she observed from Mundane Mon's fight, so she revealed that she noticed his hand moving right before the opponent went lights out. When it was time for the match between Goldie and Mundane, Anna Rose talked about the fact that Goldie was undefeated because he only fought opponents he knew he could beat, implying that he was yet to showcase his true power. Goldie tried to give Seed the Levi Ackerman special, but Seed dodged his attack before landing a slash of his own. Anna Rose noticed that Seed cracked his neck at inhumane speeds, so he would be able to dodge the attack. Goldie decided to go all out by charging at Seed with the full force of his golden aura, but all it took was one sneeze by Seed to turn him into a broken mess. Quentin asked Anna Rose how Mundane defeated Goldie, so she explained that Mundane managed to sneeze right before impact in a way that put his sword in just the right place to land the final blow on Goldie. Elsewhere, Iris presented the security plan for the main Bushin Festival to Perv and asked if they needed extra security for the event. Perv said they didn't because there was nothing going on in town, but Iris felt otherwise because she'd been getting some deadly reports. During the next day of the tournament, Seed easily defeated Quentin and the crowd began to think that Mundane was no ordinary man, but they didn't mind because they felt he'd lose the first round of the main Bushin tournament to his opponent Anna Rose. On his way out of the arena, he met Anna Rose, who warned him that he wouldn't be able to beat her with his usual tactics, but Seed replied by taking off some heavy weights, which he claimed were holding him back. At the same time, Rose defeated some guards who claimed that they'd make her pay for her crimes and ran deeper into the tunnels to escape their reinforcements. The next morning, Seed was brainstorming on his bed about the best ways to aura farm when Skell came knocking on his door. Skell told him about the 1 million Zeni reward which would be given to whomever catches Rose and pressured him to join him on this wild goose chase. Seed eventually agreed to join him, but it was because he wanted to avoid his sister Claire who came by, and not because of the money. On the way, Seed got separated from Skell, and he started fantasizing about using the piano skills he gained from his real-world parents' forced piano classes to look cool as the Eminence in Shadow. He heard someone playing one of Chris Brown's songs on the piano in an opera house, so he went in to see if another person had been reincarnated, but was bummed to see that it was just Epsilon playing the songs he taught her. He asked her about Princess Rose, and she revealed that Rose had taken refuge in the tunnels, so he made his way there. Meanwhile, Alexia took Beta through an underground passage which she said was built to help the royal family escape in situations of crisis, and they discussed their suspicions about Perv on their way to find Rose. At the moment, Rose remembered how she saw her father for the first time in years looking like one of Mahito's curses. When she noticed Perv smiling suspiciously, she immediately rushed in to slash him, and that was the moment she became a criminal. She got to a certain point in the tunnels where she considered turning herself in as a way of stopping a war between nations before the growth on her chest began to throb in a way that hurt her. When she heard a piano playing, she followed the sound and got to a room where she saw Shadow looking majestic while playing one of Beethoven's classics. She gave him a round of applause, but he used a serious expression to ask her what she wanted. She replied that she wanted to stop the war, so he asked if it was worth putting down her sword. She yapped about wanting to make everyone happy, so he offered her the power to make her dreams come true. Seed imbued some of his aura into her, causing the growth on her chest to disappear as she felt his magic going inside her body. He asked her to prove that she was still willing to fight, so when a bunch of Cult of Diablos members showed up, she easily destroyed them with a single swing of her blade. On her way out of the tunnel, she met Beta and Alexia, who she told to stay out of her way as she leaves to carry on her burden. This ticked Alexia off, so she started attacking her, and Rose fought her off until she used a power-up move to take the fight to the next level. Despite that, Rose still finished her off in no time and said her goodbyes to Beta as she made her way out of the tunnels. That evening, Seed was walking on the road while gushing over how cool he looked during the piano scene, and he eventually ran into Claire. Before long, Claire was choking Seed out on top of his bed as a way of punishing him for breaking his promise to her, and she gave him a chance to redeem himself by offering him a reserved seat ticket for the Bushin Festival so he could watch her fights. She revealed that she was chosen to represent the kingdom in Rose's absence and swore that she'd become the champion of the tournament. The next day, the main Bushin Festival tournament began, and Seed went to the reserved VIP seat which Claire booked for him. There he met Iris, who was sitting right beside his seat, and she apologized for all the trouble she caused him during the whole Zenon incident. When Iris's friends asked who she was eyeing to win the tournament, Iris named Anna Rose as one of the most promising candidates and swore to them that she'd win the tournament regardless of how skilled her opponents were. Seed brought up Mundane Man, but was bummed out when Iris said she hadn't seen a single match of his, and friends said he was nothing more than a Walmart Sasuke. Iris revealed that Beatrix was the first champion of the Bushin tournament who was hailed as a war goddess, and Seed decided to take a walk through the halls where he unfortunately ran into her. Meanwhile, Perv sat on Seed's seat where he tried to rizz up Iris, but she rebuffed his advances before asking why he was there. He yapped about how talented Anna Rose was, and how he planned to recruit her as part of his army. He asked what she thought about Mundane Man, who was Anna Rose's current opponent, and Iris said she felt he'd most likely win because of how confident he looked. When the battle began, Anna Rose zoomed in front of Sid at a level of speed that would blitz Minato and tried to slice his head off, but Sid stopped her attack. She tried several other super fast strikes, but Sid dodged every single one before appearing behind her and revealing that she'd been fighting an afterimage. Sid suddenly tapped into his inner Wally West and started blitzing Anna Rose until she admitted that he was way stronger than her. She decided to use her last resort, which was a counterattack, but Sid dodged her counter before landing a brutal strike that finished her off. The crowd lost their minds, and Iris told Perv that she'd never seen anyone with the level of power and skill that Mundane had. Perv brought up the fact that she'd be facing him in the next round of the tournament, and she said she was confident that she'd beat him because the power he'd displayed so far was nowhere near her level. Iris eventually left to prepare for a match, and Perv walked away as well while telling his guard to investigate Mundane Man. Hours later, Anna Rose met up with Mundane and exchanged compliments with him before telling him about how she aimed to become just as strong as him one day. After completely obliterating her opponent, Iris met up with Beatrix, who offered her one of the McDonald's treats she got. That evening, Sid pondered about the perfect way to end his tournament run as he walked through the street until he ran into Claire again, who told him to watch her next match. The next day, Sid met up with Iris at their VIP seats again, and they had breakfast together until they noticed Beatrix getting held back by some guards. Iris intervened by telling the guards that Beatrix was a war goddess and giving her a VIP seat right beside her. Meanwhile, Perv fed the king a drug which reduced him to a puppet that could only follow his orders, and he spoke about how Rose was already showing signs of possession, which made her a prime material for the cult's experiments. Perv anticipated Rose appearing at some point, but planned to use his puppet to slay the king of Midgar if she didn't show up, which would start an international war that could lead to the destruction of Oriana. He knew his rank and status would be gone if that happened, but he didn't care because he'd already made plans to ensure that one of his puppets was the next leader of Midgar. The one thing he failed to understand was Mundane Man, because all his efforts to look into him came up dry, and he was also worried about how Shadow Garden could interfere with his plans. When he came by the VIP section with the king of Oriana Kingdom, Beatrix pointed out that the king stank worse than the breath of a bleach fan, causing Perv to crash out until he heard that Beatrix was the war goddess. He was now faced with a new problem because he knew he needed to get rid of Beatrix to ensure his plan succeeds. Iris walked boldly to face Mundane Man at the arena, and she was determined to end the match in one swing. But immediately the match began, she got a vision of herself dying the same way demons did in Demon Slayer, and that made her so terrified that she fell back. At the same time, Rose infiltrated the building and ran into some corpses that belonged to members of the Cult of Diablos before the Shadow Girls showed up and motivated her to move forward with her mission. Iris tried to regain her composure, but every slight movement which Sid made gave her visions of being torn apart, and she realized that he might be the most powerful man in the world. When she heard the crowd calling her a bigger fraud than Sakura, she charged at him with the full might of her magic powers, but when she got close, she realized that he'd tricked her into believing he'd unsheathed his blade. Sid easily blocked her attack and pinned her to the ground, and everyone in the stands couldn't believe that the almighty Iris just got treated like cannon fodder. Rose came by and apologized to her father for everything she'd done so far, and he replied that he'd forgiven her for her sins, which made her cry. When Perv started crashing out over the fact that the king didn't follow his script, Rose tried to stab him, but Perv pulled the king in front of him to take the hit instead. Rose tried to offer herself as a way of atoning, but Perv ordered some assassins he had in the area to stop her. Before they could reach her, Sid showed up as Mundane Man and destroyed them all in no time before revealing himself as Shadow. Rose recognized him as the man who saved her in the past, who she called Stylish Bandit Slayer, and thanked him for being her motivation. Sid told her that the battle wasn't over yet, so Rose ran off to complete her mission, and Perv's attempt to stop her failed, as he realized that all of his assassins were dead. Suddenly, Beatrix showed up and offered to stop Shadow, causing the two overpowered beings to clash swords intensely. Iris saw the moment that Mundane revealed himself to be Shadow, and this made her have a crash out of epic proportions. Sid and Beatrix had a heated clash in a secluded area, and it didn't take long before Sid started dog-walking her, using speed techniques. Just then, Iris showed up and decided to join the fight while using a sacred blade which gave her flame powers. She tried to barbecue Shadow with several swings, but Sid dodged all of her attacks before getting into another scuffle with Beatrix. The two ladies attacked Sid at once with their biggest hits, but he parried and blocked their attacks before changing his weapon to a pair of crowbars. He and the ladies clashed with so much intensity that they shattered all of the surrounding buildings in the area, and they got to another part of town where Sid invited them to attack him again. Meanwhile, Rose was approached by Alpha in an alley, who offered her two choices, the first of which was to continue fighting alone, and the second was to fight alongside Shadow Garden. Rose chose to fight alongside them, so Alpha took her hand as they teleported together. Sid used the water from the nearby river to replicate Aurora's attack spell, and the Battle Queens dodged before Iris charged at Sid relentlessly again. Sid knocked her into the river, and Beatrix Beatrix charged at Seed with so much intensity that she destroyed his crowbar, forcing him to switch back to a sword. After a bit of back and forth between the two, Iris rejoined the fray with a huge flame blast, but Seed blocked it easily before challenging them to try their best shot. Both of the battle queens attempted to use their ultimate sword attacks, but Seed easily blocked and stomped them both on the ground with overwhelming force. Iris started yapping about how there was nowhere for Seed to run, since the guards were all over the city looking for him, and this made him snap as he covered the entire city with his glowing aura, while claiming that there was no reason for him to run. Seed laughed maniacally and charged up a massive I Am Atomic spell, but this time he was only bluffing because he used it as a medium to escape the girls without causing any explosion. Several days later, Perv explained everything to his master, put him on another assignment to take over the kingdom, and Iris bid Beatrix farewell as she left the city. Meanwhile, Alpha took Rose to the ancient capital of Alexandria, which was the base of operations of Shadow Garden, and put a shadow girl named Lambda in charge of training her. Lambda added her to a squad with some other shadow girls and renamed her number 666 before tearing off her clothes. Meanwhile, Shadow was playing the piano in a separate room, and he aura farmer, while speaking about a new conflict, which would soon befall the kingdom. Hajime is a loser weakling who got betrayed by his classmates and left to die alone. However, after eating monsters and absorbing their abilities, he becomes the strongest hunter in the world. Now, he will form a team of baddies to help him get his revenge and get crazy along the way. It all started in a cave where Hajime finds himself lying in the middle of the Great Orcus Labyrinth. As he scans this creepy Jeffrey Epstein-themed dungeon, he realizes that he must remain sharp to survive the night. But just as he scans through the forest, Hajime witnesses a bizarre, small, rabbit-like creature slaughtering a pair of wolf monsters, as if they owe him lunch money. However, the hierarchy of the dungeon is quickly made clear when an apex predator emerges from the darkness, decapitating the rabbit instantly and treating its remains like a jelly donut. Terrified by the raw power of the beast, Hajime tries to run away like a chick, but the creature strikes almost instantly and ends up severing Hajime's dominant hand. As the monster begins to feast on his severed limb, Hajime is forced to act on pure instinct, and he channels his unique transmutation ability to reshape the surrounding environment. This power creates a temporary barrier that allows him to escape the immediate threat. Hajime retreats through the tunnels that are filled with baby oils, but the severe blood loss eventually takes its toll, causing him to lose consciousness. However, when Hajime wakes up, he finds himself in the presence of a legendary glowing sacred crystal, and realizes it as a mythical monostone. Realizing this liquid has miraculous healing properties, Hajime thinks of using it to get his energy back. He then remembers the time when he and his classmates had entered the labyrinth together on a mission to gain powers, thinking they would activate their Rasengan. At that moment, Imanogawa, a genius student who encouraged him to work harder, saved him, and they also discovered a cluster of rare knowledge crystals. Like a complete dummy, a curious classmate ended up touching one of the stones, which triggered a stupid little trap that teleported the entire group into a room filled with demonic creatures. During the ensuing chaos, the group's magical defenses began to fail against the overwhelming number of enemies. In an act of selfless bravery, Hajime used his transmutation powers to hold the line, providing cover so his classmates could retreat across a bridge. Unfortunately, his loyalty was met with ultimate betrayal when a member of his own team intentionally struck him from behind. This treachery caused Hajime to fall from the collapsing bridge, plummeting into the deepest, most dangerous levels of the abyss. Now, Hajime finds himself unable to reconcile the pain of this betrayal with the memories of Kari, a healer who had promised to stay by his side and protect him because of her own personal dreams. Driven by a primal urge to live, Hajime manages to trap two wolf-like monsters and, in channeling his inner Bear Grylls, begins to consume their raw flesh. But this ends up triggering a violent and agonizing mutation within his body. As the little Japanese Chungus screams in pain, his DNA is rewritten, his hair turns white in color, and his physical strength reaches superhuman levels, effectively stripping him of his ability to feel pain. Within seconds, his status plate confirms the transformation, revealing that his level has increased exponentially, and he has acquired new abilities, such as lightning-based magic and the predatory traits of the four-legged beasts. Now possessing a more tactical mind, Hajime uses his transmutation skills to gather rare ores and magical stones from the cave walls. So he meticulously crafts a sophisticated revolver-style firearm which he names Donner. Then, to complement the weapon, he manufactures specialized explosive rounds, preparing himself for the battles he might face ahead. At this point, Hajime is no longer a victim, so he tests his new equipment on another rabbit monster and neutralizes it effortlessly. He then starts feasting on its flesh like a complete savage to further bolster his level. Now, Hajime sets his sights on the original predator that had taken his arm. When he finds the location of the beast, he boldly challenges it, declaring his intent to unalive and devour it. Furious, the monster lunges at him, but Hajime leaves the attack on Reed and retaliates with a barrage of gunfire from Donner. This battle goes on for some time, and when he finally finds an opening, Hajime manages to blast off one of the monster's limbs. Then, like a savage chungus he is, he eats the limb right in front of the creature. He concludes the fight by subjecting the monster to a lethal surge of electricity before delivering a final, fatal shot to its skull. Having evolved into a formidable warrior who refuses to submit to death, Hajime's singular focus is now to destroy anything that blocks his path to the surface. As his power continues to swell, his journey through the dungeon remains fueled by a relentless determination to escape, even with the physical reminder of his missing arm. On the other hand, in a different sector of the labyrinth, a mysterious young girl is seen imprisoned by some powerful entity. After his victory against the monsters, Hajime finally sits down like an Indian priest and devours the creature he just defeated. However, he soon realizes that consuming the same types of monsters over and over isn't increasing his power levels anymore. Hajime finds out that he must now hunt more dangerous creatures if he wants to keep surviving in this hellhole. While he briefly considers the idea of using his transmutation abilities to simply dig a path out of the labyrinth, he quickly realizes how risky that would be. He remembers that the Great Orcus Labyrinth is said to have 100 levels, and since he has no way of knowing his current depth, trying to tunnel out like Jeffrey Epstein could be a massive disaster. Meanwhile, the pitch-black environment remains a constant obstacle, prompting Hajime to light a lamp so he can see where he's going. This small light attracts a sneaky lizard monster that uses its mystical gaze to turn the entire lamp into solid stone. Just then, the creature begins to crawl up Hajime's own arm, but being an alpha chungus, he remains composed. He quickly pours water over his limb to stop the process and restore his mobility. Proving that he has become a much more efficient predator, Hajime outplays the lizard and shoots it dead without hesitation. While Hajime is navigating the underground depths in the royal palace, his classmates are struggling to explain their failure to the king. They recount the harrowing events from their expedition into the Great Orcus Labyrinth, explaining how a hidden trap on the 16th level caught them off guard and instantly warped the entire group down to the 65th level. It was there that they faced the Behemoth, a monster of such overwhelming power that it would make Madara Uchiha leak fluids down his leg. The king, however, is far from sympathetic. He becomes extremely annoyed by their report and harshly reminds the students that they were summoned to this world to be champions of war, not to create dumb excuses. On top of that, the king's advisor reveals that humanity is on the verge of collapse. It turns out that the demons have discovered how to control monsters, putting the human kingdom in a desperate struggle for survival. He then explains that the students weren't just dropped into this world for no reason. They were brought here by the prayers of the people to serve as a shield against total destruction. As these heavy truths are laid out, Shizuku finds her mind drifting to her friend Kaori. She remembers a promise they shared, where Kaori, despite being a healer and not a natural-born fighter, vowed to stand by Shizuku's side and fight through the danger. During this meeting, Shizuku also notices one of her other teammates, Hayama, acting incredibly strangely and talking to himself like a schizophrenic dummy. When she tries to check on him, Hayama reacts as if he's seen some girl's massive milk container and quickly runs away. This bizarre encounter makes Shizuku recall the long-standing friction between Hayama and Hajime, making her wonder what is really going on in his head. Eventually, Shizuku visits Kaori, who has finally woken up after being unconscious for 5 long days. The moment she regains her senses, Kaori's only thought is of Hajime's safety. When she learns that he is still missing and presumed dead within the labyrinth, she is overwhelmed with grief and breaks down in tears. Seeing this, Shizuku does her best to console her friend and vows to find a way to get him back at any cost. Deep below the surface, Hajime continues to push forward through the dangerous floors of the dungeon. Eventually, he comes across an enormous gate that is held shut by several strange, complex locks. His attempt to open the door triggers a defensive mechanism, waking up 2 nearby monsters that immediately launch an attack. Hajime doesn't hesitate for a single second, firing a shot directly into the eye of the first creature and dropping it where it stands. The second monster proves to be more difficult, blocking his shots and putting up a fight. However, Hajime the Sigma Chungus remains perfectly calm as he reloads his weapon. He notices that the beast won't move very far from the entrance, leading him to believe it is guarding something of extreme importance inside the chamber. When the creature lunges for another attack, Hajime unleashes a hypercharged strike that eliminates the threat for good. After the dust settles, he searches the area and finds 3 glowing orbs, which he realizes are the keys to the gate. He then places them into the locking mechanism, and the massive doors finally swing open. Stepping inside like a freaky Japanese autoworker, he finds a dark room filled with a thick, strange, magical energy that hangs heavy in the air. In the center of this chamber, a young girl is sealed away inside a massive block of stone. Initially, Hajime's instinct is to turn around and leave, believing that getting involved isn't worth the risk, but he stops when the girl begins to scream for help. He is still wary, thinking that someone sealed so deeply in a dungeon must be dangerous, but when the girl mentions that she has also been betrayed, he finds common ground with her like a beta simp and changes his mind. As they continue talking, the girl reveals her true identity as a powerful vampire who once sought to protect her own people. But due to her incredible strength and her ability to heal from any wound caused by her uncle, the kingdom's ministers feared her. Because they couldn't figure out a way to kill her, they chose to betray her and seal her in this prison forever. For the first time in a very long time, Hajime feels a genuine sense of connection and decides he can actually trust her. He uses his transmutation and raw strength to break the seal, finally freeing her from her long imprisonment. Despite the fact that the girl is completely unclothed, both she and Hajime maintain a poker-faced, stoic demeanor as they face one another. Hajime introduces himself, and when he asks for her name, the girl expresses a desire to move on from her past and refuses to use her old title. In response, Hajime gives her a new name, Yue, which means moon, because her presence in that dark, desolate room reminded him of exactly that. Overjoyed by her freedom and her new name, the girl excitedly hugs Hajime. However, their moment of relief is cut short when a volley of arrows is suddenly fired at them from the shadows. Without a second thought, Hajime moves to shield Yue like a Japanese Andrew Tate, taking the hit and injuring himself to ensure her safety. Right after surviving the previous clash, Hajime quickly retrieves the healing magical water and applies it to his injuries. Meanwhile, Yue works to extract the arrows still stuck in his back like a tie worker. They soon spot an enormous crab-like monster firmly planted right at the only exit, making their escape almost impossible. So Hajime passes his jacket over to Yue, puts her onto his shoulders, and prepares himself to battle the low-level anime threat. He quickly unleashes a barrage of gunfire, but the rounds barely scratch the monster's armored body. Meanwhile, the beast responds by barreling toward them with terrifying speed and power. He keeps firing everything he has. As defeat seemed moments away and the monster prepared to overwhelm them, Yue finally chose to act like a blonde idiot. She drops down from his back and bites into Hajime, eagerly consuming his blood. Thanks to the immense mana coursing through his system, his blood provided the rapid energy boost she desperately needed to recover. During the time Yue replenishes herself, Hajime relies on his transmutation powers to form temporary barriers and distractions, holding the monster at bay. When she finally regains her strength, Yue releases a gigantic blue energy wave known as Azure, slamming it straight into the creature's head. Although the strike is powerful, the monster refuses to fall, leaving Yue completely drained and collapsed. However, Hajime motivates his side piece for one final attempt, convinced that synchronizing their attacks would seal its fate. Yue accepts the offer, but notes that her follow-up would lack the same force. So Hajime pulls the monster's focus away and signals her to fire without hesitation. As her Azure Blast connects, he scrambles up the beast body and delivers a direct close-range shot, finally putting an end to the monster. Sometime later, while the two of them are busy consuming the meat from their defeated enemy like Jeffrey Epstein, Hajime lightly commented that vampires had supposedly vanished from the world 300 years earlier, implying Yue had to be at least that ancient. However, she responds with a furious stare, clearly irritated by the remark about her age. Hajime further asks if she had any knowledge about their current location, or a possible route out of the labyrinth. Hearing this, Yue confesses that she knows very little, but what she does know is that this entire maze had been built by the Mavericks, rebellious former divine messengers who once plotted to overthrow the gods and annihilate the world. Eventually, their grand scheme collapsed, forcing them to hide away in the deepest parts of this same dungeon. After the lame story time, the two continue their journey through the tunnels, where Hajime finds some rare high magic ore and immediately starts forging himself a brand new rifle. Seizing the moment, Yue bombards him with numerous questions regarding his background. Stuck with this dim-witted chick, Hajime is forced to tell her the complete truth. He describes being summoned along with his classmates by the gods to wage war against demons, only to discover he possessed no useful combat talents. The rest of the group constantly labeled him worthless. Matters escalated horribly when a so-called ally betrayed him mid-mission, dropping him into the endless abyss where he lost his arm. Since that traumatic fall, Hajime had committed himself to surviving through any method possible, no matter how brutal, even devouring human flesh for power. Hearing his painful experiences leaves Yue feeling extremely sad, but Hajime quickly clarifies he wants no sympathy from her annoying little dumpers and just wants to go home. However, Yue softly reveals that she herself has no home left to go back to, and this revelation hits him like a power equipment. Moved by this, Hajime extends an invitation for her to accompany him, assuring her that she will always have a spot with him, regardless of where he goes. Before long, a pack of ferocious dinosaur-type monsters starts relentlessly hunting them down. Despite running as fast and far as they could, the creatures have no intention of stopping. The duo eventually realizes that peculiar parasitic flowers are attached to the monsters' heads, potentially manipulating their behavior. After a tense escape from the horde, Yue once more drinks Hajime's blood like a corn actress to restore her vitality. Following that, they step into an odd chamber filled with drifting green mist. Without any warning, Yue suddenly launches at Hajime, as her mind and body are now overtaken by the parasitic flowers. Hajime soon realizes a repulsive flower monster is causing this behavior. The creature apparently took hold of Yue and compelled her to fire several shots directly at Hajime. It even attempts to seize control of his mind using the same parasitic method, but he successfully brushes off the attacks. Internally tormented, she pleads for him to end her suffering, yet Hajime takes careful aim at the controlling flower on. her head. The precise shot breaks the monster's grip on her. He then immediately fires another attack that eliminates the grotesque creature for good. Afterward, Hajime settles down to eat additional monster meat and offers some to Yue, but she turns it down like a classic situationship girlfriend. Moments later, they proceed down a lengthy staircase, eventually arriving at the 100th floor. In that area, they discover an unusual pond, and past it looms a giant door. Sensing something significant waiting on the other side, Hajime approaches confidently and swings the massive gate open. Now, just as they start heading inside the chamber, a massive multi-headed dragon monster suddenly lunges out and charges right at Hajime. The beast spits a fireball straight at him, but Hajime dodges it cleanly and starts blasting away with his gun like Keanu Reeves. At first, it looks like he's taken the monster down for good, but then this pale white monster shows up. This one has strong healing powers and quickly brings the dragon back to life, along with several other creatures around it. That's when they understand the white monster is the real problem here. As long as it's still standing, the other beasts just keep regenerating. So, the animated Japanese idiots shift their focus and decide they have to take it out first. Right in the middle of all this, Yue gets hit by some kind of illusion. She suddenly sees Hajime walking away and leaving her behind, and she panics, crying out in fear. But it's all fake. Hajime quickly grabs her and jumps them both out of immediate danger. By now, Yue has passed out from the mental attack. Seeing this, Hajime gives her a recovery potion, and she slowly comes back around. Once she's awake, they both get their heads straight and agree they need to wipe out all these monsters like cum shots and make it out alive. So, Hajime pulls out his rifle and rains down a heavy barrage of shots from above. At the same time, another illusion tries to mess with Yue, but she shakes it off fast and fights back. A different one hits Hajime, but it doesn't even faze him. Instead, he just steps up and shoots the monster right in front of him. As they team up perfectly, Hajime locks onto the white monster with his rifle, while Yue unleashes her powerful Heavenly Blaze spell, burning through a bunch of enemies at once. The attack takes so much out of her that she collapses right after. Even though they've cleared out a lot of the monsters, the white one is still alive and comes at them hard from above. Moments later, Hajime jumps in front of Yue to shield her, but the hit knocks his weapon away and leaves him badly hurt. This causes him to slam into the ground, and he starts bleeding heavily, which freaks Yue out. Even then, the white dragon keeps pressing the attack, and things are getting really dangerous. But Yue refuses to give up, and she lifts Hajime with her magic and tries to escape while the monster chases them down. When it gets too close again, Yue grabs the gun romantically as if she's grabbing a sausage and fires straight at its head. As expected, the shot makes the dragon go wild, spraying flames everywhere. The blast knocks Yue down hard and she drops the gun. Just as the stubborn beast is about to strike her again, Hajime suddenly shows up and saves her at the last second, like a Bollywood actor. He then picks her up in his arms and asks for her magic support so they can finally finish this thing off. Immediately, Yue gets ready while Hajime keeps pouring bullets into the monster. He plants bombs along a nearby wall, climbs right up in front of the dragon's face, and fires at point-blank range. Seconds later, he triggers the bombs, bringing the whole wall crashing down on top of it. In one last desperate move, Hajime uses his transmutation skill and tells Yue to hit it with her Azure Blaze. She then pours everything into the spell, and the combination creates a massive explosion that finally destroys the white monster. But the effort completely drains Hajime, and he collapses right after. Back at the palace, Aiko, the teacher looking after the summoned students, is clearly upset. She keeps complaining about how wrong it is to throw young kids into deadly fights like this, clearly not knowing how savage Jeffrey Epstein was. It turns out that one of her students has already died, and the fear is spreading through the whole group. The king listens calmly and simply says that nobody is being forced to fight. Meanwhile, deeper in the labyrinth, Kaori and her party keep moving forward, but she can't seem to stop thinking about Hajime. Kaori is clearly worried about what happened to him, but her classmates try to pull her focus back on their mission first. A few hours later, Hajime gradually regains consciousness and finds himself resting on a bed when he suddenly opens his eyes. Upon looking around, he is startled to see Yue beside him in a state of undress. Before he can even process the situation or ask for an explanation, she pulls him close like Lisa Ann, revealing that she had been terrified that he had succumbed to his injuries. Yue goes on to clarify their current location, explaining that they have found safety within the Maverick's lair. She details the events following their battle, noting that Hajime had completely passed out from exhaustion, prompting her to use the holy water to facilitate his recovery. Deeply grateful for her care, Hajime offers his gratitude, and they soon head outside to scan their new surroundings. A few hours later, they find a massive palace, and when they cross one of the chambers, the room is instantly bathed in light. In the center lies a majestic throne and a motionless skeleton, sitting as if it were Jesus himself. While observing the room, Hajime speculates that this specific area might hold the secret to an exit leading back to the surface world. However, as he steps onto a glowing magical seal glued into the floor, the skeletal figure starts moving. The spirit inhabiting the remains identifies himself as Oscar, the legendary architect of this very labyrinth. He offers his congratulations to Hajime for successfully enduring the many trials of the dungeon. When Hajime attempts to ask some questions, Oscar quickly interrupts. clarifying that he is merely a pre-recorded magical projection like ChatGPT and can't answer new questions. Deep in the heart of the Great Labyrinth, Oscar Orcus, or at least the lingering fragment of his soul, explains his final purpose. He didn't build this sanctum for glory, he built it as a final testament for whoever was strong enough to survive the descent. As Hajime begins to unearth the hidden history of their world, the scene shifts drastically to the 65th floor, where his former classmates are struggling through their own nightmare. Shizuku pauses, catching her breath, feeling the weight of their progress. To the rest of the students, reaching this floor feels like a historic feat, like they might win a Nobel Peace Prize. However, they have no idea that while they celebrate surviving the mid-tier levels, Hajime is 40 floors deeper, unraveling ancient conspiracies and staring down god-level threats like a professional Reddit moderator. Meanwhile, Amanagawa tells the group to stay sharp. His intuition is on point, but it doesn't stop the shock when the massive behemoth, the same beast that supposedly killed Hajime, tears through the darkness. The party freezes for a split second, haunted by the memory of their last encounter. But they've grown into experienced fighters at this point. Now, the fight is chaotic. As Kaori steps up first, her voice steady as she tells the monster its reign is over. Amanagawa meets the beast's charge head-on, while his blade clashes against its hide. Just then, a trio of students is nearly sent over a ledge by a tail swipe, but Kaori's magic anchors them just in time. She's the heartbeat of the team, weaving healing spells into the fray while Shizuku keeps the front line from collapsing under a wave of skeletal minions. Despite this, the behemoth tries one last desperate move, leaping over the tank to target the support in the rear. A girl catches the blow on her shield, but the impact is bone-shattering. Before the defense can crumble, Kaori's light magic surges, knitting wounds and reinforcing the line. Sensing the opening, Aiko rains down offensive spells, softening the beast just enough for Amanagawa to deliver an overpowered finishing blow. As the behemoth dissolves into ash, the class erupts in cheers, as if they just grabbed their first milk containers in high school. Down in the true depths, the mood is much heavier, as Hajime is still processing Oscar's message. The ancient mage admits he doesn't care why Hajime came here, but he's handing over his power anyway. He has one request: don't use this strength for petty evil. As Oscar's image flickers out, the red magic circle beneath Hajime flares with a violent light. Just then, a massive barrage of information hits Hajime like a physical blow. The pain is blinding, but the revelation claims that history is a lie. The Mavericks weren't the villains the church claimed they were. They were the only ones who saw the gods for what they really were, corrupt puppet masters playing with human lives. This revelation grants Hajime a new, forbidden form of magic, the ability to infuse minerals with mana. It's the birth of a master craftsman. With this information, he and Yue spend hours testing the limits of this power, though even Yue, a prodigy, finds the creation magic exhausting her dangling rice cakes. A few minutes later, they pause to pay their respects. They give Oscar a proper burial, a quiet moment of humanity in a place of stone and blood. While exploring the rest of the facility, Hajime finds a hidden library and a peculiar key tucked into the finger bones of a skeleton. It ends up opening a level filled with relics that look more like high-tech machinery than fantasy artifacts. Just then, Hajime looks at Yue and makes a call. His goal is still to get home safely, but they are completely stuck at this moment, so they will need this sanctuary to train. In the coming days, Hajime builds himself a new mechanical arm that functions better than the limb he lost. In the meantime, this chick cooks for him, accepting him as an alpha. At one point, Hajime slides a ring onto Yue's finger, hoping to clap that cheek one of these days. In a moment of revelation, Hajime realizes that the Holy Church and the kingdoms of this world will never let him live in peace. They will call him a monster or an enemy of the faith to protect their interests. He then looks at Yue, vowing to protect her even if the whole world stands in their way. The following day, a rabbit-eared girl named Shay is introduced, but she seems to be in a state of pure panic. She is desperately scrambling up a slope to escape a two-headed dinosaur that is chasing the smell coming out of her juicy groove. Just as it seems her luck has run out, a massive burst of energy erupts across the landscape. Out of the blue, Hajime and Yue descend from the sky, making an entrance like James Bond, making the predatory dinosaurs flee the scene. With the immediate threat gone, Hajime and Yue take a moment to appreciate the fact that they have finally returned to the surface world after their long journey. Unfortunately, their celebration is short-lived because an incredibly high-energy Shay rushes toward them and begins talking like she hosts a podcast with Joe Rogan. Hajime is instantly gratified by her loud personality and attempts to walk away, but the persistent rabbit girl lunges forward and clings to his leg. She tearfully begs for his assistance, pleading with him to save her family from impending doom. Hajime remains cold and logical, questioning why he should stick his neck out for a family of rabbits he has never met. The peace of the forest is interrupted once more when the dinosaur returns for a second attempt. Without breaking a sweat, Hajime uses his legendary firearm to neutralize the creature in a single strike. Despite the display of lethal force, Shay remains attached to his leg, prompting Hajime to strike her dumb, empty, disgusting head. She ignores the physical rebuff and continues her frantic pitch, even going so far as to argue that her feminine curves are superior to his girlfriend's, and that he owes it to her to at least listen to her request. While Hajime finds her line of reasoning to be completely idiotic and smacks her again, her stubbornness eventually wins out. Exhausted by her efforts, the duo finally gives up and agrees to hear her story. Now, Shay begins to explain her dire situation, revealing that she was originally cast out from her own tribe. Not long after her exile, her people were captured by monsters. The problem is that her kin are essentially defenseless because they cannot manipulate mana. However, Shay is a rare exception to this rule. She can control mana effortlessly and even possesses a specialized magical gift known as Future Sight. This ability to see into the future is the exact reason she knew Hajime and Yue were coming and was able to identify them the moment they arrived. Hajime is still largely bored by the conversation and uses his magical ring to manifest a motorcycle, intending to leave his dumb chick alone. Realizing she has very little time, a desperate Shay blocks his path. She reveals that she knows his ultimate destination is the Great Tree and promises to act as his personal guide if he helps her. While Hajime wants to travel by himself, Yue steps in and convinces him to take the offer. Finally, he agrees to the deal, and the trio begins their trek through the woods. Meanwhile, the situation for Shay's family has become critical, as they are being hunted by a pack of monsters as if they were running from ICE agents. Just as a massive beast corners a young child and prepares to make a meal out of her, Hajime arrives with perfect timing and ends the monster's life. Ruthlessly, he launches Shay into the air to serve as live bait, drawing the attention of every monster in the vicinity so he can transform them into piles of meat. In a matter of minutes, the threat is neutralized and the tribe is finally safe from the predatory monsters. That evening, the group experiences its first peaceful night of sleep in months. Shay tries to show her appreciation to Hajime, but he maintains his nonchalant personality. The following morning, the members of the tribe approach Hajime with a request. They want to become strong enough to protect themselves and ask him to train them. Surprisingly, Hajime agrees and begins teaching them how to fight with the mindset of a true warrior. The tribe members follow his lead with absolute devotion, and even Shay manages to pick up several new combat skills during the session. Once the training is complete, Shay makes a formal request to join the duo on the rest of their journey. When Hajime demands to know why she is so intent on following them, she claims that she wants to gobble up his biological rod passionately. On the other hand, the previously peaceful tribespeople have become somewhat aggressive, hunting down and eliminating every monster they encounter in the area. This radical change in their behavior slightly concerns Shay, leading her to wonder exactly what kind of influence Hajime had on them. A few days later, the group reaches the great tree that had been dead for centuries. Deep within the site, they discover a stone pillar featuring the same craftsmanship as the one found in Oscar's palace. Just then, placing his ring upon the pillar, Hajime receives a revelation. To obtain the power of regeneration, they must first conquer the remaining 4 labyrinths. As they prepare to move on to their next destination, Hajime says his goodbyes to the tribesmen, who have now taken to calling him Master out of respect. They offer to travel with him to provide support, but Hajime tells them to park their disgusting dumpers where they are. During this departure, Shay finds herself lost in a childhood memory of a conversation with her mother. She recalls asking if her unique abilities made her a monster or something better. Her mother had reassured her that being different was perfectly fine and highlighted that Shay possessed talents that no one else in the tribe could claim. During that same memory, her mother spoke of the future, predicting that Shay would eventually encounter some brilliant warriors from beyond the forest who would befriend her. Returning to the present moment, the duo finally accepts Shay as a permanent member of their traveling party. While Hajime makes it clear that he doesn't share her romantic interests, Shay does not care as she is confident she will lick his flagpole soon. Following the events of their previous journey, the trio advances toward a deep gorge to locate the entrance to the next labyrinth. While Hajime and Yue are preoccupied with analyzing their map to pinpoint the exact location, Shay abruptly announces that she needs a moment to shave her forest and use vibrating equipment down there. However, Hajime dismisses her. Despite the rejection, Shay's wandering eyes lead her to a hidden cave tucked behind a mountain, marked by a peculiar signboard. As they begin to probe the area for a way into the labyrinth, Shay inadvertently leans against a section of the wall that collapses under her weight, causing her to tumble through. Soon after this awkward encounter, the group discovers a stone that possesses the uncanny ability to speak. Frustrated by the stone's mysterious rambling, Shay attempts to silence it by bringing her massive hammer down upon it, yet the voice keeps buzzing. As they continue their trek through a long corridor, Hajime inadvertently triggers a hidden floor trap. Heavy gates slam shut, sealing them in, and a massive boulder begins thundering down a staircase directly toward them. To their horror, they realize that their magical abilities have been neutralized in this specific area. Thinking quickly, Hajime draws his firearms and shatters the incoming rock into fragments, but the threat is far from over as a continuous stream of boulders begins to follow. Shay joins the fray, utilizing her immense strength to smash the stones aside with her hammer, while also reacting just in time to intercept a massive blade swinging toward the group. Realizing they need to find an exit fast, Hajime scoops Yue up like a sack of potatoes and sprints at full speed, with Shay trailing closely behind. However, after a frantic run, they are shocked to find themselves right back where they started. Realizing the labyrinth has been leading them in a loop, the group eventually manages to descend to a lower level, where they find themselves surrounded by a legion of mechanical knights. The sight of these metallic warriors gives Hajime an instinctive sense of dread, and he immediately commands the girls to launch a strike. A chaotic battle ensues as the trio utilizes every skill in their arsenal to dismantle the automatons. Yet, for every knight they destroy, more seem to emerge to take their place. Seeing no end to the reinforcements, they run towards a moving platform that carries them toward the upper reaches of the chamber. Upon reaching the top, they are greeted by a gargantuan that introduces itself as Milady Rizzing. This revelation confuses Hajime, as the records left behind by Oscar Orcus indicated that Milady was a human who had perished long ago. The mechanical entity seems impressed that Hajime managed to conquer Oscar's trials, but Hajime is in no mood for pleasantries. He demands clarity on the situation, making it clear that he is only interested in obtaining ancient magic and will resort to violence if necessary. The robot maintains that it is indeed the genuine Milady Rizzing and informs Hajime that he must answer several questions before she will grant him what he seeks. Hajime escalates the situation by pulling out a rocket launcher. Following his lead, Shay leaps into the air with her milk containers and delivers a crushing blow to the robot's arm with her hammer. Hajime continues the attack by firing precision rounds at the creature's core and joints. The robot eventually collapses, leading the trio to believe the battle is won. However, as the dust settles, they are stunned to see the enemy standing perfectly intact without a single scratch. Now, the battle intensifies as a flurry of rocks is launched toward them, forcing Hajime to grab both Yue and Shea and leap to safety. For a moment, the robotic entity believes it has emerged victorious, but Hajime suddenly reappears atop a nearby pillar. This time, the three of them execute a perfectly synchronized and lethal strategy. The force of the impact travels deep into the machine, shattering its core and finally silencing the irritating mechanical guardian. In the quiet moments following the intense combat, Yue affectionately pets Shay like a golden retriever, offering her praise for her performance. This rare display of kindness deeply moves Shea, who becomes quite emotional. However, the fallen robot uses the last of its energy to deliver a warning. If Hajime truly intends to master ancient magic, he will eventually have to stand against the gods themselves. Proceeding further into the inner sanctum, the trio finally encounters the true Milady Rizzing, who takes the form of a small, doll-like girl. She attempts to charm them with a cute and innocent persona, but Shay isn't buying the act and promptly smacks her over the head with her hammer. Once things settle down, Milady explains that while Yue already possesses the necessary aptitude to control ancient magic, Hajime and Shay still lack the required strength to handle it. So, she grants Hajime a unique ring, but he remains unimpressed and begins physically shaking the girl like an Indian scammer, demanding more valuable artifacts. A few minutes later, as the group is busy gathering treasures, Milady loses her patience and pulls a hidden lever. This triggers a massive torrent of water that floods the chamber, sweeping the trio away. They soon find themselves tossed into a river inhabited by bizarre fish. While Hajime and Yue manage to reach the riverbank without much trouble, the clumsy Shay finds herself in distress and begins to drown. Fortunately, Hajime pulls her from the water and performs a moist action, successfully bringing her back to consciousness. With the ordeal behind them, the three travelers head to a nearby hotel to rest for the night. As they begin to discuss their sleeping arrangements, Yue suggests that Shay should take a room of her own to give them some space. Shay quickly rejects this proposal, suggesting instead that Yue should be the one to stay in a separate room so that she can spend the night alone with Hajime and his sausage. Unfortunately, Shay makes this scandalous suggestion far too loudly, leaving the surrounding hotel guests and bystanders completely speechless. Several days later, Hajime and his friends are summoned to the residence of Chang, the head of the local adventurers guild. Chang is shocked to realize the trio navigated the treacherous Rizzing Gorge and asked for their assistance with a critical situation. He explains that a survey team consisting of 3 adventurers has gone missing in the northern mountain range. The urgency of the mission is heightened by the fact that one of the lost individuals is Will Kudita, whose father is a high-ranking count. Chang elaborates that the missing party encountered a particularly powerful threat, making Hajime's specific skills necessary for a successful rescue. Though Hajime initially shows no interest in helping, he changes his mind once Chang offers to massage his sausage every day for a week. Hajime sets 2 strict conditions for his cooperation. He demands updated status for his entire party and a guarantee that the guild will fulfill any future favor he asks for without hesitation. When Chang finally agrees to these terms, the trio prepares to depart for the mountains. As they travel, the group stops for a meal, and Hajime suggests they find some rice. At a nearby establishment, the teacher Aiko is dining with her students, encouraging them for their efforts and urging them to stay focused on their tasks. During their meal, the innkeeper approaches them with a worried expression. He explains that they are struggling to maintain their food supplies, specifically spices, because the trade routes through the mountains have become too dangerous. Rumors of monster activity have hindered their business, and the adventurers sent to investigate have yet to return. However, the situation takes a dramatic turn when Hajime's party enters the same hotel. Aiko immediately recognizes her former student and is overcome with emotion, but Hajime simply stares at her milk containers, claiming he is no longer the person she remembers. Despite his nonchalant personality, Aiko remains persistent, grabbing his arm and demanding to know what has happened to him. Hajime ignores the tension and sits down to order a plate of curry. When Aiko asks about the identity of the two girls accompanying him, Shay and Yue bluntly state that they are his side pieces. This revelation leaves Aiko in a state of shock and disapproval as she begins to lecture Hajime on the immorality of his lifestyle. They eventually share a meal, but Hajime remains tight-lipped about his journey, offering only vague answers that leave Aiko frustrated. Just then, an arrogant knight approaches their table to criticize Hajime for his lack of respect toward his comrades. The knight then turns his insults toward Shay, mocking her rabbit ears and suggesting they should be trimmed to make her look more human. He attempts to intimidate Yue as well, but she mocks his stature, calling him a small man. Infuriated, the knight moves to draw his sword, but Hajime is faster, firing a round into the man's hand as a stern warning against further aggression. During the commotion, one of Aiko's students watches in awe, reflecting on how much Hajime has changed from the fragile boy who once protected her. Hajime firmly tells Aiko that he has no desire to reunite with his old classmates, and warns her not to cross his path again. Despite Hajime's rejection, Aiko vows to find a way to bring him back to his senses. Later that night, while Aiko is reflecting in her room, Hajime suddenly appears, having used his new skills to bypass the room's security. He explains that he has come to share the truth behind his refusal, and to slide his sausage inside her body. He then recounts the history of the world, explaining that ancient gods once instigated a global conflict for their own amusement, pitting the various races against one another. However, the gods used the church to frame the liberators as villains, leading humanity to hunt them down. The survivors realized they couldn't win through force alone, so they established various trials across the world, hoping a future champion would eventually use the power gained from these labyrinths to end the gods' tyranny. Hajime clarifies that his only interest is returning to his own world, and the labyrinths are simply the means to achieve that goal. As he prepares to leave, Aiko mentions that Kaori has never stopped believing in him, and is currently training in the labyrinth to properly massage his sausage. However, Hajime reveals that his original fall into the abyss was not an accident, but the result of being intentionally pushed by a classmate. The following morning, as Hajime's group prepares for their rescue mission, Aiko and her students arrive and ask to join the search. Though Hajime refuses the idea at first, Aiko's refusal to back down eventually wears him out. So, using his ring, Hajime constructs a large armored truck to accommodate the entire group, and they soon set out on their journey. As the journey continues, Aiko eventually drifts off to sleep, unknowingly resting her head on Hajime's shoulder. Yue and Shay watch this scene furiously, and when Yue eventually points out that Hajime is being uncharacteristically gentle with their teacher, he offers a pragmatic explanation. He reminds them that Aiko has gone out of her way to support him in the past, and he believes in settling his debts of kindness whenever possible. Their travels eventually led them into a rugged, rocky terrain, prompting Hajime to deploy his advanced drone system. These mechanical scouts fan out across the sky, using their sensors to sweep the surrounding area for any signs of human life or hidden monstrous threats. It isn't long before the drones transmit footage of abandoned equipment, including bags and shields scattered near the base of a steep cliff. Upon reaching the site to investigate in person, the trio discovers a massive, lingering footprint, which Yue identifies as belonging to an exceptionally large and formidable creature. Then, the group follows the trail of clues until they arrive at a thundering waterfall. Hajime's heightened senses alert him to something hidden behind the curtain of water, so he instructs Yue to clear a path using her juicy, pink rice cakes. Inside, they are shocked to find Will Kudeta lying unconscious on the cold stone floor. Rather than a gentle awakening, Hajime simply pokes the boy's nose until he jolts awake in a state of pure panic. Once he comes to his senses, Hajime introduces himself and explains that they were dispatched by the Adventurers Guild to ensure his safety. Shockingly, Will is far from grateful, as he is consumed by Survivors Guild, tearfully explaining that a black dragon ambushed his party and wiped out all of his friends. As darkness begins to fall over the mountains, the group prepares to make their exit, but Hajime's internal radar suddenly signals an immediate threat. Right on cue, the black dragon they were warned about crashes into the area like P. Diddy's victims, launching a surprise attack. Hajime quickly manifests a protective shield to keep the group from being incinerated, while Yue and Shay immediately jump into the fray to assist. Shay charges forward with her massive hammer, delivering a crushing blow to the dragon's side, while Yue follows up with a powerful magical blast. Together, their coordinated efforts manage to knock the massive beast to the ground. However, the victory is short-lived as the dragon lets out a deafening roar and pulls itself back up, seemingly unfazed by the damage it has already sustained. The fight escalates as Shay attempts another strike, only for the dragon to whip its tail around with enough force to send her flying into a nearby river. Hajime responds with a relentless barrage of bullets, but the creature remains persistent, charging up a concentrated beam of energy. Recognizing that the dragon is strategically targeting the weakest members of the group, Hajime orders Aiko to evacuate everyone else to a secure location. Once the area is clear of bystanders, Hajime switches to his sniper rifle and fires a precision shot into the beast, resulting in a colossal explosion that rocks the entire mountainside. In the chaotic aftermath, Hajime rushes in, landing a powerful physical blow to the dragon's stomach before detonating an explosive charge near its body. Despite the heavy damage, the dragon continues to struggle, though Shay manages to pin it down with another heavy strike from her hammer. With the beast finally immobilized, Hajime drives a metal rod into a highly sensitive area of the dragon's anatomy. To everyone's shock, the creature lets out a high-pitched feminine scream, revealing that this monster is actually a member of the dragonborn race. She desperately pleads with Hajime to remove the rod, explaining that her mana is nearly depleted and she will soon be forced to return to her human form. However, instead of showing mercy, Hajime maintains a smug expression and continues to twist the rod, nearly causing the dragonborn to lose consciousness from the sheer shock of the pain. Eventually, the dragonborn's will breaks, and she confesses that she was not acting of her own volition. She claims that a mysterious puppet master took control of her mind and forced her to attack the adventurers against her will. While Will remains skeptical and accuses her of lying to save herself, the Dragonborn insists that her race is fundamentally incapable of dishonesty. Yue, drawing on her centuries of life experience, confirms that dragons are indeed honest creatures, leading the group to believe her story, touched that someone like Yue is defending her. But Yue quickly humbles her by revealing that she is actually over 300 years old. Despite the explanation, Will is still reluctant to forgive her for the lives lost, and the Dragonborn agrees that she deserves punishment. However, she asks for a stay of execution, as there is a much greater catastrophe approaching. She reveals that a shadowy figure is currently leading a massive army of 60,000 monsters toward a nearby village, and she wants to stop this abomination. Hajime is entirely unconvinced and refuses to let her go, and pushes the rod further, but Yue intervenes at the last second like a toxic ex-girlfriend. She firmly believes the Dragonborn is telling the truth and urges Hajime to release her. Finally, swayed by Yue's persistence, Hajime slowly pulls the rod out. As soon as the Dragonborn is free, she transforms into a stunningly beautiful woman with shiny melons who introduces herself as Tio. Surprisingly, Tio is not angry about the agonizing treatment she received. In fact, it turns out she is a massive masochist who actually enjoyed the pain Hajime inflicted on her. Tio then reminds the group that the massive monster army is approaching at high speed and will likely reach the village in just 2 days. She urges them to begin evacuating the local population as quickly as possible. Will adds his own desperate pleas for Hajime's help, but Hajime remains cold, stating that his only job was to rescue Will and not to save an entire village from an army. As he prepares to leave the scene, a physically drained Tio claims she cannot move and needs Hajime to carry her. Forced to get the job done, Hajime begins dragging her across the ground like a sack of potatoes, but he is shocked to find out that Tio seems to enjoy this treatment. With a massive army of monsters closing in on the village, Aiko desperately begs Hajime to step in, knowing that a slaughter is inevitable without his help. Furiously, Hajime questions her motives, asking if she's truly willing to put her own students at risk for the sake of total strangers. While Aiko maintains that her students are her priority, she simply can't stand by and watch innocent lives be erased. She also takes a moment to express her deep regret, admitting she failed to support Hajime when he was at his lowest point. Hajime presses her further, asking if she will remain his teacher regardless of what he chooses to do next. She quietly confirms she will, though she pleads with him to at least hear her out. Without another word, Hajime walks away to begin preparations for the coming onslaught. He immediately starts constructing a powerful magical barrier around the perimeter, like a blue-collar worker from Alabama, and the villagers quickly join the effort. While the women and children seek safety during the evacuation, the rest of the town helps with food and supply distribution. As night falls, Aiko checks in on him to offer her assistance, but Hajime remains composed, simply stating that he is ready for the fight. While Hajime is busy prepping his missiles, Tio approaches him with a desperate request to fight by his side. She is fully committed to doing whatever he asks, even going as far as calling him master in hopes of getting her groove wet that night. Hajime tries to brush her off with harsh words, but his cold demeanor only seems to entice her, as she's been obsessed with him ever since they first fought. As the darkness deepens and the monster army arrives, Hajime pulls a surprise move by announcing to the villagers that Aiko is actually the goddess of agriculture. He claims she is the one who summoned the heroes to protect them, causing the villagers to burst into a frantic chant of her name. Aiko is left bright red with embarrassment, but Hajime doubles down, declaring that their win is a certainty now that they have divine protection. The battle kicks off with Hajime picking off targets with his signature sniper rifle, while Yue and Shay provide heavy fire with rocket launchers. Tio joins in from above, utilizing her dragon magic to blaze the enemies. The battlefield quickly turns chaotic, as fireballs and tornadoes are everywhere. As the monsters start reappearing again and again, the heroes eventually begin to feel the strain. Once Hajime's ammo runs dry, he hops onto his motorcycle with Shay like an Andrew Tate fan for a high-speed direct charge. Now, Yue clears the path ahead with an electric dragon spell, allowing Hajime and Shay to dive deep into the enemy lines. Hajime then tears through the monsters without taking a single hit, while Shay uses her immense strength to crush anything in her path. Deep within the enemy ranks, they finally corner the hooded figure orchestrating the attack. After Hajime takes down the man's wolf companion, he is stunned to see the face underneath the hood. It's Shimizu, one of Aiko's missing students. Once the dust settles and the monsters are defeated, Shimizu is brought before Aiko to answer for his crimes. He confesses that he betrayed humanity for the demons because they actually made him feel important. He believed that by killing Aiko, he would become a hero in the eyes of the demons. But his plan failed despite having an army of 60,000 behind him. Confused by Hajime's overwhelming power, Shimizu questions who he really is. Despite his betrayal, Aiko shows him compassion, taking his hand and acknowledging his inner pain. She compares his desire for attention to that of a TikTok influencer, but reminds him that siding with monsters to kill his teacher was the wrong path. He suddenly strikes, taking Aiko hostage at syringe point and threatening to inject her with a deadly toxin unless everyone disarms. While the others hesitate, Hajime refuses to drop his weapons, knowing a trap when he sees one. In the heat of the moment, Shay moves in to save Aiko, but an unexpected shot from an unknown assailant hits Shimizu from behind. Hajime spots the mystery shooter fleeing on a dragon and fires back, though the target manages to escape. During the struggle, Aiko is accidentally stuck with the poisoned needle and begins to fade away. To save her life, Hajime drinks holy water and transfers it to her through a kiss, slowly bringing her back from the brink. As the traitorous Shimizu lies nearby, bleeding out from his wound, Aiko selflessly asks Hajime to save him. Hajime firmly declines, noting that the boy had just tried to take her life. To end the threat once and for all, Hajime fires several rounds into Shimizu, finishing him off. Aiko is left in shock by the cold execution, but Hajime simply tells her to move on and departs. On the journey back, Will asks why Hajime felt the need to unalive someone who was already dying. Hajime stays silent, but Yue explains the true reason. If Hajime hadn't pulled the trigger, Aiko would have spent her entire life drowning in guilt over her students' actions and death, and decided to take the emotional burden like an alpha male. Deep within the damp, sunless tunnels of the city's sewer system, a group of shadowy figures gathers to finalize a clandestine deal. These are men who thrive in the underworld, and they are currently boasting about their latest prize, a rare monster girl they've managed to snatch. While these criminals plot their next move, Hajime is busy wrapping up his own business on the surface. He successfully delivers Will to the guildmaster, fulfilling the terms of his previous agreement. However, before heading out, he makes a specific request for an additional status plate, ensuring that Tio is officially registered alongside the rest of his party. Tio takes a moment to remind him of a promise he once made, that he would give her a proper tour of the city if she dedicated herself to her training. Hajime acknowledges this, but doesn't let his guard down, noting that there are suspicious figures like Donald Trump lurking in the shadows. In this moment of observation, Tio's mind drifts back to the past. She remembers the wisdom her father shared with her years ago. He had warned her that, while their enemies were formidable and full of malice, they were not invincible. He carried a deep-seated belief that eventually a champion would emerge with enough power to challenge the authority of the gods themselves. Returning to the present, Hajime finally decides to make good on his promise to Shay, taking her out for a walk through the city. The two of them wander the streets, looking very much like a couple dealing with fertility issues. Eventually, Shay's curiosity leads them to a local aquarium. It is here that they encounter an unexpected sight, a talking fish named Lemon. Hajime immediately starts bickering with the aquatic creature, but rather than being intimidated, the fish bites back with a series of sharp insults that actually earn Hajime's respect. The two of them end up falling into a surprisingly long and deep conversation, chatting like old friends. The lighthearted moment eventually comes to an end as Hajime and Shay prepare to return Lemon to the river. While this is happening, Yue and Tio are handling the more domestic side of adventuring, picking up supplies at the local market. As they browse the stalls, Tio strikes up a conversation about the growing bond between Hajime and Shay. She asks the vampire princess if she feels any jealousy regarding their closeness. However, Yoho knows her dumpers are better than hers, and claims that she has no issue with it at all. On the other side of town, Hajime and Shay are enjoying some ice cream when the topic of Tio comes up. Shay asks if Hajime is actually glad to have the dragonkin on the team. Hajime is quick to correct her, claiming that Tio didn't so much join as she did force her way in. He admits that she isn't a malicious person at her core, but her constant dirty behavior is a lot to handle. Suddenly, the conversation is cut short as Hajime's senses spike. He detects a foul, lingering presence originating from beneath the streets. Following his instincts, he and Shay descend into the sewers to investigate. Their search eventually leads them to a hidden cell, where they discover a young girl locked away in the dark. It becomes clear that she was a victim of the very traffickers Lehman warned them about. Hajime rescues the child and brings her back to their room to recover, and when she finally wakes up, he asks for her name. The girl introduces herself as Mew, and in return, Hajime introduces himself and Shay. Seeing that the girl is malnourished and frightened, the group helps her get cleaned up, provides her with a hot meal, and dries her hair. Mew is visibly moved by their kindness, feeling a genuine sense of joy in the company of these strangers. She explains that she was torn away from her family by the bad people who haunt the city's shadows. Now that she is safe, Shay wonders what their next step should be. After a minute of intense thought, Hajime suggests that they turn her over to the city guards so they can handle her protection. As he turns to leave, the little girl asks him through her tears if he hates her. Hajime offers no response and walks away in silence. However, as Hajime and Shay make their way back to their lodgings, an explosion rocks the nearby area. Fearing the worst, they race back to the guard station, only to find a gruesome scene. Guards have all been slaughtered and the facility is in ruins. They then see a message on the wall saying if Hajime wants to see Mew alive again, he must hand over the bunny girl to the kidnappers. This cowardly move sends Hajime into a furious rage, and he swears that he will track down Mew and make the perpetrators pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Yue and Tio are having a quiet moment over coffee when the wall next to them suddenly shatters. Hajime bursts through the rubble like a South Indian actor trying to save his baby brother. He quickly catches the two girls up on the situation, explaining that he tried to beat information out of a lead, but came up empty-handed. He then rallies the entire team, and they begin a citywide manhunt to locate the traffickers' hideout. Moments later, they reach a concealed underground hideout where the gang members are relaxing, unaware of the storm heading their way. The girls don't hold back, using their devastating magical abilities to wipe out the traffickers. While they handle the main force, Hajime moves deeper into the complex. He finds Mew being mistreated by one of the men, and, without a second of hesitation, he guns the man down. Overwhelmed with relief, Mayu sprints toward her savior and throws her arms around his disgustingly smelly body. Hajime takes her into his arms and leaps into the sky, allowing her to look down as the rest of his team completely dismantles the trafficking operation below. Once the threat is neutralized and the ring is destroyed, Hajime returns to the ground where the others are waiting. Mayu is introduced to the rest of the group and immediately gravitates toward Yue, hugging her as if she were her own mother. When she turns back to Hajime, she initially tries to call him Big Brother, a title that Hajime immediately rejects. He tells her to just use his name, but the little girl calls him Sugar Daddy instead. A few days later, Hajime leads the group out of town in his customized vehicle, while Shay takes to the road on her motorcycle. She then starts showing off, thinking she will get a Red Bull sponsorship. Inside the car, little Mew is eager to help and begs to take a turn behind the wheel. Though Hajime refuses her request for now, he promises to teach her the ropes of driving later on. Their journey eventually leads them to a local market, a place that triggers a wave of memories for Hajime regarding his former classmates and his life before the fall. The party eventually makes its way to see the guild leader, a man named Loha, so Hajime can deliver a formal letter from Chang. As Loha reads the contents, he finds the information nearly impossible to process. The idea that a young man who looks like a common adventurer could have single-handedly decimated 60,000 monsters and dismantled an entire criminal organization in a single afternoon seems like a complete fantasy. Just as Loha is questioning the validity of the letter, a frantic young man bursts into the office with an urgent message regarding a monster outbreak within the labyrinth. When the messenger catches sight of Hajime, his eyes widen in immediate recognition. Hajime identifies him as Endo, one of his old classmates from Earth. Despite the shock, Endo is relieved to see him alive and immediately shifts into a desperate plea for help. He explains that their former classmates are currently trapped deep within the labyrinth, and if reinforcements don't arrive soon, no one will make it out alive. Amanagawa and his party are navigating the treacherous depths of the labyrinth when they stumble upon a particularly ominous section. Shizuku's instincts immediately flare up, warning the group that something terrible is about to happen. Her fears are confirmed when they find the floor painted with monster blood, suggesting that a predator far more dangerous than the typical dungeon denizens is lurking nearby with his hanging dangle out in the open. Out of the darkness, a demon chick accompanied by a strange raven makes her presence known. She doesn't attack immediately. Instead, she tries to manipulate them, offering Amanagawa's team a chance to defect to the side of the demons. She even claims that one of their own has already accepted the offer, hoping to shatter their resolve. Amanagawa flatly refuses her offer and prepares for battle. In response, the demon summons a wave of massive, high-level monsters that launch a coordinated attack. Kari and the others fight with everything they have, but their efforts feel futile. No matter how much damage they deal, the monsters seem indestructible, largely because the demon's raven familiar continuously heals their wounds with dark magic. Realizing that they are completely outmatched, the group decides on a desperate gambit. They task Endo with using his specialized camouflage ability to slip past the enemy lines and find help on the surface. While he is reluctant to abandon his friends in such a dire state, he understands that he is their only hope for survival and makes his move. As the battle rages on, the situation for those left behind turns tragic. During a chaotic exchange, one of the younger girls in the group is struck by a cat-like monster, turning her body into cold stone. Shizuku realizes they cannot win this fight and demands an immediate retreat, even going as far as to slap Amanagawa across the face like an Asian mother-in-law. Meanwhile, Endo manages to reach the 17th floor where he encounters Captain Meld and explains the crisis, but their meeting is cut short when a monster discovers them, proving that Endo's stealth wasn't as perfect as he hoped. Meld steps up to hold the line, ordering Endo to continue to the surface while he faces the enemy alone. Back inside the dungeon, the surviving students have managed to put some distance between themselves and the demon, but they are exhausted. A few members of the group, terrified and weary of the bloodshed, begin to wonder if joining the demons might actually be the only way to survive. Their debate is interrupted by the arrival of Captain Meld, who is clinging to life and covered in horrific wounds. But before he can offer a full report, a monster strikes from the shadows, ending the captain's life on the spot. The demon woman reappears shortly after, gloating over the fallen and preparing to finish off the rest of the humans. At this point, Amenagawa is driven by grief and fury, and he activates his limit break ability and begins tearing through the monsters with newfound speed. Now, the scene returns to the guild office, where Endo is on his knees, begging Hajime to show some mercy to their old friends. But Hajime remains cold, asserting that he owes these people nothing and views them as mere cockroaches that need to be eliminated. However, the influence of the girls at his party begins to weigh on him. Back in the dungeon, Amenagawa's surge of power nearly ends the fight as he shatters the demon's barrier. However, a momentary lapse in focus, caused by a personal photo falling from the demon's pendant, allows a monster to land a devastating blow that sends him flying. With Kaori and Shizuku exhausted and on the brink of death, they hold hands and prepare for the end. But just as the final blow is about to fall, a massive iron rod screams through the air, impaling the monsters and unaliving them in an instant. As the tension breaks and everyone breathes a sigh of relief, Hajime makes his entrance like the Undertaker. It is revealed that just moments before his dramatic entrance, Hajime and his party were racing through the labyrinth's dark corridors, guided by a frantic Endo. Sensing that every second wasted brought his former classmates closer to death, Hajime decided to bypass the winding paths entirely. He then deployed a massive drilling apparatus, carving a direct vertical shaft through the floor. Without hesitation, he and his team plunged into the depths, landing directly in the middle of the chamber, where the demon woman had finally cornered her prey. The impact was instantaneous. As Hajime neutralized the immediate threats, Kaori recognized him through the dust, though Shizuku could hardly reconcile the legendary figure before her with the boy she once knew. His appearance, defined by stark white hair and a cold, bionic arm, rendered him nearly unrecognizable to the rest of the group. While his team moved to establish a defensive perimeter around the students, Hajime focused his attention on the demon orchestrating the slaughter. He then offered a single warning: leave or die. But the demon does not give a flying duck and chooses to fight till the end. Now, Hajime activates his specialized magic and starts picking off invisible monsters. The battlefield quickly becomes a display of overwhelming force as he combined his firearms with high-level magical strikes. When a massive turtle-like beast is sent to crush him, Hajime redirects the momentum of the attack back toward the demon, wounding her milk cartons in the process. He then systematically eliminated both the turtle and the demon's raven companion, stripping away her defenses and leaving her exposed. Watching from the sidelines, Amenagawa struggled to believe that this powerful, unrecognizable warrior was truly the classmate they had left for dead. The denial was even more intense for Hiyama, who was furious at the prospect of Hajime's return. However, there is no time for questions, as the demon conjures a fresh wave of reinforcements. When Hajime's party steps in, Yue tears through the ranks with a localized black hole. Shay wields her massive hammer with the strength of a god, and Tio unleashes her dragonkin fury to dismantle anything left standing. In the heat of the fray, Hajime notices a serpent monster lunging toward Shizuku, so he throws a specialized sword her way, which she uses to effortlessly dismantle the creature. The demon, desperate and confused by Hajime's nature, attempted to crush him beneath a massive boulder. This prompted Mew to yell out, "Sugar Daddy!" a revelation that sends Kaori into a state of total frenzy. At this point, the demon thinks she has won, but her victory is short-lived because Hajime emerges from the rubble and pins her down by hurling a heavy rod in her path. She questions his humanity, only for Hajime to bluntly admit that he has moved past such labels. After disabling her by shooting both of her legs, he demands to know her goals. She remains defiant, claiming her lover will eventually avenge her, but Hajime is unimpressed. He declares that he will challenge the gods themselves if they stand in his way. Despite Amanagawa's desperate pleas for mercy toward a defenseless enemy, Hajime follows through on his own code and executes the demon on the spot. While the stupid injured weaklings are healing, Hajime and Yue share a brief, intimate moment that is quickly interrupted by a jealous Shay. At that moment, Kaori approaches him, while her emotions seem to be boiling over. Through tears of joy and regret, she apologizes for failing to save him in the past and throws her arms around his biological shotgun. This display of affection immediately puts her on the radar of the other women in the group, sparking a new wave of tension. As they finally exit the labyrinth, the ideological rift between Hajime and Amanogawa widens. Amanogawa condemns the execution of the demon, but Hajime dismisses his complaints as the whining of someone who only cares about being a hero. He then offers a harsh reality check. In this world, it is either kill or be killed. When the group meets the guild leader who has arrived late with an unnecessary army, Kaori makes a life-changing announcement. She declares that she is leaving her old team to join Hajime's party. Hearing this, Yue challenges her, doubting she can handle the intensity of their journey, but Kaori holds her ground. The tension escalates further when Kaori openly confesses her love for Hajime. Though he flatly states that his heart already belongs to Yue, Kaori's resolve does not waver. This results in a competitive stare and the birth of a new rivalry in the group. Just then, Kaori starts interrogating Hajime about Miu, accusing him of becoming a Japanese Jeffrey Epstein wannabe, and demanding to know which of the girls is the mother. However, Shizuku manages to drag the hysterical girl away to restore some order. The following morning, the new expanded party sets off in the vehicle. While Kaori tries to claim the seat next to Hajime, she is quickly reminded of the established side chick hierarchy. Kazuma is an Isekaid loser who dreams of becoming a legendary hero in his new world. But the moment he realizes his S-tier party of gorgeous baddies is actually completely useless, he ditches his heroic dreams and vows to make them his personal harem instead. The night before getting Isekaid, Kazuma finally steps out of his otaku room to buy a new viral game he's been waiting for. After getting his copy, he's excited to go home and spend his time playing it alone. But as he walks back, he notices a girl from his school about to get hit by a truck. Without thinking, he rushes in to save her, but when he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a strange place. A blue-haired girl walks up to him and explains that he's in the afterlife. The girl reveals that the student he saved is completely fine, and in fact, she never needed saving at all. As the isekai maker Kazuma thought he saw was actually just a harmless tractor that stopped before reaching her. Hearing this, Kazuma is left speechless as the girl bursts out laughing, revealing that Kazuma died of fright, then peed himself, and was so pathetic that even his family and the doctors made fun of him. No! After getting a few laughs, the girl finally introduces herself as Aqua, a goddess. She gives him two choices, that he can either live peacefully in heaven or be reborn in another world fighting the Demon King where he can start his life over from scratch. Kazuma accepts the second option and is shown all kinds of powerful weapons and abilities, but Kazuma suddenly gets an idea and instead of choosing a weapon, he chooses to bring Aqua along, and Aqua immediately panics and insists he can't do that. But another goddess appears and explains that Kazuma's wish is completely valid. She then sends Aqua along with him, making her terrified. The next thing they know, the two are transported to a peaceful fantasy city called Axel, and Kazuma is amazed. He sees it as a chance to reinvent himself as this world's Goku and stop being a shut-in gamer. Aqua, on the other hand, is completely stressed out. She realizes she can't return home until the Devil King is defeated, and now she's stuck with Kazuma the entire time. Kazuma quickly decides that they need to find an adventurer guild, and even Aqua is impressed by how reliable he's suddenly acting. The two then arrive at the guild and are welcomed by the bustier-than-your-mama receptionist, Luna. However, Luna informs them that they will need money to pay the registration fee, and with no idea what to do, they sit at a table feeling completely defeated. Things look so hopeless that they briefly think about giving up altogether. Then Aqua remembers that she's a goddess, and she confidently approaches a random dude and reveals her true identity. She expects him to immediately worship her and hand over all his money, but instead, the dude feels bad for her for being delusional and reveals that he praises another goddess named Eris. But the dude still kindly gives her some money out of pity, and Aqua thanks him, although she's disappointed that nobody seems to recognize her divine status. With enough money secured, the two finally register as adventurers. They are then introduced to a magical device that measures their abilities and potential. Kazuma goes first, and he dreams of discovering some incredible hidden power and becoming a legendary hero, like King Arthur from England. Instead, the results reveal that he's just an ordinary adventurer, and his only standout stat is his ridiculously high luck, which makes Aqua laugh at him. Then Aqua takes her turn, and the moment the device scans her, Luna is stunned. The machine reveals that Aqua's stats are overwhelmingly powerful. Everyone in the guild is amazed and immediately starts looking forward to seeing what Aqua and Kazuma can accomplish together. Kazuma feels a little jealous, but he admits Aqua could be a huge asset. Some time passes and the pair end up working construction jobs to earn money and secure a place to live. Before long, they settle into a comfortable routine of eating, drinking, and hanging out with the people around them. Eventually, Kazuma realizes they've completely forgotten their original mission of defeating the Devil King. When he talks to Aqua about it, she suggests they finally take on their first monster quest, and Aqua confidently tells him not to worry because the power of family like Fast and Furious can overcome any monster they face. The next morning, Kazuma expects Aqua to be excited and ready for their first real quest, but quickly learns that she's a lazy, spoiled, and sloppy goddess who would happily do nothing all day if nobody is praying to her. At that moment, Kazuma starts regretting the promise he made to bring her along. When Aqua finally wakes up, Kazuma immediately scolds her for all the nonsense she told him, and he reminds her that they're still sleeping in a horse stable and are nowhere close to defeating the Devil King. Aqua barely pays attention and casually promises once again that her divine powers will solve everything. Aqua then gets excited and reveals her grand plan for the day, revealing that they're going to the Adventurer Guild to accept their first monster extermination quest. A few hours later, they find themselves standing outside town with a mission to eliminate 5 giant frogs within 5 days, and the confidence disappears almost immediately. Instead of helping, Aqua spends most of her time laughing while Kazuma gets chased around by giant frogs like Justin Bieber trying to escape Diddy. Terrified, Kazuma desperately calls for help, but Aqua just laughs harder. But then Karma arrives at full speed, and the frog suddenly changes targets and charges straight toward Aqua before swallowing her whole, forcing Kazuma to save her. After defeating the monster and rescuing Aqua, she comes out covered in slime and immediately starts crying. Kazuma suggests they head back and buy better equipment because they're obviously not prepared for this quest. Aqua refuses, feeling embarrassed that a low-level monster managed to make her look pathetic. Fueled entirely by pride, she rushes toward another frog and activates her ultimate technique, the Fist of God. According to Aqua, this punch can defeat absolutely anything, but she throws the punch and nothing happens. Hell, the frog doesn't even blink. Aqua instantly loses all confidence and compliments the frog, but the frog has no interest in hoes and immediately eats her again. Once again, Kazuma has to save her. By the end of the day, they manage to defeat 2 frogs and bring them back to town. After cleaning up, Kazuma and Aqua sit down to eat. During dinner, Aqua suggests recruiting another adventurer to help them in the future. The next day, they post a recruitment notice on the guild's bulletin board. After waiting around for half the day, nobody shows any interest, and Kazuma starts feeling hopeless. The thought of spending his entire adventure stuck with the noob Aqua sounds worse than fighting the Devil King himself. Then a girl suddenly walks over to their table. She introduces herself as Megumin and says she's interested in joining the party. Megumin proudly announces that she's a powerful mage feared by many, and Aqua immediately recognizes that she's from the Crimson Demon Village, a place famous for producing highly intelligent wizards with unbelievably ridiculous names. When Aqua points this out, Megumin quickly starts bragging about how dangerous and powerful she is. But then, Megumin suddenly collapses onto the floor, and she admits that she hasn't eaten in days and desperately needs work. Kazuma feels bad for her, and Aqua even offers to heal the mysterious eye hidden beneath her eye patch. Megumin immediately refuses and claims a dangerous power is sealed inside her eye. Curious, Kazuma asks if that's true, but Megumin shamelessly reveals that she's lying, so Kazuma quickly rips it off. Afterward, while they sit down, Kazuma and Aqua secretly check her adventurer card. To their surprise, her stats are actually impressive, and she specializes in explosive magic. Thinking she could be useful against the giant frogs, Kazuma officially recruits her. The trio immediately heads back out to continue the quest, and while Megumin gets ready, Kazuma quietly explains that Aqua is actually a lazy slob who just likes calling herself a goddess. Aqua overhears this and gets offended. Determined to prove herself, she charges toward a frog and prepares to show off one of her divine abilities. A few seconds later, she's swallowed whole again, and Kazuma isn't even surprised anymore. Before he can rescue her, Megumin finally begins casting her spell. Dark energy gathers around her staff as massive amounts of mana flow into the magic circle. The dramatic buildup alone gets Kazuma excited. Then, Megumin unleashes Explosion, and the nuke-like blast completely vaporizes a giant frog in an instant, and Kazuma looks happier than a guy getting a sloppy toppy on a Sunday. For a moment, he thinks they've finally found a competent teammate, but then nearby frogs wake up. Suddenly, he notices Megumin collapsing onto the ground without moving, and she casually explains that using Explosion consumes all of her energy, leaving her completely helpless afterward. A few seconds later, she's swallowed whole. Now, Aqua and Megumin are both out of action, leaving Kazuma alone once again. By the end of the day, Kazuma somehow defeats all the remaining frogs and completes the quest almost entirely by himself. The group returns to town covered in slime and frog saliva, and along the way, Kazuma tells Megumin that she seriously needs to learn other spells. But Megumin immediately refuses, and she reveals that Explosion is the only spell she knows. Megumin proudly explains that she's dedicated her entire life to mastering Explosion and has no intention of learning another spell. For some reason, Aqua finds this incredibly inspiring, and the two girls instantly start bonding over their commitment to terrible decisions like single mothers with multiple baby daddies. Meanwhile, Kazuma realizes he's somehow assembled a party consisting entirely of liabilities. At that point, he realizes that he needs to get rid of Megumin, so he tells her that their adventure ends there, but Megumin latches onto him and begs him to let her stay with their party. Before long, the two end up arguing, and their fight attracts a crowd. The villagers notice Aqua and Megumin covered in strange white goo slime and instantly jump to the worst possible conclusion. But Megumin sees an opportunity. She immediately looks at Kazuma with the kind of expression that says she's about to ruin his life like Diddy to Justin Bieber. She instantly starts making up outrageous lies in front of the entire crowd, saying that Kazuma did the diddler 9,000 on her. which forces Kazuma to stay with them if he wants to keep what's left of his reputation. Later, while the girls are taking a bath, Kazuma collects the quest reward and checks his updated adventurer status. He's excited to learn that defeating monsters has helped him level up surprisingly fast, but then he sees the payment, and the reward is so small that it feels like he just fought for minimum wage. Just as he's wondering what to do next, another person notices their recruitment notice. A beautiful female knight approaches him and asks if she can join the party. Kazuma nearly chokes, as unlike his current teammates, she actually looks competent. The knight introduces herself as Darkness, and at first, Darkness seems perfect. She's beautiful, strong, noble, and exactly the kind of reliable teammate he's been looking for. But then she starts acting strangely like she's about to bust her cream any moment, and Kazuma realizes that this freakier than Bonnie Blue Knight might be weirder than Aqua and Megaman. Kazuma continues explaining that his party is basically a collection of useless people, and that he definitely wouldn't recommend Darkness join them. But Darkness doesn't back down. After seeing Kazuma and the others covered in giant frog slime, she becomes even more interested in joining. She believes she's the missing piece the party needs because, while her abilities are impressive, her accuracy is about as useless as a stormtrooper from Star Wars. Suddenly, Darkness moves closer to Kazuma and practically pressures him into accepting her application. Kazuma completely loses focus because he's never had a beautiful girl stand that close to him before. With no other option, he delays giving her an answer, even though he's already figured out that Darkness is just as useless and maybe even weirder than the others. The next morning, Kazuma wakes up feeling refreshed and expects a productive day filled with better quests. Instead, he discovers Aqua has spent her skill points upgrading her party trick ability, making herself even more useless than before. Kazuma immediately questions his life choices and goes to talk with Megaman about how he should spend his own skill points. During their conversation, he learns that experienced adventurers can teach skills to others. Megaman instantly volunteers to become his teacher because she assumes he wants to learn explosion magic. Kazuma quickly shuts that idea down because he wants skills that are actually useful for normal quests. This leaves him even more confused about what to choose. Then Darkness suddenly appears and offers to teach him all sorts of useful beginner skills. Somehow, this only scares him. Darkness mainly came to ask about joining the party again, but Kazuma immediately rejected her. Instead of getting angry, Darkness looks strangely happy. That's when Kazuma discovers she's actually a masochist, which terrifies him because she is just like that dude from Fight Club. Before things get even weirder, another girl shows up. Her name is Chris, and she's Darkness's best friend. Unlike everyone else, she's surprisingly normal. Chris specializes in thief skills and offers to teach Kazuma the steal skill. Since that actually sounds useful, Kazuma immediately agrees. After buying Chris a drink, the group heads outside for training. Chris demonstrates the skill by creating a flash of light and instantly stealing Kazuma's money pouch. Kazuma is amazed and decides this is exactly the kind of skill he needs. Chris explains the skill tree, and Kazuma suddenly feels his DNA changing, just like the Spider-Man movie. To test his new ability, Chris challenges him to steal something from her. She even offers her expensive dagger as a target. Kazuma gets excited because this feels like his first real adventurer moment. He activates steal and waits. At first, nothing seems to happen. Then he looks at what he grabbed. Somehow, instead of the dagger, he steals Chris's underwear. Kazuma celebrates like he just won the lottery while waving it around proudly. Darkness immediately gets way too interested after realizing Kazuma might be a pervert. Later, the group returns to the guild. Aqua and Megaman notice Chris looks embarrassed and depressed at the same time. Before Kazuma can explain himself, Darkness jumps in and tells everyone exactly what happened. She loudly announces that Kazuma stole a girl's underwear, which immediately gets the entire guild's attention. Kazuma wants to disappear on the spot. Aqua doesn't care about any of that, and only wants to know if the skill works consistently. Left with no choice, Kazuma uses steal again. This time he accidentally steals another pair of underwear. Unfortunately for Megaman, they happen to be hers. Kazuma considers this another incredible success, while Megaman is horrified. Darkness immediately positions herself as the girl's protector and argues that she needs to join the party to defend them from Kazuma's perverted behavior. Kazuma instantly rejects her again. Rather than getting upset, Darkness enjoys the rejection way too much, which leaves Megaman completely creeped out. Then Aqua finally realizes Darkness is the knight Kazuma mentioned earlier, so everyone sits down together. Darkness shows them her adventurer card, and Megaman is immediately impressed. Her Crusader stats are incredible, and she seems like the perfect addition to the team. Kazuma disagrees because adding Darkness to the party feels like inviting another disaster into his life. To convince them, he reveals his true goal. He reminds everyone that their mission is to defeat the Devil King. Kazuma warns them that the Devil King is the strongest being in the world, and that this isn't some casual adventure. Surprisingly, Darkness and Megaman become even more excited after hearing that. Their reactions leave Kazuma completely confused. Suddenly, an emergency alarm rings throughout the town. Every adventurer is ordered to report to the front gate immediately. The citizens panic and rush inside their homes as if World War II has started. Kazuma and the other adventurers race to the gates expecting to face the World War II famous dictator. Instead, they discover an army of flying cabbages heading toward town. Apparently, it's harvest season. Kazuma would rather go back to bed than spend his day collecting vegetables. The moment he learns each cabbage can be exchanged for money, his opinion changes instantly. Seeing an opportunity, Darkness decides it's finally time to show everyone her Crusader skills. She charges into battle like she's the main character of an action movie. Then she swings her sword and misses every single cabbage. Just like that, Kazuma learns she's exactly as useless as he expected. A little later, Darkness notices several adventurers getting hurt by the flying vegetables. She immediately jumps in front of them and uses herself as a human shield. Kazuma and the others worry about her until they realize she's secretly enjoying every second of it. As the cabbages continue attacking, her armor slowly gets damaged. Darkness becomes embarrassed after noticing people staring at her, but somehow that only makes her happier. Eventually, Megumin gets tired of watching everyone struggle and decides to cast Explosion. Kazuma thinks it's a terrible idea, but Megumin ignores him. Seconds later, a massive explosion wipes out huge groups of cabbages and earns the party a fortune. By the end of the day, Kazuma uses steel to collect cabbages. Megumin blows up everything in sight. Darkness becomes both a shield and a local hero, and Aqua contributes absolutely nothing except entertaining people with party tricks. Despite making money and finishing the harvest, Kazuma is frustrated because the group once again completely forgets about defeating the Devil King. Still, the party is officially set. Kazuma is now stuck with 3 completely useless girls. Meanwhile, Darkness proudly declares that she'll protect him no matter what and looks forward to adventuring together. And with that, their ridiculous journey truly begins. A few days later, Kazuma learns a brand new skill, and somehow it's one of the most useful abilities he's gotten so far. He can now create water out of thin air. Around the same time, Darkness shows up wearing a brand new set of shiny armor. Kazuma isn't impressed at all, so he immediately hits her with some sarcasm. Unfortunately for him, Darkness enjoys every second of it. Kazuma isn't really in the mood to joke around because he still remembers his actual goal: defeating the Devil King. Looking at his party full of weirdos and useless adventurers, he starts losing hope and wonders what he's even supposed to do next. Meanwhile, Aqua runs out of money and decides to sell the cabbages she collected during the harvest. She expects to become rich only to discover that the vegetables she gathered are actually lettuces, which are practically worthless in town. Furious, Aqua marches straight to Kazuma looking for money. To everyone's surprise, Kazuma reveals that he earned nearly 1,000,000 eras from his previous quests. He casually calls it a little fortune, which completely shocks the others. The real problem is that Aqua has built up a massive tab at the local bar and needs to pay it off before some scary-looking Arnold Schwarzenegger's type build guys come looking for her. Kazuma refuses to lend her any money because he's saving up to buy a proper house. Hearing that, Aqua immediately starts blackmailing him by bringing up the embarrassing things he does while they're sleeping in the stable. Eventually, Kazuma gives in and pays off her debt. Afterward, he proudly shows off his new adventurer outfit, which finally makes him look like a real adventurer. Everyone has something new to try out and they can't wait to test their gear on a quest. Kazuma suggests hunting giant frogs again, which instantly traumatizes Aqua and Megumin. As Kazuma explains how both of them got swallowed alive and covered in frog slime, Darkness somehow gets turned on like a car. Unfortunately, when Kazuma checks the quest board, he discovers most of the available missions are high-level requests. Apparently, one of the Devil King's generals has moved near town, making the area much more dangerous than before. That night, Aqua tries convincing Kazuma to accept one of the difficult quests. She confidently claims she can defeat one of the Devil King's generals if it's undead. Somehow that only makes Kazuma feel even less confident. The next day, Megumin drags Kazuma along for her daily explosion practice. Kazuma can't believe his life has turned into being Megumin's personal chauffeur, so he tells her to hurry up. Since the guards don't appreciate her blowing things up near town anymore, Kazuma suggests using an abandoned castle outside the city as a target. Megumin immediately falls in love with the idea and decides it's the perfect practice range. The moment she tests her new staff, the explosion is even stronger than before. From that day onward, Kazuma's routine becomes carrying Megumin home after every practice session because she can't move afterward. Aqua spends her days trying to sell random things while Darkness returns home to train with heavy weights. Kazuma's life becomes painfully boring since there are no suitable quests available, but he still accompanies Megumin every day. Together, they visit the abandoned castle over and over as Megumin continues leveling up her explosion magic. Eventually, Kazuma notices how much stronger she's become, and finally starts understanding why she loves explosions so much. The two slowly grow closer through their daily routine. Several days later, Kazuma is relaxing at the stable when Aqua suddenly arrives carrying a huge bowl of food. Kazuma decides to be honest with her and points out that they're nowhere near defeating the Devil King because she spends all her time and money partying. Aqua immediately bursts into tears. She cries so much that by the next day, even the girls are getting tired of it. Suddenly, Luna sounds the emergency alarm and everyone in town rushes to the gates. Adventurers gather outside and find a terrifying figure waiting for them. A dark suit of armor sits atop a horse, glowing ominously despite having no head and no body inside it. This mysterious knight is actually one of the Devil King's generals, the Dilahan. He's absolutely furious because someone keeps blasting explosion magic at his castle every single day. According to him, whoever is responsible has basically declared war. The entire crowd slowly turns to look at Megumin. Even another mage nearby starts crying because she thinks she might get blamed too. Feeling responsible, Megumin steps forward and boldly introduces herself. She tells the Dullahan that she's the one responsible and is ready to face him if he decides to attack. The Dullahan doesn't actually want to fight. He just wants her to stop blowing up his castle every day. Unfortunately, Megumin has no intention of stopping. The Dullahan laughs at first but quickly starts losing patience. Megumin keeps talking and somehow manages to annoy him even more. Eventually, the Dullahan reaches his limit. Megumin immediately calls Aqua over for support. The Dullahan becomes suspicious because it suddenly feels like he's walking into a trap. Instead of declaring war, he decides to teach Megumin a lesson by casting a deadly curse on her. Before it can hit her, Darkness jumps in front of the spell like a bodyguard saving the president game and takes the curse herself. The Dullahan announces that Darkness will die in 1 week and declares that it's all Megumin's fault. Megumin immediately feels terrible. Surprisingly, Darkness gets back up and starts confronting the Dullahan. She points out that his whole plan basically involves forcing a girl to obey him, which makes everyone uncomfortable. Darkness then volunteers to go with the Dullahan, if that's what it takes to remove the curse. Instead of being impressed, the Dullahan becomes completely creeped out because Darkness is somehow making the situation weird. Darkness starts walking toward him, but Kazuma quickly stops her. Watching Darkness get excited about being cursed leaves the Dullahan embarrassed beyond belief. Eventually, he reminds Megumin that all of this happened because she wouldn't stop bombing his castle. To remove the curse, he orders Megumin to come to his castle and face him personally. Then he disappears into thin air. The situation suddenly becomes serious and nobody knows what to do. Megumin immediately starts heading toward the castle and Kazuma decides to go with her. Megumin appreciates the support and Kazuma refuses to let her face one of the Devil King's generals alone. Before they can leave, Darkness stops them and tells them not to risk their lives for her sake. Then just as they're preparing to leave, Aqua finally decides to do something useful. She casually casts a spell on Darkness. Instantly, the curse disappears. Darkness feels completely refreshed and everyone else is left speechless. Aqua reveals that removing curses like this is like playing Minecraft on peaceful mode, and she could do it every day if necessary. The entire town erupts into cheers. Every adventurer starts celebrating Aqua for saving Darkness, and before long, a huge party breaks out in her honor. Kazuma and Megumin can only stand there in disbelief because they were completely prepared to storm a Devil King's castle. The next day, Kazuma wakes up to the sight of Aqua drooling all over the bed like a pit bull. Seeing her makes him frustrated because somehow Aqua has become even more useless and completely forgotten about their real mission. Later, the party sits down at the guild, where Aqua desperately wants to complete a quest because she's drowning in debt. For the first time, she's actually willing to give it her all and even lets Kazuma lead because she's tired of paying off debts through part-time jobs. The party doesn't mind taking a quest, so Kazuma tells Aqua to pick something decent and normal. Aqua immediately goes straight to playing Minecraft hardcore mode. Just before she accepts it, Kazuma stops her after noticing she picked a dangerous high-level quest. He puts it back and waits to see what she'll choose next. Eventually, Aqua finds the perfect quest for herself. All she has to do is purify a lake that's infested with monsters. The reward is decent, and the danger seems manageable, so she immediately wants it. Before she can confirm the quest, Kazuma asks if she can actually purify an entire lake because she's more famous for party tricks than goddess tricks. That instantly makes Aqua furious, and she starts begging him because purification is literally the one thing she's good at. Kazuma says she can do the quest alone and keep all the money for herself. Aqua immediately refuses because she still needs someone to protect her from the monsters. Later, the group heads toward the lake while carrying something on a horse. Aqua, the only person capable of purifying the lake, is locked inside a cage like some pedo bear from Gmod. Naturally, this is all Kazuma's idea. When they arrive, they throw Aqua into the lake like a tea bag into a cup of tea.
Why are you crying?
Aqua decides not to do anything because she's insulted by Kazuma's plan. She just sits there waiting for him to get annoyed. Hours pass and Kazuma checks on her. Aqua looks busy performing purification magic, but she's actually just counting the iron bars on her cage. Eventually, Kazuma decides to be nice and offers to let her out if she needs to use the bathroom. That somehow makes her even angrier. After Aqua says she doesn't need the bathroom, Megumin and Darkness immediately announce that they don't need it either. Kazuma quickly realizes nobody is giving him an excuse to use his questionable ideas. A few more hours pass and no monsters show up. Kazuma starts getting frustrated. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts from the lake and scares Aqua. Unfortunately, a pack of giant crocodile monsters appears and they look very interested in eating her. They start chomping on the cage like they're auditioning for Jurassic Park. Aqua instantly changes her opinion about the quest. Kazuma and the others aren't much help either. They mostly stand around watching Aqua become monster bait until she finally decides enough is enough. Panicking at last, Aqua unleashes her purification. The lake becomes completely purified. The water is clear, drinkable, and every monster disappears. When Kazuma and the others go to retrieve her, they notice Aqua doesn't want to leave the cage. She seems perfectly happy staying inside for a while. They try cheering her up by telling her she gets all the reward money. Aqua doesn't care. She just wants to go home. So Aqua ends up traumatized by another quest, but somehow the group still manages to complete it. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a hero and his companions are battling a legendary ancient dragon. The hero's name is Kyuya, and he was also reincarnated into this world by a beautiful goddess. He dreams of meeting her again, but first he has to complete his mission and defeat the Devil King with the sacred sword she gave him. After the battle, Kyuya and his companions return to town, while his teammates argue because one of them gets jealous. Kyuya feels proud of himself and remains grateful to the goddess who gave him this new life. Suddenly he hears someone singing with a voice that sounds exactly like hers. Curious, he follows the sound and is shocked to discover his beloved goddess trapped inside a cage. Unfortunately, the goddess is Aqua. Aqua still refuses to leave the cage, which frustrates Kazuma because everyone passing by keeps giving him disgusted looks. Then the horse suddenly stops. Someone is holding it from behind. It's Kyuya. Believing Aqua is a prisoner, he immediately frees her. Darkness steps in to confront him, but before she can do anything, Kyuya starts calling Aqua a goddess. Kazuma quickly reminds Aqua that she actually is a goddess and should probably deal with this herself. Aqua immediately jumps back into action. When she faces Kyuya, she doesn't remember who he is at all. Instead, she pretends she does and starts acting like they're old friends. Kazuma then explains everything from the beginning. Kyuya is horrified. He grabs Kazuma by the neck because he can't believe someone would drag a goddess into such a miserable situation. Aqua and Darkness quickly separate them. Aqua then reveals that she's actually having fun with Kazuma. She even mentions things like living in a horse stable. That somehow makes Kyuya even angrier. He demands an explanation because, from his perspective, Kazuma has an amazing party. Kazuma secretly laughs because he's hearing someone be jealous of him for the first time. The reality is the exact opposite. Kazuma is the one jealous of Kyuya because Kyuya gets to live the fantasy adventure Kazuma always wanted while Kazuma suffers every day with his dysfunctional party. Kyuya invites the entire group to join him, but everyone gets creeped out and refuses. Kazuma speaks for the group and tells Kyuya their answer. Unfortunately, Kyuya refuses to accept it. He won't allow Aqua to stay in an environment he thinks is beneath a goddess, so he challenges Kazuma to a duel. Kazuma immediately accepts. Then he creates a distraction and uses steel. In an instant, Kazuma steals Kyuya's sacred sword and smacks him unconscious with it. Unfortunately, he quickly learns he can't actually lift the sword because it's cursed to only be wielded by Kyuya. Not wanting to waste a valuable item, Kazuma decides he'll just drag it around and sell it anyway. Before he can leave, Kyuya's companions stop him. At this point, Kazuma has had enough. He starts making creepy finger movements that completely freak the girls out and sends them running away from his overwhelming pervert energy. A few days later, the group is eating lunch at the guild. Aqua is furious because she never got any reward money. The cost of the cage ended up eating all her profits. Suddenly, Kyuya appears again and desperately asks Aqua to join his party. Instead of feeling sorry for him, Aqua punches him with God Blow and knocks him flat. After waking him up, she immediately demands money from him, like a street thug, and somehow succeeds. Kyuya then asks Kazuma to return the sacred sword in exchange for a swordsmith voucher. That's when he learns Kazuma already sold it. After Kyuya leaves, Darkness questions Kazuma about why Kyuya keeps calling Aqua a goddess. Aqua finally decides to reveal her true identity. She proudly introduces herself as the goddess worshipped by the Axis cult. Before she can convince anyone, an emergency alarm suddenly rings through the town. Every adventurer is ordered to gather at the front gate. Kazuma and his party are especially needed, as if a Titan from Attack on Titan has just shown up. When they arrive outside, they are stunned to discover the Dullahan has returned. Kazuma and the others are stunned when they find out the Dullahan is even more furious than before, and it turns out someone has been blowing up his castle with explosion magic. Kazuma immediately pinches Megumin and Aqua's cheeks because he already knows it's them, adding yet another problem to his never-ending list. The Dullahan feels disrespected, so he introduces himself as Verdia, a Dullahan and a hero slayer. He yells at them for treating him like a joke, and things get worse when Darkness comes up in the conversation. Verdia is convinced his death curse finished her off, but then Darkness shows up alive and well, leaving him completely shaken. He can't wrap his head around why his curse did nothing, but before he can process it, Aqua jumps in and starts laughing in his face, making Verdia look like a guy who spends hours building a Lego just to get pushed by a kid. She casually reveals that she lifted his curse right after he left, turning his whole effort into one big punchline. That sets Verdia off, and he warns Aqua to stop laughing or he'll wipe all of them out. Aqua is not having it, so she hits him with her turn undead magic, and he actually feels it burning. But she gets embarrassed when he's still standing, and now she's the nervous one. Verdia gets back up in pain and is completely done with Aqua's nonsense, so he summons an entire undead army to destroy the town. He commands the undead army to attack the town, but every single one of them ignores the order and charges straight at Aqua instead, basically begging her to send them to paradise. Aqua sprints across the field screaming for help, and somehow that turns Darkness on. Eventually, Aqua gets so fed up that she drags Kazuma into it, and now both of them are running for their lives with an undead army on their heels. But Kazuma already has a plan. He lures the undead right to Verdia's position so Megumin can drop her explosion magic on all of them at once. She casts it, everything gets wiped out in one shot, and Verdia finally gets a taste of the thing he hates most. The moment Megumin collapses from exhaustion, Kazuma scoops her up, and they head home. The whole crowd cheers for them, and for a second it actually feels like Kazuma's party might be the ones to take down the Demon King. Then Verdia crawls out of the crater, surprising them like a movie villain that fell off a cliff and survived, and then he starts complimenting Megumin's power as if nothing happened. Everyone freezes because this guy is still alive, and nobody has any magic left to do anything about it. The other adventurers step up and all attack Verdia at the same time, and Kazuma immediately clocks that it's a trap, but can't warn them fast enough. Verdia takes them all down without even trying. He's completely out of patience now and goes straight for Kazuma and Megumin, but Darkness jumps in and blocks his sword. Kazuma tells her to fall back, but Darkness is having the time of her life and refuses to move. She can't land a single hit on Verdia, but she is an absolute wall, so she just tanks every blow to protect the others. She even swings at him a couple of times and misses every single one, which embarrasses her more than it hurts her. Verdia starts really going at Darkness, and Kazuma is backed into a corner. Everyone is waiting for Kyuya because his magic sword is supposed to be the only thing that can eliminate Verdia, but Kazuma's mind is already cooking up something else. Before he can move, Darkness starts calling Verdia her soulmate and begging to be his pet just to witness the true power of a Demon King's general. And Verdia looks genuinely disturbed. Kazuma is equally weirded out but wastes no time and gets to work. He drenches everyone in water, which embarrasses Darkness, then freezes Verdia's feet and tries to steal his weapon. When he opens his eyes and realizes he doesn't have the skills to pickpocket a high-level demon general, the situation somehow gets worse. Verdia is actually impressed, but goes back to beating up Darkness. Kazuma keeps analyzing and hits him with more water, and Verdia flinches, which is the first real clue. They all start spraying Verdia with water, and it clearly rattles him, but it still isn't enough to finish the job. Then Aqua shows up out of nowhere looking completely lost about what's going on, like someone who skips a group project at school. Kazuma loses it and calls her a useless goddess, which makes her tear up. With no other options, Aqua sighs, puts her hands together, and decides to remind everyone exactly why she's called the Goddess of Water. She summons a massive flood that terrifies Verdia and absolutely wrecks the town, including the entrance gate. When the water settles, everyone is exhausted and Verdia is still standing. Just as he's about to finish them all off, Kazuma dumps every last bit of his magic into one steal attempt. He opens his eyes and realizes he grabbed Verdia's helmet, not his weapon, leaving the guy completely blind. Kazuma starts laughing like a villain because he just got the best idea. They all start playing football with Verdia's helmet, tossing it around like it's the World Cup, while Verdia stumbles around unable to see a thing. And while all of that is going on, Aqua walks up and completely obliterates Verdia with her Sacred Turn Undead spell. Just like that, the day is saved again. The sun breaks through and shines down on all of them like a victory cutscene. Darkness goes to pray for the men who fell in battle, only to find out they're all alive. And that's entirely because Aqua brought them back with her goddess powers, which leaves Darkness embarrassed. The next day, Kazuma walks into the guild to find Aqua and the others already drunk off the celebration. Luna presents Kazuma's party with a reward for taking down one of the Demon King's top generals, and the whole room gives them a standing ovation. The reward turns out to be 300 million Eris, and suddenly everyone wants to be Kazuma's best friend. He gathers the party and tells them he's had a change of heart about defeating the Demon King and would much rather just live a chill life. Then Luna walks over and hands him a card that drains the color from his face. The flood Aqua summoned destroyed the town's entrance gate, and the repair bill comes out to 40 million Eris, all charged to Kazuma. The party looks at him with the saddest eyes and promises to help pay off the debt together. And somehow, despite everything, that's enough to make Kazuma smile because maybe, just maybe, his chaotic little party isn't so bad after all. Days after the Verdia incident, snow starts falling across the parallel world, and winter is officially here. Kazuma is already miserable about it because he's broke and getting more desperate by the day. He starts taking it out on Aqua, blaming her for the flood that buried them in debt and left him living in a horse stable. He woke up freezing that morning and genuinely starts wondering if he'll survive the season at this rate. Aqua wants out of the stable just as badly, but she flips it on Kazuma, pointing out that a goddess who literally saved the town should not be sleeping next to horses, which does nothing but make Kazuma more frustrated. Then Megumin and Darkness show up, both completely done with watching these two argue every single day. Kazuma breaks down the situation and makes it clear he needs money fast. Megumin points out that the other adventurers are loaded from the Verdia reward and suggests they grab a quest before the good ones are gone. When Kazuma checks the board, he's shocked to see it hasn't been touched in a while, and that actually gets him motivated. The party starts scanning for something worth their time. Darkness immediately eyes a quest to hunt snow beasts because she's already picturing herself getting absolutely destroyed by them, and Kazuma shuts that down instantly. Megumin then tries pitching a one-hit monster quest, which involves a creature that can end anyone it touches in a single shot, and Kazuma eliminates that idea just as fast. There's also a quest about something called the Destroyer, a massive moving fortress that apparently tears through everything at high speed, which is somehow a fan favorite among kids for how ridiculous it looks. Kazuma ignores all of it because something else catches his eye, a quest about capturing snow sprites. Megumin starts filling him in on what they are, but before she even finishes, the rest of the party is already gearing up with huge smiles on their faces, which makes Kazuma immediately suspicious. The party heads out to a snowy mountain to take on the snow sprite quest, which turns out to be seriously high-paying. Kazuma clowns on Aqua for what she's wearing, and Darkness starts acting unsettling again, standing in the freezing wind with this look on her face like she's waiting for something. The hunt kicks off, and it goes shockingly well. Aqua catches the sprites and stuffs them in a jar to make icy drinks later. Kazuma is slicing through them one by one like he's playing EAFC beginner difficulty. Megumin drops an explosion on a whole cluster of them. By the end of it, the party has wiped out a solid number of snow sprites, and Kazuma starts wondering why nobody else bothered to take this quest. Then the sky shifts, a snowstorm rolls in out of nowhere, and Darkness lights up like she just got a VIP ticket to a Michael Jackson concert, which puts Kazuma on high alert. Aqua finally decides to explain what everyone else apparently already knew. The reason no one touches this quest is that the storm brings with it a terrifying creature called the Winter Shogun. It was created by someone reincarnated from Japan, who basically built this thing and set it loose. Kazuma is not pleased. Before he can process it, the Winter Shogun comes charging in and slices Darkness's sword clean in half in an instant. Aqua scrambles to fix the situation by releasing all the snow sprites she caught and bowing to the Winter Shogun as an apology. Apparently this creature has a code of honor, and all it takes to avoid getting eliminated is dropping your weapon and bowing, which means Kazuma is watching a water goddess abandon every ounce of her dignity. Then he turns and sees Darkness still standing tall, completely refusing to bow, actively hoping the Winter Shogun does something to her. Kazuma grabs her and forces her down, which she enjoys a little too much. He tosses his weapon, starts to bow, and then everything goes dark. Kazuma wakes up in the afterlife again. This time, though, the vibe is completely different. A goddess named Eris greets him warmly, and she's the actual deity in charge of the parallel world he's been living in. The setup feels familiar at first, and Kazuma braces for another Aqua situation. But Eris is nothing like that. She offers him something real. Reincarnation back in Japan, into a wealthy family, as a reward for everything he's been through in the parallel world. Kazuma is genuinely excited and starts asking questions, and Eris answers every one of them. He's ready to go, but before he does, he starts talking about his time in the parallel world. He thought it would be like living inside a video game, but then Aqua happened, and then the rest of them happened, and it became a disaster. And then, without warning, Kazuma starts crying. He's going through the memories, and he can't stop himself because somewhere under all that frustration, he actually cares about his party. He decides he wants to go back, just a little longer. Eris is touched and starts opening the portal, but just before Kazuma can step through, he hears a voice he knows too well. It's Aqua, and she's trying to drag him back to life through sheer magical force. Eris tries to hold the rules of heaven together and stop her, but Aqua gets furious and starts going off about rules. Then she realizes it's Eris she's dealing with and immediately starts roasting her, which gets Eris completely flustered. It turns out Aqua outranks Eris, making her the big sister in this situation, so Eris has no choice but to follow her lead and let Kazuma go. Before he leaves, Eris leans in and tells him she'll remember him, and that this is their little secret from the guy upstairs. Kazuma blushes. He wakes up back in the parallel world and gets pulled into a group hug by his party, and for a moment it actually feels nice. Then Aqua opens her mouth and immediately ruins it, and Kazuma finds himself wishing he could swap her out for Eris, which sends Aqua into a full rage and she nearly hits him with a god blow. But instead of dwelling on it, Kazuma takes a breath and thinks about everything. The world, the chaos, the people, and for the first time he actually feels grateful for what he has. That night, the party winds down from the quest. Aqua pulls out the snow sprite she kept hidden in her jar, looking proud of herself. Kazuma tells her to get rid of it because it technically still has a bounty on it, which breaks her heart. She had already decided it was going to be the cute little cold weather pet that would somehow make her rich, and she's not ready to let that dream go. Then Aqua announces she's hungry, and just like that, she and the others head off to order food, leaving Kazuma by himself. Then the food arrives, and he sees the others ordered an absolute feast. Kazuma snaps back to reality because they are broke and winter is not over. The next morning, Aqua wakes up freezing because she pawned her coat for cash and now has nothing to show for it except the cold. She tries to start a fire, but the winter wind keeps snuffing it out, so she decides the logical next move is to grab Kazuma's tracksuit and burn it. Kazuma wakes up right as she's doing it and smacks her on the head, and after yelling at her for a solid minute, he decides then and there that they need a real place to live. Later, Kazuma drags Aqua into town because he wants to pick up a new skill that lets him craft his own weapon. He takes her to a skill shop, and the moment they walk in, the shopkeeper freezes up at the sight of Aqua. That's because the shopkeeper is secretly an undead, and standing in front of the goddess of water is about as comfortable as a vampire walking into a tanning salon. Aqua is already in a bad mood just from being there. The shopkeeper's name is Wiz, and she's a lich, meaning she looks completely human on the outside but spends her nights at the graveyard quietly guiding the undead to heaven. She's the ruler of the undead, the no-life queen, and somehow she runs a little magic shop. Aqua cannot stand her and makes zero effort to hide it. While they're browsing, Aqua orders Wiz to make them tea, fully expecting it to be terrible, and it turns out to be genuinely delicious. Aqua refuses to let Wiz have that win, so she mocks her anyway, full of evil stepsister energy. Then Kazuma gets to the point and tells Wiz he's there to learn lich skills. Aqua's jaw drops, and she immediately grabs Wiz by the throat to make sure that never happens. Kazuma talks her down by explaining that lich skills are actually useful in combat, and eventually Aqua backs off, still furious. Then Wiz asks Aqua about this whole goddess thing she keeps mentioning, and Aqua absolutely lights up. She launches into a full proud speech about being the goddess of water and the ruler of the Axis cult, and Wiz looks genuinely terrified, mostly because she already knows the Axis cult is completely unhinged. The two of them immediately get into it, and Kazuma is staring at the ceiling wondering what his life has become. He breaks it up, and then Wiz casually compliments him for taking down Verdia. Kazuma laughs proudly, and then Wiz just as casually mentions that she is also one of the Demon King's generals, and the whole mood shifts faster than a YouTube apology video. Aqua slaps her into an armbar before she can say another word. Kazuma gets Aqua off her and tells her to let Wiz talk, because something feels different about this one. Wiz explains that she's the only general who has never actually hurt a human, and her only job is to open the path to the Demon King. Aqua wants to handle that right now, but Wiz begs for her life because she still has things she wants to do. And she brings up something involving Verdia that is exactly the kind of thing Darkness would be into, which is its own kind of funny. Aqua doesn't buy any of it, but Kazuma lets Wiz keep talking. In return, Wiz offers Kazuma free training as a thank you for sparing her. She suggests he learn Drain Touch, a skill that lets him absorb an enemy's health and mana and use it for himself. Since Wiz can only practice it on someone else, Aqua volunteers, holds out her hand, and tells Wiz to go for it. Wiz starts absorbing just a little of Aqua's power, but she gets way too into it, and Kazuma gets tired of watching, so he shoves Aqua out of the way and takes her place. By the end of it, Kazuma has a brand new skill like he just found out about Super Saiyan 4. Then Wiz starts screaming because Aqua has been quietly trying to make her cease to exist this whole time, and Kazuma pulls her back just in time. Right after that, some random guy bursts in looking for Wiz like he's got serious business with her, and the whole shop gets chaotic again. Later, that same chaos leads to an opportunity. Wiz is well connected, and one of her quests opens a door for Kazuma's party to move into a massive mansion for the winter. Everyone is ecstatic, because sleeping in that horse stable one more night might actually finish them off. So she goes in first to get a read on what's been going on inside the mansion. Whatever she sees in there clearly shakes her, but nobody believes a word she says, so they leave her outside and start getting settled. The party each claims a room, and for the first time in a long time, things actually feel okay. Kazuma lies back on a real bed and just takes a breath. After everything, the horse stable, the debt, the quests, a mansion feels like winning. Then Aqua starts screaming from down the hall. Kazuma rushes over expecting a ghost situation, but it turns out one of the spirits drank her expensive wine, and she is absolutely not letting that go. She storms out of her room and starts exorcising every spirit she crosses paths with, like John Wick when someone messes his dog. That night, Kazuma is finally sleeping comfortably when he realizes he needs to use the bathroom. He sits up and there it is, a single creepy doll sitting on his chair staring directly at him. Kazuma dives back under the blanket like the blanket is going to do something. He lies there for a while, works up the courage, opens his eyes, and his entire bed is covered in hundreds of creepy dolls. He is out of that room instantly, sprinting toward Aqua's room with the whole doll collection right behind him. He bursts in and finds Megumin already there, which is its own surprise. Megumin explains she's waiting for Aqua because they made a deal to go to the bathroom together. Kazuma cannot wait any longer and starts unzipping his pants to handle things near the window. Megumin grabs him and tells him she thought they were closer than this, that they've been through things together, and that he should come to the bathroom like a normal person. Kazuma tells her to just pee in a bottle as guys do on long trips. Megumin is furious and about to really let him have it, and then she goes completely silent because the swarm of creepy dolls is crawling up the outside of the window. The two of them bolt for the bathroom, and Kazuma, being a gentleman, lets Megumin go first. She takes forever, and apparently needs someone to sing to her before anything can happen. Kazuma loses his patience and yells at her to hurry up, which is exactly loud enough to alert the dolls to their location. He kicks the door open and yanks Megumin out before she's fully dressed, which mortifies her. They cram themselves into a closet, Kazuma on the absolute edge of his physical limits, trying to think about anything except the one thing he cannot stop thinking about. Something starts pulling at the closet door, and they both panic. Kazuma decides he'll push the door open and hold it so Megumin can escape first. He shoves it open, feels a body on the other side, and hits them. It's Aqua, who just finished exorcising every last spirit in the mansion and came to check on them. The next morning, the party collects their reward for completing the quest. Kazuma also pieces together that the spirits ended up in the mansion because it sits right next to the same graveyard where he and Aqua first met Wiz. Before he takes the reward, he pulls Aqua aside and tells her they can't keep it because the whole haunting was basically their fault for running into those spirits in the first place. Later, Kazuma is out at the graveyard cleaning up around a grave that belongs to one of the spirits who was protecting the mansion. Wiz shows up out of nowhere to check on him, and she's genuinely happy that his party finally has somewhere decent to live. After she leaves, Kazuma looks up at the sky, and for once he doesn't think about debt or quests or Aqua doing something catastrophic. He just feels grateful for the quiet, simple life he's slowly building, even if it never quite goes according to plan. A few days later, Kazuma's party is finally settling into mansion life. Darkness and Megumin are playing chess, and Kazuma is doing absolutely nothing, just sitting there staring into the fireplace like a man who has lost all sense of purpose. Then Aqua walks over and tells him to get off the couch because a couch that is luxurious belongs to the highest level member of the party, which is her. Kazuma laughs on the inside because he knows Aqua at level 100 is somehow still the most useless person in any room. But for the first time ever, he actually gets up and lets her have it. He pats her on the shoulder like a tired dad on his way out, but inside he's hollow because it just hit him that none of them have thought about their actual mission in weeks. Nobody is thinking about the Demon King. Nobody. The next day, Kazuma is wandering through town when he spots his adventurer friends Keith and Dust lurking near an alley looking extremely suspicious, like they're guarding something they definitely shouldn't be. Kazuma goes to check it out, and they yank him aside and tell him the truth. Behind that alley is a gentleman's only club run entirely by female succubi, creatures whose entire job is to make a man's wildest dreams come true, literally. Kazuma signs up on the spot without a second thought. Inside it is everything they promised and more, wall-to-wall beautiful women, and every man in there is grinning like he just completed his life's final achievement. Kazuma slides into a booth and notices the intimidating guy from the guild sitting right next to him, nodding at Kazuma like a seasoned veteran welcoming a rookie. Kazuma peeks at the guy's form and notices he listed himself as something other than an adventurer, which is suspicious. But before he can think about it too long, a succubus in all black appears at his table, and every thought leaves his brain immediately. She walks him through how everything works, and the key detail is that none of this actually happens in real life. It all takes place in a dream, completely harmless. No consequences. There's even a request form where Kazuma can describe exactly what he wants the experience to look like. He fills it out faster than he has ever filled out any document in his life and heads home. That evening, Kazuma walks back to the mansion practically floating, but he has to play it cool because if the girls find out about his plans for tonight, they will absolutely ruin it. Then he walks into the dining room, and his stomach drops because Darkness's family has sent over king crabs and high-end wine, and now there's a whole feast happening. He sits down and tries to enjoy it, and the food is genuinely incredible, full-on food montage worthy. Then Aqua pulls out the expensive wine, the really good bottle, and demonstrates how to drink it properly out of a crab shell. And the look on her face after that first sip is so deeply satisfied that it makes everyone at the table feel something. Kazuma wants to drink so badly, but he knows even one glass could knock out his stream, and he is not risking that. Darkness reaches over, takes the cup right out of his hand, and starts enjoying it herself, then turns to him and asks why he's not drinking. Kazuma tells her he already had some earlier in the day, and she just smiles at him, soft and genuine, which is completely out of character for someone who usually only perks up when something is about to hurt her. That smile does something to Kazuma, and he starts rethinking the whole plan. He looks around at his party actually having a good time together, and decides that maybe this night belongs to them, not to some stranger in a dream. He stands up and announces he's going to sleep, which is only half a lie. Later that night, Kazuma cannot sleep at all because his nerves are completely shot. He gets up and draws a hot bath to calm down and eventually drifts off right there in the tub. When he opens his eyes, the lantern is out and everything feels different, and he realizes he's in the dream. He can see a figure outside the bathroom getting ready to come in, and he braces himself. The succubus walks through the door, and it's Darkness. Not what he requested, but Kazuma decides to just roll with it and asks her to wash his back. Darkness seems off, nervous in a way that is different from her usual weird nervous, but Kazuma is too committed to the bit to notice, and she ends up washing his back exactly like he asked. When she tries to leave, Kazuma tells her he's not done, that he needs to be dried off slowly, and Darkness is fighting every instinct in her body as she goes along with it, and Kazuma snaps back to reality. He storms out furious because of course Aqua is doing this right now. He follows the noise and finds Aqua and Megumin standing over a cornered succubus they apparently caught sneaking around the mansion. Kazuma is still not entirely sure what was the dream and what was real, and whether the Darkness who just washed him is standing right there. Then Aqua starts charging up her exorcism spell, and something in Kazuma's brain short-circuits, and he steps directly in front of the succubus to protect her. Aqua looks at him like he has completely lost it, and tells him this is a devil they should be getting rid of. But Kazuma is not moving. The girls want the succubus gone, but Kazuma is literally standing in their way. The succubus is genuinely apologetic about the whole situation, and offers to let them do whatever they want, because she's new and made a mistake. Out of options and out of time, Kazuma drops into a full battle stance like he's the attack titan. He launches himself into the air like he's going for a game-winning shot, just for the girls beat him to the floor, but the succubus makes it out. The next morning, Kazuma is cleaning the entire mansion by himself as punishment. Darkness comes to check on him, and Kazuma sticks completely to the mind control story, acting like a man who was simply a victim of supernatural forces. Darkness looks genuinely relieved and tells him she doesn't blame him at all since it wasn't really him doing any of that. She walks away feeling totally fine about the whole thing, completely unaware that it was absolutely him the entire time. Then the emergency alarm goes off across the town, calling every adventurer to action because something massive is heading their way. Everyone is panicking, and when even Aqua and Megaman are packing their bags, you know it's serious. Kazuma still has no idea what the destroyer actually is, so Darkness fills him in. It's an ancient weapon of mass destruction that moves on its own, and anything in its path gets completely wiped off the map, grass included. That gets everyone scared, except Kazuma, who decides right then that he is not letting some walking castle bulldoze everything he has worked for. Every adventurer in town gathers at the guild and gets briefed on what they're dealing with, but the real problem is nobody knows how to stop it. Chris suggests they all just run and let it flatten the town. She tells Kazuma to use that brain of his, and he does. He plans to have Aqua break through the destroyer's barrier, which would also reveal to everyone that she is genuinely a goddess, and not just a weird woman who claims to be one. And that leads every eye in the room straight to Megaman. She's not fully confident she can pull it off, but nobody has a better idea, so they go with it. Then Wiz walks in, and the entire room loses it, because apparently everyone knows her, like that one girl from campus that somehow knows everybody, and suddenly the plan actually feels like a plan. Everyone gets fired up, the quest is officially on, and people start preparing while others begin building emergency walls around the town. Meanwhile, Darkness is standing outside the town walls alone, completely still, like she's aura farming. Kazuma goes to check on her and she tells him the truth. She's the princess of the Dustiness family, the noble house that actually governs this town, and protecting it isn't just something she wants to do, it's who she is. Her full name is Dustiness Ford Lalatina. Kazuma is genuinely impressed, and for once he doesn't push back or make it weird. He tells her he can't stand selfish people who make everything about themselves, but what she's doing is different because it's for her family, and that lands differently on her. The moment goes quiet, and Kazuma decides to break it by calling her Lalatina just to watch her squirm. The destroyer finally comes into view looking like a final boss that no one prepares for. Aqua goes first, launching her sacred break spell directly at the barrier, and for a second, nobody is sure she actually has what it takes. So she pushes harder, pours everything into it, and the barrier shatters. Now it's Megaman's turn, and she is visibly shaking, which is not great. Kazuma starts going back and forth between mocking her and encouraging her, and somewhere in that chaos he hits exactly the right nerve, and something in Megaman clicks. She locks in, starts casting, and Wiz mirrors the spell beside her, because when you're a grand wizard you can just do that. 2 explosion spells hit the unprotected destroyer at the same time, and it goes down. Everyone erupts, celebrating like the fight is over, and Kazuma already knows that is way too clean of an ending. Sure enough, the destroyer starts shaking and glowing red, like something massive is trying to claw its way out because it has switched into self-destruct mode. Panic spreads instantly. Darkness doesn't flinch. She walks straight toward it, and when Kazuma tells her to run, she tells him a knight doesn't run, though the look on her face makes it pretty clear she also just really wants to be near that explosion. The other adventurers see her go in, and it fires them up, along with the thought of what's waiting for them at the Succubus Club if they survive this, and they all charge in after her to find whoever is controlling the thing. Once inside, Wiz floats the idea of teleporting the whole machine somewhere far away before it blows, which is genuinely the best plan anyone has had all day. But first, they need to get everyone out and track down the crew responsible. They find the control room, and inside is a skeleton that has clearly been sitting there alone for a very long time. There's a diary next to it. Kazuma and Aqua read it and discover the person who built the destroyer was, by all accounts, a complete idiot, which does not help them at all. They eventually locate the core that's powering the self-destruct sequence, and Wiz is ready to teleport it somewhere far, but she doesn't have enough magic left to do it alone. She tells Kazuma she needs to drain him, and Kazuma's brain immediately goes somewhere else entirely, and he agrees way too fast. He closes his eyes, and then Wiz grabs his hand and uses Drain Touch to pull his mana straight out of him. The disappointment on his face is immediate. He tells her to hurry up and just send it somewhere, and us anywhere. Wiz is nervous about accidentally teleporting it into another town, but Kazuma looks her in the eye and tells her he'll take full responsibility for wherever it lands, and that does something to her. She teleports the core into the void, and it's gone. Everyone heads outside thinking it's finally over, and then the destroyer starts shaking again, glowing red, the heat building up from the inside like it saved one last surprise. Everyone runs. Kazuma turns to Wiz and tells her to teleport it again, and she tells him she physically cannot, because using any more magic right now would eliminate her. They're cornered. Then Megaman shows up, completely composed, and says she'll handle it. Kazuma uses Drain Touch to pull mana from Aqua and channel it directly into Megaman, and the moment it hits her, she can feel exactly how much raw power Aqua is actually carrying around. She locks onto the destroyer, casts her explosion spell, and this time it is on a completely different level. The explosion that follows makes everything she has done before look like a warm-up, bigger than anything this world has ever seen. Days pass and life slowly goes back to normal. People are happy, the town is standing, and Kazuma lets himself feel like a hero for a minute. Then Aqua kicks his door open because there is a problem. Kazuma assumes it's the usual, that the Imperial capital wants to reward him and give him a ceremony, and he starts mentally preparing his speech. It is not that. It is a warrant for his arrest, hitting Kazuma harder than the meteor that blew up all the dinosaurs because the core whiz teleported, landed directly in an overlord's mansion and blew it up, making Kazuma an internationally wanted criminal. He sits there and stares at nothing, and for the first time since arriving in this parallel world, he genuinely regrets every single choice that led him to this exact moment. Setsu was an ugly isekai hero who was betrayed by his best friend and sent back to Earth. However, when he finally makes his way back, he forms a party of powerful baddies to clap the life out of his betrayers. It all began 10 years ago when Setsu and Toma were summoned to the kingdom of Dystania. Immediately, the king declared that they were the divine saviors of their land. As those present in the throne room began cheering and calling them heroes, Setsu wondered if they had gotten hold of some premium pot that morning. He said they had to be very delusional if they believed they would agree to become their heroes, after forcibly removing them from their daily lives before the release of GTA 6. Intrigued by the defiant youth, the king asked Setsu what his name was, and Setsu told him while staring him down. Days later, Toma watched Setsu train and asked how he remained so calm after being dropped into a messed up world like that one. Setsu answered that it was because he needed a cool head to survive. He reminded Toma that they would face off against monsters and demons, and said that if they wanted to survive, they needed to get stronger. Toma admitted he was scared of fighting, but Setsu managed to convince him to ditch that mindset and told him they needed to stick together, as that was their best chance to stay alive. After training, Setsu suddenly told Toma that he wanted to end the war, but Toma said it was impossible, and reminded Setsu that, compared to him, he was a pathetic under 3 feet midget weakling. Setsu told him to hold his head high and promised that he would protect him because they were all each other had. This managed to lift Toma's spirits, so he agreed, and they formed a pact of friendship. However, one day, Setsu suddenly packed up his things and told Toma that he was leaving to explore the world and clap bunny girls and elves if possible. Since Toma was still a scaredy cat, he didn't ask Setsu to take him along with him. Instead, he promised that he would do his best to become stronger, so he could stand beside him and finally end the war like they wanted to. Following this, the two made a promise to reunite when they had become real heroes, and then Setsu left with his friends, Elka, Glein, and Thea. Years later, Toma was given the title of Silver Hero by the king for his valor and accomplishments in battle. After the ceremony ended, Toma's subordinates began singing his praises, saying that in no time he would be able to lead the entire nation. Toma told them to stop with the glazing, and then looked up at the falling snow as he told himself that he was on his way to fulfilling their promise. Shortly after this, Toma led a raid on a temple, and, after claiming victory for Dystania, he prepared to leave, but a bright light from the altar caught his attention. He then heard a voice saying that weak and pitiful people didn't deserve to exist in that world. Toma tried to ignore it, so it told him that it could see into his heart and knew what his true desires were, which made him turn around. Since it now had his attention, the voice promised to grant all his desires and give him all the power he needed. At that point, Toma was already entranced, so he reached out and took the necklace that the statue on the altar was holding. The next thing he knew, he woke up outside with his sword in hand and the bodies of his men scattered around him. Toma was momentarily struck with guilt, but that feeling vanished as he told himself that he needed to keep going. He kept walking until another soldier came to bring him news about the peace treaty being signed between both sides. Just then, a carriage drove past them, and when Toma looked inside it, he was shocked to see Setsu and his friends laughing with Regulus and Desastol. As he tried to figure out why Setsu was there, Setsu turned and glanced at him momentarily. The next day, the peace treaty was signed by the 3 rulers, and during the ceremony, Toma couldn't help but notice how close Setsu was to everyone. Aside from that, Setsu was repeatedly hailed as the hero by everyone present, and all Toma could do was watch. That night, while the celebrations were ongoing, Toma found Setsu standing outside on the castle walls and went to talk to him. He commended Setsu for single-handedly ending the war, but Setsu said he'd gotten some help along the way. He then told Toma that he was equally impressed because he had heard of Toma's achievements, and Toma admitted that he only pulled through because of their promise. However, before he could say more, Elka, Thea, and Glein called out to Setsu from below, asking him to join them. Setsu said he was on his way, but before he could leave, Toma stopped him and said that they had to return home now that the war was over. He revealed that he'd found a way back, but Setsu told him he wasn't ready to return because he still had so much of the world to see. This shocked Toma, and as he began spiraling, the voice took over and corrupted him completely. The next moment, he told Setsu that he would destroy everything that came between them. Before Setsu could point out that he was sounding like a toxic boyfriend, Toma attacked him, so he moved to defend himself. As they fought, Toma laughed crazily, and Setsu struggled to understand what had come over him. Eventually, things got heated, and an explosion occurred, but by the time Elka and the others arrived to see what had gone wrong, they found that both guys had disappeared. While the explosion had sent Setsu back to his world, it sent Toma back to the temple. However, he was very weak, and was on the verge of giving up when his magic gem started glowing. It showed him a laboratory where some people were being used for experiments, so he decided he would save them because he felt a sort of connection to them. He easily located the facility, and after freeing all the people, he asked them to join forces with him to destroy the world, and they agreed. 5 years later, a younger-looking Setsu was at school getting bugged by his childhood friend Yuhi when suddenly the world outside turned pitch black and a magic circle appeared in the middle of the classroom. The next moment, the entire class was transported to an open field, and while the other students wondered what in the Isekaid trope was happening, Setsu beamed with excitement. Just then, some armored demons showed up, and when it became evident that they were looking for smoke, all the students started running. Setsu remained where he was, prompting Yuhi to try and shield him with her body when she realized he was about to become a whack-a-mole prop. However, it was pointless because Setsu used a finger to stop the weapon. Following this, he grabbed Yuhi's hand, and as they started running towards the direction the others had gone, an army of soldiers came charging out of nowhere and began fighting the demons. While hiding with the other students, Setsu was suddenly hit by the overwhelming dark aura coming from the demons, and that was when he realized that a curse was controlling them. Just then, Elka pulled up beside them, but she didn't recognize him, and as she was telling them to find a safer place to hide, Glean rode up beside her and ordered the rest of the soldiers to rage. After the battle, the students were brought before the king of the kingdom of Distinia, who welcomed them as heroes. The princess then added that they weren't the first to be summoned, as another hero had come to them 5 years ago and helped them end the First War. She said she could understand their confusion about the situation, but pleaded with them to help save their kingdom, just as the former hero had done. The students were hesitant to agree, but seeing as they had nowhere else to go or even a way back home, they agreed to become the new Avengers. The next day, the students' training arc began, and Yuhi discovered that she was among those who had an affinity for magic. Setsu didn't join the training session, so as he was walking around, he ran into Elka and got into an argument with her. When she ordered him to return to the training ground, Setsu challenged her to try and force him, so Elka pulled out her training sword and charged at him. He sidestepped her and smacked her peaches, shocking her into finally remembering him, so she went on her knees and welcomed him back. Setsu told her to stop embarrassing herself and get up, but she refused and convinced him to use her as a chair. Glean happened to walk by at that moment, so he questioned what was going on, and Elka happily told him that the guy sitting on her was Setsu. Glean was shocked, but he believed her because Setsu was the only person who could make Elka shamelessly act like the cultured masochist that she was. Following this, the duo rushed to inform Thea that Setsu was back. But to their surprise, Thea already knew, as she'd sensed Setsu's magic the moment he returned. Their reunion came with many questions, so they went to the top of the castle walls to discuss. There, they asked Setsu why he'd disappeared after his battle with their other friend, Toma. Setsu admitted he didn't know what happened, because one moment he was engaged in mortal combat with Toma, and the next, he was reborn on Earth with his memories and powers intact. He then asked about Toma, saying that he suspected that Toma was involved with the war because the demons were being controlled by a curse, and Toma was the only one who could do something like that. Thea revealed that Toma had also gone missing on that night, and said all efforts to find him had failed. As they began speculating whether or not he was still alive, a soldier came to inform them that Glein's presence was needed by the king. Later, in the throne room, the king announced to Glein and his other top generals that he was declaring an all-out war on the demons. Glein objected to this decision, but the princess argued that the demons had broken the treaty by attacking first. She claimed the arrival of the students meant that the plot gods were giving them their blessings to fight back. Her father then said that they never should have listened to the first hero, and made peace with the demons. That night, Glein, Elka, and Thea found Setsu outside on the castle wall, and Glein informed him about the king's decision. He said he'd managed to delay the invasion by convincing the king that the new heroes needed more time to train, but that didn't mean that the war wouldn't happen. Setsu then declared that he was going to head out and stop the war before it fully began, shocking his friends. They tried to convince him to take them along, but Setsu said he needed them to stay back and protect the kingdom. The following day, they snuck into the castle to retrieve Setsu's sword by using Thea's magic to hide themselves. Elka knocked out the guard stationed in front of the storeroom where the sword was kept, and Glein stuffed him in a crate before they unlocked the door and went in. While they were there, the unconscious guard was discovered, causing the soldiers to lock down the castle because they assumed intruders had snuck in. When Setsu and the others heard the commotion happening outside, Glein and Thea offered to create a distraction and instructed Elka to ensure that Setsu got out. Elka didn't like this, and when she started complaining about being reduced to a bodyguard, Setsu pulled her away. After they made it out, Yuhi suddenly came out of nowhere and ran to meet them, asking Setsu where he was going. Setsu had no choice but to reveal that it was his second time being summoned to that world, and said he was going to link up with an old friend of his, so he could end the war. Yuhi begged him to take her along, promising that she wouldn't be a Sakura. But Setsu refused, saying he didn't need extra baggage, so she stopped insisting and trimmed off his hair using her magic. This parting gift earned her compliments from Setsu, after which he bid the girls farewell and set off on his journey to be the hero again. Years ago, in another part of the kingdom, a young girl named Ruri approached her grandfather, who was arguing with a customer over selling a brooch to him. This customer was the old Setsu, and the old geezer didn't want to sell the piece of jewelry to him. He told Ruri that Setsu was being a nuisance, but Setsu denied it and dropped a bag of gold coins on the counter. Immediately, the greedy old man declared loudly like an auctioneer that the brooch was sold. After Setsu left, Ruri curiously asked her grandfather why he'd sold the brooch at such a high price when he always claimed that pride was everything to a craftsman. The man explained that pride and attention to detail would always be important to a craftsman. However, it didn't pay the bills. Fast forward a few years to the present, the old man croaked, and after burying him, Ruri set off on a journey to deliver his last custom order to a client. While she was driving her wagon in the middle of the night, a terrifying growl spooked her horse, stopping it in its tracks. Ruri tried to coax the animal into moving, but it had already tapped out and wasn't listening to her command. The next moment, she spotted a wild boar which ran headfirst into her wagon, causing it to overturn. When Ruri hit the floor, the box containing the brooch she was going to deliver flew out from her backpack, so she rushed to pick it up. Her relief at finding the item intact momentarily distracted her from the fact that Sir Pigerton was still looking for smoke. When she finally turned around, she came face to face with the animal and became scared. However, instead of running for the hills, she attempted to talk no jutsu her way out of getting eaten and failed. Just as the overstuffed bacon was about to devour her, Setsu showed up out of nowhere and knocked it out. He then went to help her up, but Ruri took her time to observe him and was reminded of Setsu from the past. Her staring prompted Setsu to ask if he looked like her celebrity crush, and she assured him that he didn't. Once she was back on her feet, he turned to leave, but Ruri called out to him, asking him to be her bodyguard. Setsu refused, saying he wasn't a muscle for hire, but she pleaded with him until he caved and agreed to stick with her to the nearest town. Hours later, they arrived at a port city and went looking for the ship Ruri had hired to take her to the demonic continent. But to her utmost surprise, the captain said he wasn't going there. He explained that with the ongoing war, nobody was willing to take a risk, so all voyages to the demonic continent had been cancelled for the foreseeable future. Despite hearing this, Ruri was still determined to deliver her package, so she went around asking every ship captain if they would take her to her destination, and they all said no. Tired of watching from the sidelines, Setsu got up from where he'd been sitting to go to her, but stopped in his tracks when he noticed some knights had stopped Ruri. They told Ruri they were conducting inspections and demanded that she show them her identification document. After checking it, they asked to check her bag, but Ruri refused, so they decided to take it by force. Just as one of them was about to do so, Setsu slapped his hand away and asked if any of them had a permit to search her. The guards replied to his question with a question, wanting to know who he was, and Setsu said he was her guard. This prompted them to question why a mere adventurer was interfering with their business. They tried to intimidate him by placing their hands on their swords, so Setsu did the same and told them to draw them if they dared. Of course, they didn't have the balls, and when a crowd of people who condemned their actions started to gather behind them, the leader ordered the others to stand down. However, before leaving, one of them told Setsu to watch his back, as if he could do anything to harm him. With that settled, Ruri jumped on Setsu, tearfully thanking him for helping her out of yet another sticky situation. Later on, while they were refueling on some food, Setsu asked Ruri what she planned to do. She told him that she'd keep looking for a ship to take her, but if she couldn't find one, she'd buy herself a ship and take herself there. Setsu pointed out that she was being delusional because broke was too light a word to describe her current situation. Hearing this made Ruri more depressed than she already was. So Setsu felt bad and offered to take her with him since he was also going to the demonic continent. Later that night, at an inn, Ruri entrusted the brooch to Setsu because she was going to take a bath, and when he saw it, he recognized it instantly. She told him that her grandfather had agreed to repair the brooch for a special client even though he was very sick. After completing the repairs, he entrusted it to her, which was why she was going to such lengths to deliver it. Finished with her recap, Ruri left to go to the bathroom, but jokingly returned to tell Setsu not to rob her. Once she finally left, Setsu touched the brooch and it glowed, confirming to him that it was the same one he'd enchanted years ago. Later that same night, while Ruri and Setsu slept, the three knights came to the inn to settle the score with Setsu. However, he sensed their presence, so he sat waiting for them. When they entered the room, he apologized to the terrified Ruri for pushing up their departure time and jumped out of the window with her. The knights then began chasing them and didn't stop until they cornered them by the sea. However, Setsu surprised them by picking Ruri up and leaping off the edge of the wall. At that moment, the shocked Ruri was sure she'd meet her maker soon, but her shock turned to surprise when a sea dragon emerged from the water and Setsu landed on it. He called the dragon Levia and apologized for requesting a rideshare so late at night, but said he needed to get to the demonic continent ASAP. Levia acknowledged his request by letting out a loud cry, and as they moved along the water, it suddenly dawned on Ruri that they were currently riding Leviathan, the god of the sea. Hours later, they arrived in the demonic continent, and for some reason, Levia had a kaiju showdown with a giant squid, while an excited Cetus and worried Ruri spectated. When the battle was over, Levia took her human form and formally introduced herself to Ruri before turning her attention to Cetus. She angrily told him that his audacity had to be fresh from the farm because that was the only explanation as to why he called her up after ghosting her for 5 years, so he could use her as a mode of transportation. Setsu tried to defend himself, but Ruri cut him off to ask what they would do to the body of the dead squid, and Levia answered that Setsu would handle it. True to her words, Setsu handled it by making deep-fried squid rings, and as they ate it, Levia pointed to the mountains saying the Demon Lord's castle was up there. Setsu told Ruri that he'd accompany her there because he also had business with Dizastol, the recipient of her package. When Levia mentioned that Dizastol was the Demon Lord, Ruri became as white as a ghost, but none of her companions seemed to worry. Levia then got up to leave, but Setsu didn't like this, as he'd hoped she would join him to visit Dizastol. Hearing this, Levia pointed her fork at him and cursed him out for trying to get her to stick around when he was hanging out with another woman and was about to visit another. Setsu tried to justify being an inconsiderate a-hole, but before he could do that, a demon kid tugged on his shirt. She was with two others and was curious to know if he and Levia were having a lover's quarrel. One of her friends advised him to apologize, as it was a man's job to do so, but the third one said Setsu looked way too stupid to understand a woman's feelings. Not wanting to be called out further by the pipsqueaks, Setsu stuffed their mouths with the squid rings, effectively shutting them up. The kids enjoyed the snack so much that they pleaded with Setsu to make some more for their parents. To Setsu's horror, Levia assured them that he would do it because they had plenty of squid left, so they happily helped them wheel the squid to their village. Moments before they arrived, the adult villagers were in a meeting where they lamented their inability to fish for food because of the giant squid. In addition to that, the human merchants had stopped coming, so once they ran out of their stored food, the entire village would starve. Unable to stand it anymore, one of the villagers proposed that they all band together to go and fight the squid, but the next moment, Setsu showed up, asking where he could leave the squid. Everyone was surprised to see that their mighty foe had come to them as food, so to show their appreciation to Levia for slaying it, they threw a party and fed her all the good stuff they had. Setsu was retained as the unwilling chef, but he ensured that he didn't put his mentor, Sanji, to shame by cooking up a storm of squid rings and wowing his audience. At that time, Vlad, the head of Dazastol's personal guards, stood atop a hill, and when he saw the lights in the village, he assumed they were under attack by humans and rushed to save them. Back in the village, Levia approached Ruri, and after the two sat down to have a little chat, Ruri asked for the lore behind her friendship with Setsu. Levia lied and said that they had met during the First War when Setsu was attempting to cross the ocean without her permission, so she fought him, and when he won, Setsu demanded that she help him end the war. The real truth was that she had become annoyed by all the noise caused by the war, and went on a rampage, so Setsu came and reset her with a punch. Ruri enjoyed the story, and when she said something about how they met Dazastol, Levia asked if the story of Setsu, the hero, wasn't well known in Distinia. Hearing this, Ruri realized that she'd reduced the almighty hero to an underpaid bodyguard and started freaking out. Levia told her to take a chill pill and said it wasn't her fault that she didn't know who he was, as Setsu was usually modest. She then turned to watch Setsu work, and Ruri concluded that Levia was secretly in love with Setsu, but she denied it. Just then, Vlad burst through the stage wall and loudly declared that he was going to save everyone, but was shocked when he saw that they were in the middle of a party. A little while later, the party was over, so Vlad approached Levia and apologized for crashing their party. When Setsu joined them, he questioned why Vlad was out so late, and the demon explained that he had come looking for Levia. However, now that he'd seen Setsu with her, he wanted both of them to return with him to save the Demon Lord. For context, he explained that Dazastol was set to marry a scheming human named Terran, who wanted to control her using a subjugation curse. Setsu pointed out that Dazastol was too strong to be affected by a curse, but Vlad explained that this wasn't the type she could resist. He then shocked Setsu by saying that the war had started up again a month ago when the humans invaded the demon continent. After the first attack, Terran showed up out of nowhere and proposed a way to end the war. He was basically the Elon Musk of their world, and also the head of the world's leading trading company, and since both races required his services to wage the war, he believed he could broker a peace deal between them. This made Setsu realize that Dazastol was willing to sacrifice herself to stop the war, and he became pissed thinking that Vlad and his people weren't doing anything to stop her. Vlad argued that it wasn't so, but before he could properly defend them, Levia spoke up, cutting him off. She said that Dazastol was only doing that because she was trying to keep the promise she made to Setsu to maintain peace, so they had to step in and save her from herself. Following this, she and Setsu ran towards the castle, and after fighting and slaying all the monsters they encountered, Levia asked Setsu what their game plan was. Setsu said the only plan was to stop the wedding and beat Terran to a pulp, because he was sure the guy had a hand in the war. He didn't think it was a coincidence that while both sides were blaming the other for breaking the treaty, Terran showed up with a cursed necklace trying to sell peace. Levia asked if that made Terran the mastermind, and Setsu said no, he believed the real mastermind was also controlling Terran, and if they got Terran to snitch, they would find out who it was. Just then, more monsters showed up, so they stopped talking with their mouths and switched to their fists. Meanwhile, Dazastol was taking a trip down memory lane, and she recalled how she'd fought and lost against Setsu, who, instead of vanquishing her, offered her his friendship along with a brooch. However, she later learned from Vlad that Setsu was missing and no one could find him. She was saddened by the news but told Vlad that they had to do their best to ensure that the peace treaty was upheld, and he promised to give it his all. Fast forward 5 years to the month before Setsu was summoned, as Desastol and Vlad took a walk around the demon capital. Her brooch suddenly broke, so Vlad offered to take it to a skilled jeweler in Distinia to get it fixed. Days later, the peace in the kingdom came to an end as Desastol was informed that the Distinia army was attacking them. Vlad's immediate reaction was to question how frail the peace treaty was, but Desastol told him not to jump to conclusions, and ordered 2 of her generals to head to Distinia to find out the truth. A month later, the war was still going on, and Desastol was getting more worried, as her emissaries had yet to send word back. Just as she began questioning whether she could keep her promise to Setsu, Vlad came to inform her that Terran wished to speak with her. Desastol agreed to meet with him, and after they sat down to talk, he told her that he wished to use his influence to end the war, so Desastol asked what he wanted in return. Terran answered that he wanted her to be his wife and presented her with the cursed necklace, saying they would swear their love on it. As soon as Vlad and the other generals saw it, they immediately recognized it and implored Desastol to kick the idiot man out. Ignoring them, Desastol asked Terran to give her time to think about his proposal, and Terran agreed, but warned that time wasn't on her side. Sometime after he left, Vlad went to speak with Desastol in her office and asked her to reject Terran's offer, but she refused, saying it was the only way to end the war. Seeing her determination, Vlad promised that he wouldn't give up just yet and then left the room. That night, as Terran's carriage moved along the city, he conversed with a cloaked man who was in on his scheme to take control of the demon continent. Terran was pleased that they had been able to use his trading company to carry out their schemes, but said it was time they ended the war since he knew Desastol would accept his proposal. His companion wasn't on board with the idea of pulling out their magic troops, and when Terran questioned why, he said it was the will of his master. Days later, it was the wedding day, and the guests were a mixture of humans and demons. Terran's companion was also there, and he seemed all too pleased with everything that was about to take place. Desastol soon came in, and after she took her spot on the altar, facing Terran, the ceremony began. When the minister asked them to exchange their vows of love, Terran pulled out the cursed necklace and held it up for everyone to see. He then announced that he and Desastol were entering a vow of master and servant, and vowed to bring peace to the world, using his trading company, which would now be backed by the Demon Kingdom. He then told Desastol to make a vow of eternal love to him, and as he moved to place the necklace on her, Desastol began wishing that she could see Setsu one more time. As if on cue, the man of the hour burst through the window above the altar. When he landed on the altar, he told Desastol that he'd come to rescue her from a fate worse than death. Terran, who had fallen to the floor in shock, demanded to know who Setsu was and why he was crashing his wedding, but Setsu only glared at him. Terrified, he ordered his guards to protect him, but when they moved to attack, Livia showed up and shot them down using water magic. Desastol was surprised to see the god, but Livia wasn't about to miss a chance to tease the demon lord and told her that white wasn't her color. She then turned to face Terran, but the coward ran off, leaving his companion to square off against Livia on his behalf. He attacked her using shadow magic, so she jumped into the air to avoid it, only to be caught midair. The guy then told her to go back to the water where she belonged and unleashed another round of shadow magic on her, but Setsu saved her. The next moment, he appeared behind the guy and punched him across the chapel to where Terran was hiding. When Setsu approached him, the guy expressed surprise at seeing him, but said he knew his master would be pleased to know he was back, and tried stabbing Setsu with his shadows. Setsu defended himself, so the guy jumped in the air and started shooting his shadow arrows from there, but Setsu blocked them, after which he peered behind the guy again and kicked him into a nearby pillar. When he approached him, he asked why he wasn't fighting back, and the guy explained they would settle their score later because he had to go report to his master first. The next moment, before Setsu could react, he broke the wall and escaped. As Setsu lamented his failure to capture the guy, Desastol suddenly jumped on him and excitedly told him that she'd missed him. When he hugged her back, Livia interrupted them to point to the unconscious guards, who vanished when Setsu touched them, and Desastol said they were magic soldiers made from curses. Just then, Setsu spotted the cursed necklace, so he picked it up and said he was now certain that Toma was involved behind the scenes. After he destroyed the cursed item, Desastol claimed that she'd also suspected Toma was involved, and asked Setsu to let her help. Setsu agreed to an alliance and said he'd let her wrap things up in her kingdom while he went to visit the Beast Nation. He wanted to speak with Regulus, the Beastman King, because he knew that whatever Toma was up to would require all the help they could get. When Livia began complaining about being used as a boat again, Ruri and Vlad arrived, and the demon general complained when he saw the state of the chapel. Ruri rushed to Setsu and gave him the package, saying she thought he should be the one giving it to Desastol. Agreeing with her, Setsu took the brooch and placed it where it belonged on Desistol's neck. Later on, while the demons cleaned up and took Terran into custody, Setsu and Levia bid farewell to Desistol, Vlad, and Ruri, who had decided to stay there after Desistil rewarded her with a shop for delivering her brooch. Meanwhile, back in Destinia, the heroes' training continued, and Yuhi was proving to be the most talented one out of all of them. Elka was impressed by her performance, and like any good teacher, she praised her and told her all the right words to boost her confidence and morale. When training concluded later on, Yuhi followed Elka and Glein so she could speak with the former and ask her to give her special training. Elka was surprised, but she agreed and met Yuhi on the castle walls that night to begin her first lesson. However, before diving into it, Elka admired the view and told Yuhi that Setsu was the one who made their world a peaceful place. She said his leaving was to ensure that the peace was protected, and as his companions, it was expected of them to be fully prepared in case they had to go help him out. Yuhi admitted that she lacked the strength required to stand beside Cetus, but said she was determined to do whatever it took to gain it. She then pointed her staff at Elka as a way of challenging her, so Elka acknowledged her challenge and engaged her in a fight. They clashed for a bit, and when Elka was satisfied, she backed down, saying that Yuhi had grown much stronger than she realized. However, she told her that there was still something she lacked that would hinder her from standing beside Setsu like she dreamed. She then took Yuhi to a sewer infested with monsters and explained that it was often used as a final training ground for soldiers. The next moment, a large crocodile monster came out of the water, startling Yuhi, but Elka reminded her to pull herself together. Yuhi managed to approach the creature even though her fear of it never left, and thanks to Elka's encouraging words, she stood her ground. After firing off a fireball which lit up the creature, she excitedly turned to Elka, expecting praises, but the knight told her not to let her guard down. When she turned back around, she saw that the monster had risen to its full height and was about to attack her. To save herself, she wedged her staff in its mouth, but still got scratched by its claws. Elka then instructed her to attack, so she fired another fireball at it, and this time it went flying. However, it didn't die. Elka instructed her to finish it off, but she hesitated, so the knight stepped up. She said it didn't matter how much Yuhi had grown, because if she wasn't willing to take a life on the battlefield, she didn't belong there. Her words made Yuhi remember the battle that took place the day they arrived, and as she watched on, Elka used her ice magic to kill the monster before leaving. Yuhi crumbled to the floor after this, as she had realized everything Elka told her was the truth. The very next morning, Thea dropped by Yuhi's room to heal the wound the monster left on her arm. After she finished, Yuhi thanked her, and the girl said it was crazy of Elka to throw her into a real battle so soon. Yuhi defended Elka, claiming it was her fault because she'd asked Elka to give her special training. Thea noticed she looked sad, so she told her that she, Elka, and Glein saw her as one of their own because Setsu looked at her the same way he looked at them. She said Elka was only hard on her because she wanted to treat her as an equal and help her get to their level. Seeing the surprise on Yuhi's face, Thea asked why she was determined to cling to Setsu like an obsessed girlfriend. Yuhi said it was because Setsu had helped her all her life, so she wanted to become someone he could rely on. Satisfied with her answer, Thea wished her luck, and as she left the room, she told Elka, who was standing outside the door, that Yuhi was stronger than she gave her credit for. Elka didn't dispute that fact, but said that she was worried she wouldn't be able to handle the dangerous foes she would encounter when the time came for her to stand with them and fight. Thea told her that it was up to Yuhi to decide if she wanted to take that step or not, and advised her to trust that she would make the right choice. That evening, as Glein was heading somewhere, he spotted Yuhi standing in the corner of the training ground, so he went to speak to her. He said he was aware of what happened in the sewers and told her it was natural to be hesitant about taking lives. Yuhi asked how he'd managed to overcome his hesitation, and he told her that he simply steeled his resolve to protect those he cared about. He said he'd rather see his enemies suffer than stand by and watch his people suffer. When Yuhi turned to look at him, he told her that what worked for him might not work for her, so she had to find her own determination and make it work. His parting words to her were that Setsu would probably want the same thing for her, and that got Yuhi thinking. As she wondered what she could do to ensure that she stayed true to herself while fighting, an answer suddenly came to her mind. The next day, during training, she unleashed a powerful fire spell, shocking everyone who witnessed it. After training, she returned to the sewers with Elka, who told her that forcing herself out of her comfort zone during battle might break her. Yuhi simply replied that she wanted her to stay and watch her determination, and when another monster emerged from the water, she didn't hesitate to light it up. Elka was impressed by what she'd witnessed, but Yuhi made it clear that she had incapacitated the monster instead of slaying it. She explained that she still wasn't interested in taking lives, but said she would ensure that when she got on the battlefield, she wouldn't lose to her opponent. Elka smiled and said that was the same thing Setsu would say, but reminded her that she needed an astounding amount of power to pull off what she intended to do. So Yuhi assured her that she would get stronger to protect everyone she cared about. Days later, Glein gathered the students in the throne room and informed them that, in accordance with the king's decree, they would be leaving for the demon continent the next day. He advised them to prepare themselves both physically and mentally and then dismiss them. As the students dispersed, they talked amongst themselves, asking if they were truly prepared to go to war. However, Yuhi didn't join them. Instead, she went back and joined Setsu's friends where they were standing. Elsewhere, as Setsu and Levia were in a carriage heading for the Beastman Nation, Setsu asked why she hadn't just used transfer magic to get them to their destination. Levia answered that that kind of magic was a hassle because it required years of preparation and a lot of magic power. The next moment, the carriage came to a sudden stop, and 2 female demons got in the back with them. Setsu immediately recognized the older one and called her crybaby Elise, causing her to get all emotional and start crying even though she swore she was no longer a crybaby. As the carriage continued on its way, Setsu introduced Elise to Levia, explaining that they had traveled together for a while the last time he was summoned. Elise added that she was Setsu's top student, but he denied it and said he had no recollection of ever taking her under his wing. Alice told him to stop capping and reminded him that he'd physically taught her the fundamentals of combat every night the whole time they were traveling. The way she said it prompted Levia to ask if the physical training burned any calories. Setsu tried defending himself, but the other demon girl spoke up, drawing attention to herself, so Levia asked who she was. Elise introduced her as just Emile, but Emile added that she was Elise's little sister because they lived together. Changing the topic, Elise asked Setsu why he went AWOL for 5 years, so Setsu gave her a summary of what happened. Elise said if it were anyone else who told her the story, she wouldn't believe them, but since it was Setsu, she believed it. Setsu then invited her to come with him and Levia to the Beastman continent, but she declined, saying she had an issue to resolve. Emile claimed responsibility for the issue, so Elise was forced to give them the gist of what went down. She said she'd taken on monster slaying jobs as part of her training, and one of her gigs was to slay a dragon for a village. When she arrived at the village, the villagers set her up in a house with Emile, and while they were having dinner, she asked Emile if she lived alone. Emile answered that she used to share the house with her older adoptive brother, who found her 2 years prior and welcomed her into his home. However, since the day the dragon started showing up, she hadn't seen him. Elise felt sorry for her, but Emile told her not to, as she was used to being alone. Despite this, Elise said she would love to remain in the village for a while after her business was finished, and Emile told her she could stay with her for as long as she wished. Back in the present, Setsu asked if Emile's brother had been devoured by the dragon, and Elise answered that it was more complicated than that. She explained that each time the dragon appeared, people went missing. However, there were never any signs of struggle whenever this happened, so she deduced that something was off. To get to the bottom of it, she took a risk and disabled the wards around the village to lure the dragon in and finish it off once and for all. This hadn't worked so well because when she fought and injured the dragon, it ran away. She immediately gave chase, hoping to land a final blow, but the dragon suddenly disappeared, and when she returned to the village, everyone except Emile was gone, so she took her with her. With her story concluded, Elise asked Setsu what he thought about the situation, and Setsu admitted it was the first time he had heard of a kidnapping dragon. However, he said he was intrigued and offered to help her get to the bottom of the mystery. Levia told them to count her in, so Emile thanked them, but made the mistake of referring to Levia as Setsu's wife, causing the god to almost choke. As the journey progressed, Levia theorized about the dragon's origin and what it did with the villagers. All her theories turned out to be as dumb and stupid as her, and Setsu didn't fail to let her know that he thought so. She went from claiming they had been turned into invisible zombies to saying they were lured to the sea by the dragon, who was actually a siren. Setsu happily dismissed all her theories as pointless, but dared to say that the villagers had been abducted by aliens. The girls had never heard of aliens before, so Setsu told them that aliens were creatures who came from the moon to kidnap humans. The next moment, Levia smacked the delusional idiot on the head and told him to focus. Taking her advice, he speculated that the dragon was an advanced species like Levia, but the god told him not to compare her to a flying lizard. Suddenly, their carriage stopped, and the driver explained that because of the rain, the river's water level had risen, so they had to wait until the water settled to cross. Out of curiosity, Setsu asked what could have possibly attracted the dragon to the village in the first place, and Levia deduced it was magic. She explained that monsters were attracted to powerful magic, and if someone in the village had repeatedly been casting powerful magic inside the village, it would make sense that the dragon would keep showing up. This response led Setsu to theorize that the villagers hadn't been kidnapped, but rather teleported to another place using magic, which was why there were never signs of a struggle. He then shocked Elise by accusing Emile of being the one behind the villagers' mysterious disappearance. Elise didn't believe him, so he told her what Levia had said about transfer magic, requiring years of preparation. Coincidentally, Emile had moved to the village 2 years ago, so it was safe to say that she'd had a lot of time to practice. Emil denied his allegations and Alice backed her up, saying she was also a victim of what happened. But Setsu didn't take back his words. He presented undisputable facts, and when Emil saw that she'd been caught, she stopped pretending and transformed into a dragon.
詳しいから。何事？
When she started attacking, Sadis and Levia fought back, but Elise was too dazed to lift a finger. It wasn't until Setsu called out to her and told her to get her head back in the game that she got up and charged at the dragon. Together with Setsu and Levia, she managed to slay the dragon once and for all. Later on, after Setsu and Levia had parted ways with Elise, she returned to Emil's house in the village. While searching around for clues, Emil showed up with some monsters and revealed that she'd turned the villagers into magic dolls because they needed magic soldiers for the war. She then reintroduced herself using her real name and title, Meluar, the Monster Master. Days later, in a town on the Beastman continent, Shironeko, a young beast girl who was on her way home, was given freebies by the townspeople as a way of thanking her for helping them. When she arrived home, she was welcomed by Mineko, her younger sister, who was very ill. Just then, Mineko suddenly started coughing, so Shironeko rushed to get her some medicine. After taking it, Mineko apologized, but Shironeko hugged her tightly and promised to find a permanent cure for her. The following day, Setsu and Levia attempted to get a boat to take them to the Beastman capital, but the boatman told them to go away as no boats were available. Instead of doing that, Setsu offered to pay the man double if he let him ride on his back, and the man became extra mad. He told Setsu to F off, so the entitled idiot turned to Levia and told her to get in the water, which caused her to lash out and scold him for being the epitome of self-centeredness. Realizing his mistake, Setsu apologized and patted Levia's head, telling her that he only said that because she was the only one he could rely on for things like that. This unintentional rizzing caused the sea god to fold, so she said that she would carry him to the capital the next day. Just then, the boatman informed them that a boat would be available the next day, and Setsu happily thanked him. Annoyed that the man had failed to read the room, Levia got mad and started complaining again, so Setsu suggested that they go find some food and an inn to stay for the night. Meanwhile, Shironeko visited a store in another part of town to get Mineko's medicine, and after giving it to her, Kuroinu, the storekeeper, informed her that she had another job for her. She then handed her a flyer with Setsu's picture and said that once she completed the job, she would receive a hefty sum and never have to worry about buying medicine for her sister. Just then, Setsu and Levia walked into the place, so Shironeko quickly moved behind Kuroinu and covered her face with her hood. As Kuroinu began attending to Setsu and Levia, who were there looking for a room, Shironeko calmly walked out but ensured that she got a good look at Setsu. Later at night, after she had dinner with her sister, she told her that she had a job she needed to complete and asked her to go to bed without her. Hours later, she arrived at the inn and was met by Kuroinu, who informed her that Setsu and Levia were fast asleep and provided her with their room key. When she got into the room, she found them fast asleep like Kuroinu had said, so she extended her claws and attacked Setsu first. To her surprise, what she cut up was the mattress, and that's when she realized that they had cast an illusion spell. The next moment, she got kicked out of the window by Setsu, who suddenly appeared behind her. Being a cat and all, Shironeko landed on her feet. So Sadis jumped after her and asked if she was one of Toma's minions. Shironeko answered that she'd never heard that name before, and said all she knew was that she had to smoke him. She then did a partial beast transformation and unleashed a large fireball, but Setsu cut it in half. When she attempted to flee, Setsu grabbed her by the head and scolded her for using fire in a residential area, after which he slapped her into a stall where she passed out. When Setsu and Levia went to check on her, they noticed that her body was glowing, and Setsu confirmed to Levia that it was because of a curse. Later on, when Shironeko regained consciousness, she realized she was back home, and was surprised to see Setsu and Levia there. She immediately tried to attack Setsu again, but Mineko stopped her, saying it was Setsu and Levia who brought her home, after they found her passed out on the street. The obvious lie had Shironeko turning to look at Setsu, but he signaled for her to keep quiet and then asked if she took on dangerous jobs because her sister was sick. Shironeko didn't respond, so Setsu took that as a confirmation and revealed that Mineko wasn't sick. To prove it, he approached Mineko and used light magic on her necklace, causing it to release some of the dark magic inside it. When he began explaining to the surprised sisters that it was a powerful curse, Levia tried to ask if it was Toma's doing, but Setsu cut her off. He said what was most important was saving Mineko. Hearing this, Shironeko pleaded with them to save Mineko, and Setsu promised that he would do so. Turning his attention to Mineko, he instructed her to lie down and then summoned a sword named Gluttony, which he ordered to eat up the curse. While the sword was feasting on the curse, Levia sensed something, and the next moment, a kunai came flying towards Setsu. Immediately, Shironeko moved to shield him, and after she got hit in the shoulder, the culprit was revealed to be Kuroinu. She expressed disappointment at Shironeko's failure to complete her job, as well as the fact that she was now trying to protect her target. Setsu became conflicted because he couldn't leave Mineko and fight Kuroinu, who had declared that she'd come to take him into custody. Just then, Levia, who was annoyed that she was being ignored, blasted Kuroinu with water. Setsu asked if she needed any backup because he could sense how powerful Kuroinu was, and she told him not to underestimate her. She then attacked Kuroinu, who attempted to cheat her way to victory by using cloning jutsu. However, Levia wasn't the least bit phased. She took out the clones using water, after which she gave the same treatment to the real one. As Kuroinu tried to get back up, Levia demanded to know what Toma's endgame was. She promised to spare Kuroinu's life if she answered honestly, but the proud woman told her that begging didn't fit her aesthetics. At that moment, Shironeko joined them outside, and when she tried to talk to Kuroinu, she angrily threw insults at her. Tired of listening to her yap, Levia stepped in front of Shironeko and told Kuroinu to shut up, but she just laughed before revealing that Toma's goal was to become a god and destroy all the pieces in that world. This made Levia say that Toma was more delusional than a Rizless simp, but Kuroinu assured her that Toma could achieve anything, and then broke a jewel, which enveloped her in a bright light. When the light disappeared, they found that Kuroinu was gone. Just then, Mineko came running towards them from the house, and as the sisters embraced, Setsu confirmed to Levia that Mineko's necklace was the same as the one in Terran's possession. Levia told him what Toma was planning, and Seda said he would do well to ensure that it never happened. The following day, the cat sisters begged Setsu and Levia to take them along with them on their journey, and they agreed. Later that day, in the Beastmen capital, the king and his generals met to discuss the war, and the generals were at each other's throats because everyone had different opinions. Regulus didn't even try to intervene, but he suddenly picked up on something and signaled his daughter Roa, who excitedly rushed out. It turned out that Setsu had just arrived and was trying to convince the guards to let him and the girls into the palace, but they kept refusing. After the cat sisters tried their luck and failed, Setsu decided he was going to break in, but before he could do it, Roa came falling from above, calling out his name. The guards were the unfortunate ones who cushioned her fall, but she didn't care as she hugged Setsu. The next moment she extended her claws, but before she could do anything, Setsu had her pinned to the ground. Roa expressed joy at getting manhandled like that, and said she hadn't expected anything less from her future master, but Setsu told her he didn't do furries. As they began bickering like an old couple, Shironeko and Mineko watched them in awe, wondering if that was truly their princess. On their way to the throne room, Roa attached herself to Setsu's arm, and things started getting a bit touchy-feely, so Mineko told them to save it for the bedroom. Just then, the throne room door burst open, and a very excited Regulus exclaimed that he'd missed Setsu. In response, Setsu flipped the king over and slammed him to the floor, yet he didn't mind and laughed it off, surprising the cat sisters. Looking inside the throne room, Setsu saw that all the generals had been beaten into unconsciousness and commented that some things never changed. After they went in, Regulus declared that there would be a feast to celebrate Setsu's return, but Setsu told him to slow his roll and explained that his reason for coming to him was very serious. Regulus figured it was because of the war, and when Setsu revealed to him that it was Toma's doing and that Toma wanted to destroy their world, he insisted on joining him on the battlefield. Setsu refused and told him that it would be better if he remained in the Beastman Kingdom because he was sure that Toma would try to stir up trouble there. Roa then volunteered to go to her father's place, but the stubborn king tried to argue that he was the best option until Ruga interrupted him. Ruga and he told the king that, aside from the fact that demons and humans were their enemies, they too were at risk of an invasion, so they couldn't spare people to help Setsu. Curious, Setsu asked Regulus who the loudmouth was, but before he could respond, Ruga proudly introduced himself as the commander of the Zu Dorado army and Roa's fiancé. However, Roa shook her head in denial after he said this. Regulus agreed that it would be unwise to send out their troops, but he said he couldn't turn down his friend's request. Upon hearing that Setsu was the famous hero, he asked if they could really trust someone who had ghosted an entire world for 5 years. Road jumped into the conversation at that moment, defending Setsu's credibility, but Ruga argued that going back to an ex wasn't always a smart choice. Seeing as both sides had valid points, Regulus suggested they settle things the way beastmen usually did, so Ruga challenged Setsu to a duel. Regulus then announced that he would officiate the match and added that whoever emerged the victor would have Roa's hand in marriage. Setsu immediately tried to set the record straight that he hadn't come there for Roa, but Ruga cut him off and said he'd wait for him in the arena at noon the next day. At night, Roa visited Ruga and straight up told him that he didn't stand a chance against Setsu, and surprisingly, Ruga agreed. However, he said that as a beastman warrior and a man, there were things he couldn't back down from, and the duel against Setsu was one of them. He also said that he believed he could win because of the magic rune that had been tattooed on his arm by an Eastern mage. The rune was said to convert strong will into strength, and he didn't care if relying on it made him seem weak because he was willing to do everything to protect Roa, including laying down his life. The next day at noon, the arena was filled with excited beastmen who had come to watch the duel, and Roa told Setsu that beastmen were hardcore adrenaline junkies. After the fight began, Ruga used a skill called Flying Claw, but Setsu easily returned it to him and told Ruga to give him a real challenge. Annoyed, Ruga wove out and attacked Setsu again, but he was still no match for Setsu, and when Setsu was tired of playing with him, he told Ruga to tap out and give up Roa. This amped up Ruga's anger and annoyance, causing his rune to glow and forcing him to go berserk. Setsu and Levia immediately recognized that he was under one of Toma's curses, and Regulus instructed everyone in the arena to clear out. Ruga's mind was so clouded that all he wanted to do was end Setsu, so he charged at him without a second thought and attacked. Levia tossed Setsu's sword at him, and he used it to cut off Ruga's arm, which regenerated. Just then, Roa rushed into the place and tried, but Setsu stopped her, instructing her not to get closer to Ruga because the curse could be transmitted. Still, Roa begged him to let her tap in, saying that she had to take Ruga down as a proud beastman warrior, so Setsu agreed. When he attempted to summon Gluttony, the entire arena became foggy, and the next moment, Ruga's head disintegrated and was replaced with an illusion of Toma. He then told Setsu that he had missed him and began giving him a whole speech about how he wanted to wipe out the entire world so they could be alone. Roa cut him off mid-speech to ask what he'd done to Ruga, so he got annoyed and tried to get rid of her, but Setsu intervened. Displeased, Toma decided to drop a bomb and informed Setsu that Dystinia had begun invading the demonic continent. He said that by the time he returned it would be too late, and all his favorite people would be dead. After saying all that, Toma's image vanished, and Ruga's headless body fell to the ground as the skies opened up. Later on in the throne room, Setsu and Regulus talked about what Toma said, and Regulus promised to provide him with a ship and military personnel. After leaving Regulus, Setsu returned to the arena to find Roa because she refused to leave the place. He asked how she was holding up, and she answered that it wasn't the time for her to get all sentimental because they had an important task to take care of. Meanwhile, the ships carrying Dystinia's army were about to make land on the shores of the demonic continent, so the general decided to give them the classic Erwin speech. The soldiers cheered after listening to him, but the students remained quiet as they were unsure that they would return alive. Yuhi, Elka, Glein, and Thea were also quiet, but for different reasons. Using her magic ball, Thea sensed that Toma was on the island, confirming to them that he was the true enemy they had to fight. Unfortunately, they couldn't tell this to the general because he wouldn't believe them and might even accuse them of being spies. The situation made Yuhi think of Setsu, and then she told the others that wherever he was doing his best to stop the war. It was then decided that they would work together to minimize the casualties and also buy time until Setsu arrived to end everything. Soon, they made landfall, and the battle began in full, with each side opening and returning fire with powerful magic. After the humans broke through the demon's defenses, Glein signaled for students to follow him and charged in, but Thea and Elka held them back to advise them. After the girls charged into the battle, the students still hesitated. But when they realized that standing around made them easy targets, they decided to join the battle. One of the girls was still paralyzed by fear, and just as she was about to be attacked by a demon warrior, Yuhi saved her using fire magic. She then rushed to check on the girl, and while giving her a pep talk, she noticed that some of her classmates were about to finish off an injured demon, so she called out to them to stop. The boy holding the spear asked why she'd stopped him, and said that if the roles were reversed, the demon would finish him off. Yuhi shot back, asking if he truly believed it was morally right to attack a person who could defend themselves. The next moment, they heard Meluar laugh, and after she commended Yuhi's noble act, she activated magic circles around the battlefield and began dropping magic soldiers like nuclear bombs. After the drop-off, a puppeteered Alice came up from the ground through a magic circle, like she was about to perform at a K-pop concert. The human soldiers closest to her demanded to know who she was, but she ignored them and sliced them nicely with her blade. Seeing this, the demon soldiers assumed Elise and the magic soldiers were reinforcements, but received the shock of their lives when the magic soldiers began attacking them. When Glein cut down some of the magic soldiers, he and the girls realized that they were made from humans and became repulsed. As they tried to figure out their next step, they heard Meluar humming and looked up to find her standing beside Elise, whom they had finally recognized. Elka angrily demanded to know what Meluar had done to their friend, and she answered that she turned her into a doll because she was strong. She then asked if they would like to become puppets as well, saying that way they could be together forever. Annoyed, Elka moved to cut Meluar down. She controlled Elise to protect her, and as both girls crossed swords, Elka tried to talk Alice back to her senses, but it didn't work. Meluar then slit her wrist and used her blood to create magic monsters, which she set upon Thea and Glein. However, the snake monster went after Elka while she was fighting Elise, so the knight jumped out of the way and slayed it with ice magic. Glein slashed the ape monster with his sword, while Thea unleashed a series of magic spells When they regrouped, Elka told them that she would hand Meluar and ask them to take out the remaining monster, but Yuhi showed up just then and took it down. They then turned to Meluar and asked what she would do now that her toys were gone, and the girl became pissed. She ordered Elise to finish them off, but Glein took her on this time and knocked her out. Seeing this, Meluar decided it was time to make herself scarce. But before she could move, Elka rushed her and stabbed her magic organ. Despite this, Meluar didn't die, and when Elka questioned why that was, she revealed that her body had been modified, so she had an extra heart, lungs, and a magic organ. As they stared at her in disbelief, Meluar further revealed that they had been created as weapons and were put through painful experiments every day until Toma showed up and saved them. After her revelation, she activated a spell called Limit Break, which allowed its user to surpass all their limitations. What emerged from her magic circle was a three-headed chimera, and as they watched on, Meluar jumped on it and merged herself with it. Thea told her friends that what Meluar was doing was very dangerous, because she had lost all sense of reasoning and was now fueling her magic power using her life force and the deep-rooted hatred she felt. When she attacked, they jumped out of the way, but Meluar wasn't about to give up and showed them what her new toy could do by attacking them with its flaming breath. Thea and Yuhi quickly protected the group using magic shields, but this drained Thea's power and she fell, leaving her friends worried. Glein then asked Elka what they should do, and she answered that she had no idea, but the next moment, she noticed a butterfly moving towards Meluar. Meluar also noticed the insect but thought nothing of it, and was about to unleash another attack when she was suddenly stabbed from behind by Elise. As the life drained from Meluar, Elise recalled all the moments they spent together, and hugged her tightly until her body turned to stone. Following this, Elise was attended to, and Glein assured Elka that the healing magic was working on her. Thea and Yuhi stood staring at Meluar's chimera statue, and Thea admitted that she hadn't expected Meluar to be so strong. She also said they needed a breather before jumping back into the battle, but suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. The next moment, a shadow arm rose out of the water, and Kaguru, the shadow user Setsu fought at Dazostal's wedding, appeared before them. Yuhi volunteered to go fight him, causing her friends to voice their disagreements, but she argued that if Setsu were in her position, he'd do the same thing. Seeing her determination, they agreed to let her fight, and Thea offered to support her, but before they could engage Kaguru, Setsu made a dramatic entrance. Turning to his friends, he told them to rest easy because Daddy was home, and while the rest simply welcomed him, an overexcited Yuhi tackled him to the ground. Setsu had to remind her that they were in public before she composed herself, and apologized after getting off him. Not surprisingly, Setsu wasn't offended, and even apologized for returning late, but Yuhi said it was okay as she understood the situation. She then told him she'd been training with Elka, and before Setsu could stop her, she got on all fours and told him to have a seat. This earned her a flick on the forehead, as Setsu told her that one masochistic freak was more than enough for him to hang out with. After she composed herself, he instructed her to go and stand back with the others, saying he would handle Kaguru, so she wished him luck. When he approached him, Kaguru said he'd been dying to fight him again, and told Setsu that he wasn't the same guy he'd fought at the wedding. When he powered up, Setsu took an attacking stance, but quickly glanced at his friends who were all standing behind the protective shield Yuhi set up. This made Kaguru ask why he was worried about a bunch of weak insects, and Setsu proudly told him that those so-called insects were his friends whom he'd do anything to protect. His reason was lost on Kaguru, who still believed that all weak things deserved to die, so Setsu attacked him. Meanwhile, Kuroinu was having a field day, slashing, citing, and tearing up all those who stood in her way until the cat sisters arrived. Mineko tried to appeal to her good side, but Kuroinu laughed and told Mineko to stop talking. She then threw her kunai at them, but the sisters deflected them, so she promised that she'd destroy their so-called sisterhood. When she attacked, the girls fought back and began tag-teaming her until things started looking like a classic Monday Night Raw match, because Mineko kneed her into the ground. After she passed out, the sisters assumed everything was over until Mineko was scooped up by some tentacles, which began squeezing her like she was an old tube of toothpaste. These tentacles were attached to one of the 4 extra arms that Kuroinu had sprouted after she regained consciousness, and she told them she would make them pay for their insolence. The next moment, she activated her limit break and knocked Shironeko down, before telling them that sisterhood was a curse. Shironeko replied that Kuroinu was the only one who thought that way, which pissed her off, so she went all out with her next attack, but it was futile. Shironeko managed to dodge all of them, and then leapt in the air to grab her sister's outstretched hands. The moment their hands touched, they merged into one and broke free of the tentacles which had been wrapped around Mineko. Still, Kuroinu mocked them, saying their rip-off Gotenk's transformation wasn't enough to stop her, but they shut her up in a second by zooming past her. Terrified, Kurino grew more arms and tried to attack them again, but they began spinning like a mini-tornado and cut off most of her arms. As a result, Kuroinu lost her balance and fell to the ground, but she stubbornly refused to give up, saying she couldn't face her people if she did. Flashes of 2 other girls came into her mind, but once she remembered they were dead, she lashed out again and lunged at the sisters, so they punched her in the stomach. This time, when she fell, she didn't get back up, and after the girls separated, she weakly told them that seeing how close they were disgusted her. This prompted Shironeko to ask if she used to have sisters, and she replied that she didn't know before using her hands to cover herself as she passed out. At that same time, the 4th member of the murder squad broke into the demon army's encampment and was immediately attacked. However, their blades didn't harm him, so after he sent them flying, he uncloaked himself to reveal that he belonged in the JoJo universe. He also proudly announced that his name was Virdos and invited them to try their best and defeat him. His appearance and attire left the soldiers completely stunned, and they completely forgot that they were supposed to be fighting him. Just then, Roa came flying out of nowhere and punched the guy, but she regretted her actions almost immediately as Virdos' body was harder than a diamond. She then ordered the soldiers to retreat, promising to deal with their unwanted guests, so they did. When Virdos got back up, he told Roa that her punch had felt like a pad, so she pointed out that it was because he didn't have regular muscles. Virdos admitted he was made of iron and said that humans were the ones who made him that way. He then went on to explain how Toma had saved him, but hearing Toma's name pissed Roa off, and she told him to stop hyping up the madman. Virdos replied that she was being testy for no reason because by the time they were done, everyone would be dead, just like Ruga. Enraged, Roa ran and kicked him, hurting herself in the process, but she refused to give up, and as she powered up, she told him she would keep hitting him until he broke. Virdos said that she couldn't hurt him, and then dissolved into tiny molecules, which then turned into iron pellets. The next moment, the pellets began hitting Roa from all sides, and didn't stop until she coughed up blood and fell. After returning to his original form, Virdos started walking away since he believed Roa was dead, but she got up and attacked him after charging up. She kept throwing punch after punch, and to his surprise, she managed to cause damage. So to defend himself, he impaled her with spikes that formed from his body. However, Roa surprised him by breaking them and then punching him in the stomach before she fell. Seeing her like that, Virdos called her a fool, but used his powers to heal her, and when she regained consciousness, she asked why he'd done it. He tried to explain, but he was too weak and fell, so she asked why he worked for Toma, and he answered that it was because he was his type. Meanwhile, the fight between Setsu and Kaguru continued, and when Kaguru realized that he couldn't defeat Setsu, he activated his limit break. Now covered in body armor, he charged at Setsu again, and as they fought, the armor absorbed all Setsu's attacks. He then punched Setsu to the ground, but Setsu got back up, and after he channeled his energy into his sword, he used it to strike Kaguru, breaking his armor and sword. Still, Kaguru refused to accept defeat and charged at Setsu again, but Setsu finished him off once and for all. Almost immediately, Toma, who was heading to Desastol's castle, sensed it, but even the realization that all his allies had been defeated didn't deter him from his mission. He released some of his aura, letting it flow upwards like a flare signal for Setsu to see and follow. Inside the castle, Levia rushed to find Desastol and was relieved when she found her standing inside her office. Desastol then told her that the 3 powerful magic forces she'd sensed on the battlefield had vanished, which meant that the tides were finally turning in their favor. However, Toma showed up at that moment and said they were silly for thinking that anything would change because his allies had been defeated. He revealed that as long as he was alive, the war would go on, and then began charging up his energy. By the time Setsu arrived, he'd already injured the girls, but thankfully not to the point of death. Seeing Setsu, Toma greeted him warmly but admitted that he was jealous to see how he came running to save them. He then said it didn't matter because he was going to unalive them eventually, so Setsu got pissed and attacked him. Toma blocked the attack with his sword, and Setsu used the opportunity to tell him that he wouldn't let him hurt his friends. Toma had expected that response, so he jumped back and told Setsu that very soon it would just be the 2 of them, and he could use that time to lay down his complaints. Setsu charged at him again, but Toma dodged before matching his strike. They continued that way until Toma decided to cheat and fired a lightning bolt at Setsu, which he batted away like a baseball. The bolt struck the ceiling, destroying it as it went on to crack the sky open like an egg. Desastol used a magic shield to protect herself and Levia from getting hit by the falling rubble, and as she expressed shock at what she'd just witnessed, Levia commented that the guys were on a different level. As the fight continued, Toma attacked Setsu with Energy Blast, and when he wasn't paying attention, he snuck up on him from behind and hit him at a closer range, making it impossible for Setsu to dodge or defend himself. Toma teased Setsu, saying he'd grown weak, but Cetus refused to let him talk smack about him and get away with it. So when they charged at each other again, he ensured that he disarmed Toma. After which, he dropped his own sword and began using Toma as a punching bag, refusing to stop until Toma activated a spell, which almost exploded in his face. This put some distance between them, so Toma reclaimed his sword and transformed it into a big gun. To flex on Setsu, he opened fire, and to everyone's horror, the blast destroyed what was left of the ceiling, and even put a hole in the mountain that was in the line of fire. Right there and then, Setsu resolved to stop Toma at all costs before he used his deadly weapon to harm innocent people. He charged at Toma, kicking him out of the castle, and as they floated in the air, Toma tried to land a hit on him but was unable to. Because of that, he transformed the gun into a machine gun and opened fire on Setsu, who had to summon Gluttony to devour the attacks. Toma was left momentarily stunned, so Setsu took the chance to go Super Saiyan, and once his swords were fully charged, he sent energy strikes to Toma. Despite getting hit by so much energy, Toma remained unharmed and complained that Setsu's sword was a thorn in his side. Setsu replied that he was just hating because his sword was cooler than his, and as they had a stare-off, Setsu's friends showed up. Roa called out to him, so he turned to face them and said he was glad to see that they were all safe. But this angered Toma. Not because they were alive, but because he was suddenly reminded of the past, where Setsu seemed happy and content hanging out with them. Overcome with rage, his powers began spiking, and he told Setsu that he was always leaving him alone to hang out with his friends. As Setsu observed him, he finally realized that the energy wasn't coming from Toma, and recalled that it was the same energy he used on the night they first clashed. The next moment, there was a bright light, and when it disappeared, Toma's weapon had evolved, and he had a large magic circle behind him. Seeing this, Setsu figured that he'd activated Limit Break. When Toma finally opened fire on Setsu, the hero dodged all the shots, so Toma became annoyed and turned the weapon on his friends. Setsu had to activate Gluttony again to absorb the attack, but he couldn't get everything and became worried that his friends would get hurt. Fortunately, they protected themselves using magic shields, so Setsu refocused his attention on Toma, sending slash after slash towards him until his weapon broke. He then sent a final one, which hit Toma, and as Toma began falling, his life with Setsu flashed in his mind, and he got even angrier. The next moment, a larger weapon materialized beside him, and he used it on Setsu without hesitation, knocking him down in the process. Just as Toma began thinking he'd won, Setsu got back up and activated Domain Expansion, making it impossible for Toma to use his weapons. He then stabbed the ground, and as the stones moved underneath Toma, he became afraid and started pleading with Setsu, reminding him that he'd promised to always protect him. However, Setsu didn't lift a finger to help him, and when everything was over, Toma realized that he was still alive. Confused, he asked Setsu why he'd spared him, and Setsu repeated what he said about his promise to protect him. He also explained that he'd done what he did so he could use Gluttony to devour the curse that was controlling him, and bring him back to normal. Overcome with guilt, Toma said he didn't deserve to live, but Setsu told him that he now had all the time to atone for his many sins. Days later, Setsu, Desistol, and Regulus visited Toma in his prison cell, and told him that it had been decided that his punishment would be to send Setsu's classmates back home. This sounded like a joke to Toma, but Setsu explained that doing so would exhaust whatever power he had left, making him a normal human again. He also suggested that Toma go with them and start over in their world, and Desistol let him understand that the only reason they were letting him go was because Setsu had pleaded his case. Later on, Toma sent the students back, but didn't go with them, so Setsu met him in the evening to ask why. He told him it was because he wanted to atone for his sins by traveling around the world he once tried to destroy to see how he could help fix it. Understanding where he was coming from, Setsu wished him good luck, and they parted ways. A few days later, Setsu said goodbye to his friends as he was setting off on another journey, but Elka got all emotional and begged him to take her with him. Yuhai soon joined them, and after Setsu confirmed her readiness to travel with him, the two left to explore the world together. Do you think Setsu and Yuhi would finally get together, or would Setsu keep playing the fool? If you got this far and loved this video, let us know by commenting simp. Also, why don't you check out the next video? See you next time.